The vicious supporting female character married the richest man in the world. Jiang Liu traveled into a novel and became a vicious female supporting role. In order to survive, she decided to stay away from the heroine and married Gu Chennian. She found that Gu Chennian's clothes were all unbranded, and he walked to and from get off work, and couldn't even afford to take the bus. Every day, he got up early and went to bed late, and returned home in the middle of the night, still smelling of alcohol. But even if he was so tired, he didn't forget to toss Jiang Liu before going to bed. 1 week after the marriage, Jiang Liu was found to be pregnant. Gu Chennian stopped pretending, sent Jiang Liu to a private villa, called servants, and served her with good food and drink. Jiang Liu, why are your clothes unbranded? Gu Chennian, personalized customization. Jiang Liu, so you said you walked to work? Gu Chennian, because there is a driver to pick me up. Jiang Liu, what is your daily job? Gu Chennian, I'm worried that you think I'm not doing my job properly and go out for social events every day. Chapter 1, Just married and already pregnant. Wifey, I really like you. Gu Chennian held Jiang Liu by the waist, his hand gently rubbing her lower abdomen. Jiang Liu turned around and cupped his handsome face, looking into his deep, ink-black eyes. She thought to herself, what a good-looking face. No wonder I picked this pretty boy husband so carefully. What? Not enough for you yet? She teased. Gu Chennian pulled her head into his chest, laughing in a low, muffled voice. Jiang Liu let out a soft hum and turned away, ignoring him. Her mind was tangled with some complicated thoughts that she couldn't shake off. I'll go wash up first. Gu Chennian got up and went to the bathroom, leaving Jiang Liu lying alone on the bed. A week ago, Jiang Liu had just transmigrated into a novel, taking the role of a vicious supporting character, a secret illegitimate daughter determined to steal everything from her elder sister, the heroine. To protect her happiness from being ruined by the female lead, the first thing she did after arriving in this world was drag a handsome guy off the street to the Civil Affairs Bureau and marry him. Her husband was good-looking, but poor. Jiang Liu remembered asking Gu Chennian where he lived, but he stammered and couldn't answer. Only under pressure did he take her to a run-down apartment building. Sorry, wifey, my family's really poor. You don't mind, right? His voice was deep and magnetic, but laced with frustration. His mesmerizing eyes could make anyone's heart skip a beat. He may be poor, but he's hot. Somehow, Jiang Liu got dazzled. With a dramatic wave of her hand, she declared, no problem. I'll sponsor you. In a moment of insanity, she bought a 3-bedroom apartment to use as their marital home. At least they had a place to stay now. Not only did he not have a decent place, but even Gu Chennian's clothes looked like they came from a roadside stall, no tags, worn out, and pitiful. Hubby, your clothes don't even look like they are from a proper brand. Here, let me get you some new ones. Jiang Liu bought a dozen pieces online and shoved them all at him, feeling proud of her wifely duties. Gu Chennian beamed, hugging the clothes and kissing her on the forehead. Baby, anything you buy, I'll love. Thank you, wifey. Jiang Liu was completely charmed by him. That night, they tangled in bed until they were both drenched in sweat. The next morning, when Gu Chennian was about to head to work, Jiang Liu held his hand with concern. Do you want me to buy you a bicycle? It'll make commuting easier. In her eyes, a man who couldn't afford a house or proper clothes surely didn't have a good job, let alone afford a bike. No need, wifey. You've already spent so much on me. I'll just walk to work every day, it's good exercise. Gu Chennian politely refused her offer and insisted on walking to and from work, not even taking the bus. Jiang Liu knew he was just trying to save money. Besides that, Gu Chennian always came home late and carried a faint smell of alcohol on his clothes. Jiang Liu asked suspiciously. Weren't you working? Why the booze? Gu Chennian hugged her and murmured, my job is drinking. But don't worry, I didn't go near any women. Jiang Liu figured it out. A man like Gu Chennian, handsome and broke, must be using his looks to make a living. Yet he still kept himself clean, which meant he wasn't making much money. Feeling sorry for him, she patted his shoulder and said, it's fine even if you only make 2,000 yuan a month. We'll live frugally. Gu Chennian chuckled, dimples showing. Wifey, how did you guess my salary? From now on, I'll hand over all my pay to you every month. That pretty much summed up what Jiang Liu had learned about him in the past week: good-looking, poor, young, and full of energy. End of flashback. Jiang Liu pulled out a pregnancy test from the nightstand, a worried look on her face. She'd just taken it that morning. Just married for a week, and already pregnant. Clutching the stick tightly, she rolled back and forth on the bed, 1,000 thoughts racing through her head. Should I keep the baby or not? Gu Chennian walked out of the bathroom and saw Jiang Liu wrapped up like a rice ball on the bed. Then, a little head popped out from the blanket, adorably so. Her eyes scanned him from abs to chest, then chest to thighs. She swallowed hard and said, "Hubby, I have something to confess." Gu Chennian met her gaze and mischievously tugged his towel down a few centimeters. "What is it?" Jiang Liu couldn't take her eyes off him but still pulled out the pregnancy test. "Listen to me first, don't panic. You know how you're broke, and we don't have much money. You cheated on me." Gu Chennian interrupted, stepping closer with narrowed eyes. "Did you cheat on me because I'm poor?" Jiang Liu looked up, met his deep gaze, and instantly felt guilty. She waved her hands quickly. "And no. I'm pregnant. I just don't think we can afford a child right now." "Oh, it's just pregnancy. I thought it was something serious." Gu Chennian nodded casually, then suddenly widened his eyes and ran over, grabbing her shoulders and shaking her. "What did you say? Are you serious? You're really pregnant? I took the test this morning, not sure if it's accurate." "Wifey, thank you so much." He was about to give a touching fatherhood speech when Jiang Liu cut him off. "I'm going to abort it. We can't afford to raise a child right now. I don't want them to grow up in hardship." Gu Chennian stared at her like a hunter sizing up his prey. "Jiang Liu, why? I told you we can't raise a child on 2,000 yuan a month. I'll look for a job tomorrow. Once we've saved enough, we can have a baby." She had just transmigrated and didn't fully understand this world. Plus, she had a tough childhood and didn't want her child to suffer like she did. Should VE used protection? Could VE avoided this mess? Gu Chennian looked at her carefully and asked, what if I actually had money? Would you keep the baby then?" Jiang Liu pulled out her phone and started tapping on the calculator. "Let us see. Giving birth in a hospital would cost around 100,000 yuan. Then we'd need a postpartum nanny. I wouldn't be able to work, and you only make 2,000 a month. We don't even have savings. So how much do I need to earn to support both you and the baby?" "At least 10,000 a month. When the baby's older, I'll go back to work to ease your burden." Jiang Liu sighed. It wasn't until she needed money that she realized just how important it was. "All right. Starting next month, I'll give you 10,000 a month and I'll hire a nanny, too." Jiang Liu. If she hadn't seen the marriage certificate with her own eyes, she would have sworn she was the one being sponsored. Chapter 2. The system is late but arrives. Gu Chennian went to work, leaving Jiang Liu alone at home. She stared blankly at her phone, which contained 10,000 yuan in savings that Gu Chennian had just transferred to her. "It seems that this child has to be kept." Jiang Liu touched her belly, with a hint of tenderness in her eyes. "Help, I'm late for work." I didn't expect to be late for a week, but fortunately, the plot shouldn't have changed much. Two voices suddenly popped up in Jiang Liu's mind, and she asked tentatively after listening. "Is it the system?" "Yes, host. I am your exclusive system 009. Sorry, I'm late. What are you doing here?" "It's like this. What our female supporting system has to do is to be a vicious female supporting role and set off the charm of the heroine. I'll send you the script first." The small system is still busy, preparing to start its work. Jiang Liu sighed softly, and then said, "Don't bother with me anymore. I'm pregnant." "Is it possible that I'm a week late and you're pregnant?" "What? Pregnant? How is that possible? I was only a week late. It's over. This year's performance will definitely not be achieved." "What will happen if the performance is not achieved?" "I haven't asked you why I was sent here." Jiang Liu was also very angry. She was working overtime in the company and preparing for tomorrow's bidding task book. In the blink of an eye, she ran to this inexplicable novel world. "I'm sorry, host. I was late, so I didn't explain the whole story to you. You were already dead in your original world. The reason was sudden death due to overtime work. Because you stick to your post and work diligently. So you were selected by our female supporting system. As long as you do your task well. Sudden death. I died suddenly from overtime, and you still want me to do the task well. Just give up. Jiang Liu didn't expect that she would die suddenly, but she was dead, so it was useless for her to be angry. You can't give up, host. If you don't complete the task, you will die immediately. Just die, I'm already dead anyway. Jiang Liu didn't care. But she suddenly thought of the child in her belly. Tell me, what task do you want me to do? When Jiang Daqian holds a birthday party, he will take you home. At the party, you have to deliberately pour red wine on the heroine. Then find someone to frame her. And then let the hero go to save the scene, right? Jiang Liu picked her nose and sighed. She knew all the routines by heart. Of course not, you have to save it yourself. Only in this way can you gain the trust of the heroine. We are high IQ vicious female supporting roles. The system is so proud. Okay, I got it. Jiang Liu was not sure if she would really be killed if she did not complete the task. However, she could not take risks with the baby in her belly. After all, the father of the baby was looking forward to the birth of the baby. Of course, she was also looking forward to it. So she had to wait until the baby was born before she could risk refusing the task. Jiang Liu packed herself up and prepared to go out to find a group of gangsters. It was simple in the novel, just find someone to tease the heroine. But in fact, Jiang still had to go out to find someone by herself, she complained while locking the door. Why don't some novels write things in more detail? So that I can have some role guides when I play the female supporting role. The first person Jiang Liu thought of was Gu Chennian. He was working as a hostess, and he must know a lot of people in the underworld, and maybe he could help him find someone. Jiang Liu picked up the phone and called him directly. Hello, where do you work, husband? I want to go over to see you. There was a rare panic on the other end of the phone. But soon she calmed down, and asked in a low voice with an elegant and magnetic voice. Well, you should stay at home and take good care of your baby. Why do you suddenly want to come to see me? I just want to understand your work environment and want to know more about you. Jiang Liu's kind words made Gu Chennian happy. Where are you? I'll pick you up. I'm afraid you'll get lost. How long will it take you to get here? Or I'll just take a taxi. Gu Chennian quickly found a location and sent it over. After Jiang Liu got the location, he called a taxi and headed for the destination. Soon he arrived at a desolate place. There was a 2-story building deep in the weeds with the word bar written on it. It didn't look like a serious place, probably only open at night. Honey, your place is so remote. There's no way. In order to save rent, come in quickly. Jiang Liu pulled the corner of Gu Chennian's clothes. Hubby, I came to you because I want your help with something. Tell me what it is. Jiang Liu thought that her illegitimate daughter would be exposed sooner or later, so she might as well tell you as soon as possible. Actually, I have hidden something from you, about my identity. Gu Chennian breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile. I thought it was a big deal. No matter who you are my wife. Then I'll tell you, I am actually the illegitimate daughter of the Jiang family. You know about the Jiang group, right? I've heard of it. My dad said he wanted to take me back, but I was afraid that I wouldn't get along well with his family. So I thought of a way. What way? Hero saves beauty. Jiang Liu saw Gu Chennian's puzzled face and continued to explain, I just want to find some big brothers in the underworld to scare my sister, and then I will go to save her. Jiang Liu spoke more and more quietly. She always felt that the task issued by the system was too stupid. Sure enough, hearing Jiang Liu say this, Gu Chennian knocked her head. What are you thinking about? How do I know a big brother in the underworld? Aren't you working as a hostess? There must be a big brother collecting protection fees. I don't know a big brother, but I can help you with your problem. Jiang Liu didn't think Gu Chennian could really help her, but she asked. How can I help? Gu Chennian thought for a while and said. I know a few friends who are usually extras. They are extras, you know. They can help me act in a play. Really? That's great, I was worried that I couldn't find them. Honey, I love you. Jiang Liu jumped up and hugged Gu Chennian, just a kiss. Gu Chennian touched her cheek and smiled. Honey, I told you that I am the illegitimate daughter of the Jiang family, why are you not surprised at all? No matter who you are, I only recognize you as my wife. Hearing this, Jiang Liu smiled and wrapped her arms around Gu Chennian, and the two of them stayed together for a long time before they separated. After arranging the personnel and the script, Jiang Liu went home leisurely to take care of her pregnancy. Everything was ready, and she was just waiting for the birthday party. Chapter 3, Jiang Liu was humiliated at the door, and the hero's brother came to help. Honey, I'm going to attend my dad's birthday party today, so I'll be home late tonight. Jiang Liu was wearing a plain white dress and had light makeup on, looking like a quiet and elegant little white lotus. This is the dress code that the system strongly requires, saying that it is in line with the character of the vicious female supporting role. Jiang Liu had no choice but to put it on. Gu Chennian's breathing stagnated, he squinted his eyes and glanced at Jiang Liu, then calmly took out a coat and put it on him. Wife, do you dislike me and don't want to take me with you? Jiang Liu hurriedly held Gu Chennian's hand and said. Of course not, it's just that my current status is very embarrassing, and I don't want to implicate you. Just when Jiang Liu thought that Gu Chennian would continue to pester him, he acted as if he was aggrieved. So how are you going to compensate me? Jiang Liu gritted his teeth, kissed Gu Chennian, and said, I'll agree to whatever you want me to do. Gu Chennian's eyes lit up and he slowly stretched out 5 fingers. Jiang Liu took a breath and pressed his fingers down to 2. Gu Chennian pinched the flesh on Jiang Liu's waist, snorted coldly, and raised 2 fingers. Hiss, have you forgotten that I have a baby in my belly? I remember. I was just kidding you. Go and come back soon. Gu Chennian buttoned up his coat and said, please wear more clothes. You may catch a cold easily if you wear a skirt. Okay, I know. Also, don't look at other men. Look at your belly, it's obvious that you're pregnant. Host, he is CPUing you. You have such a good figure, you will seduce the male protagonist in the future. Jiang Liu ignored the system and hugged Gu Chennian. You are the most beautiful person on the curb. I only look at you and not other men. After saying all the nice things, Jiang Liu took a taxi and headed towards the banquet. She didn't notice that after she turned around, Gu Chennian's face froze instantly and the air around them dropped a lot in temperature. He turned and went into their house, made a phone call, and soon a Panamera drove up downstairs in the community, like a cheater hidden in the black. What's even more coincidental is that the direction of this car is the same as Jiang Liu's. The taxi that Jiang Liu was riding in first arrived at the Borhinia Hotel. A pair of jade feet came out of the taxi, and the gentle white skirt outlined her delicate calves. Looking up further, one can see a floral shirt wrapping the person tightly, revealing only a pretty and pitiful face. Host, why are you still wearing this ugly floral shirt? This is called suppressing before promoting something new. When I pull up my shirt, everyone in the audience will be amazed by me. Jiang Liu was about to walk into the venue, but was stopped before he reached the door. The security guard wearing black sunglasses stood in front of Jiang Liu with one hand. Sorry, we don't serve anyone who is not well dressed. Before Jiang Liu could say anything, a woman walked out of the hotel at a leisurely pace. She was holding a glass of red wine and wearing a red tight dress with a unique waist design, which made her already slender waist look even slimmer and less than one hand could hold. A pearl necklace hung on her delicate neck, complementing her bright and charming facial features. Looks like a proud young lady. If I'm not mistaken, this person is the heroine. Following the system's reminder, Jiang Liu began his performance. Sister, are you here to greet me? Like a small white lotus. Jiang Liu, you are so shameless to come here. Do you know that your mother is a mistress? You are so shameless. Then I'll leave. Jiang Liu didn't actually want to attend any banquet, so he just took the opportunity to leave. Jiang Cancan didn't expect Jiang Liu to turn around and leave so quickly, just like a cannonball that was ready to fire but suddenly went silent. I had a lot of things to say to people, but when I opened my mouth, nothing came out. Jiang Cancan, you are quite fierce. Her mother was a mistress, but that doesn't mean she is the mistress. Host, please pay attention. The male protagonist Lu Wang has appeared. Cry quickly and make people love you. R. Jiang Liu paused and turned to look at Lu Wang. The person who came seemed to be about the same age as Yi Can, with a clear and handsome appearance and a clear boyish voice. He has a tall figure, about the same height as Gu Chennian, but his appearance is more childish. Her eyebrows and eyes are cold, with a teardrop mole at the corner of her eye. When she lowers her eyes, you can see her thick and long eyelashes. The hero and heroine of this novel are a pair of bickering enemies, and the vicious female supporting character is the catalyst of their love. At the beginning, the male protagonist Lu Wang thought Jiang Liu was gentle and lovely, so he always took care of her and cherished her. Unfortunately, after many misunderstandings, he discovered that Jiang Can was the one he loved the most. The two of them lived happily together and the supporting actress left the stage sadly. Lu Wang, which side are you standing on? Jiang Can crossed her arms in front of her chest and walked slowly to Lu Wang. Brother Lu, you are not leaning against me, are you tilde? Jiang Can's reward after a blow was very helpful to Lu Wang. I'm definitely on your side. Jiang Can was very satisfied with this answer. Then don't say things that make me angry in the future. After saying that, she poured all the red wine she had brought with her onto Jiang Liu. To be precise, it was on a floral shirt that I bought from a certain website for $12. What are you looking at? Get out of here. Jiang Liu held his breath in his heart. Such good clothes were ruined just like that. Only when you don't manage the household do you know how expensive firewood and rice are. Sister, if you don't welcome me, I'll just leave. Why are you doing this to me? After saying this, tears flowed from the corners of Jiang Liu's eyes, which made me feel pity for her. The thin figure swayed in the wind, attracting passers-by to stop and look. Jiang Can pulled out a smile. Don't play with me, believe it or not, I will slap you. Your tricks are child's play in my eyes. Lu Wang looked at Jiang Liu with interest and took off his coat to give it to her. Jiang Can became anxious when she saw it. Lu Wang, you just promised me, why are you going back on your word? Jiang Can, look at your jealous look, do you like me? Bullshit, I don't like you. The two of them were playing and fighting, and Jiang Liu, who was left out, looked like a joke. Jiang Liu's inner thoughts, I feel like a clown. Is this how Jiang's group treats guests? As the sound of powerful footsteps approached, a male voice caught everyone's attention. He was wearing a brown windbreaker, with an upright figure, holding a cane in his hand and wearing sunglasses. The only pity is that he is blind. Jiang Liu looked at the person who came and was stunned. This man looks like her husband, but her husband has no money and is not blind. Brother, why are you running out? Just stay at home. When Lu Wang saw the person coming, his face darkened and he seemed very reluctant to see him. I've been staying at home since I returned to China, and I always have to go out to breathe some fresh air. Lu Nian could hear Lu Wang's disgust, but there was still a gentle smile on the corner of his mouth. It's up to you. I don't care about you. Lu Nian was not angry and turned his head to Jiang Liu. Miss, how about you take me in and stay by my side all the time, okay? I'm sorry, I was splashed with wine. Jiang Liu was a little embarrassed. In fact, she wanted to go back and be intimate with her dear husband. It's okay. I've prepared a dress. If you don't mind, I can lend it to you. Just consider it as payment for being my eyes. Chapter 4 He is the blind man number 9. Lu Nian's voice was low and Jiang Liu felt his ears itchy. I don't know what your name is. My name is Jiang Liu, Jiang as in Yangtze River, and Liu as in willow tree. Lu Nian chuckled. I thought you were going to say Jiang from the Jiang group. Jiang Liu didn't respond. She just wanted to change her clothes quickly and complete the system's task. A young man wearing a black vest was jogging along, holding a bag in his hand. Mr. Lu, this is the clothes you wanted. Give it to Miss Jiang. Although Lu Nian had his eyes closed, he could accurately find Jiang Liu's location. Okay. Jiang Liu carried the bag and changed into a dress. Fortunately, the dress was still white in base color, but the workmanship was more exquisite, as if it was embroidered by the designer himself. What surprised her was that even the size of the clothes seemed to be tailor-made and fit her perfectly. She truly portrayed the role of the vicious female supporting character Xiao Beilian to the extreme. When Jiang Liu came out of the changing room, he saw Lu Nian waiting with his back against the wall. Under the pair of black sunglasses, there seemed to be a pair of eyes staring straight at Jiang Liu. She couldn't help but look the figure up and down. It looked very familiar. But it is not strange that two similar people appear in the world. Jiang Liu suppressed the doubts in his heart and did not ask. It was Lu Nian who spoke first. Miss Jiang, are you ready? Then come with me, you lead the way. Jiang Liu felt the atmosphere was a bit awkward, so he started to find a topic to talk about. Mr. Liu, excuse me, why don't you let your assistant take you? But as soon as she said it, she regretted it. Judging from what happened just now, Lu Nian might not be welcome at all at this banquet. Sure enough, Lu Nian tilted his head slightly and said in an almost inaudible voice, I have been receiving treatment for my eye disease abroad since I was a child, and my family members were not very welcoming to me. Jiang Liu felt as if his heart was hit and felt a faint sense of sympathy. She quickly shook her head, then looked at the wallpaper on her phone. It was a picture of Gu Chennian's sleeping face. She thought he was so handsome last time, so she took a picture of him. It's better to have your own husband, and not have anything to do with anyone related to the protagonist. Jiang Liu smiled and joked with Lu Nian in a very distant tone. Then Mr. Liu and I are both in the same boat. After all, an illegitimate daughter like me cannot be seen in public. I think so too. I'll trouble Miss Jiang tonight. Host, how come you have deviated from the plot when I was away for a while? Why did I deviate from the plot? Shouldn't I get along well with the heroine tonight? Jiang Liu was confused by this system that appeared and disappeared. Then why are you with male number 9 now? The system is almost going crazy. Male number 9. Jiang Liu was shocked. She knew that the heroine had many suitors, but she didn't expect there were so many. It shouldn't matter. It's just one night. Besides, he can't see me, and we won't have any contact in the future. No. You're stealing the heroine's role. Lu Nian fell in love with Jiang Cancan just because of her unintentional words of comfort at the banquet. Now that you're his female companion, there's no chance for these two to improve their relationship. How about this? When the time comes, I'll let number 9 save the beauty. Then I can also gain the trust of the heroine and make them feel closer. How do you think? Jiang Liu felt that what he said made sense. The system thought about it for a while and felt that this was a feasible solution, so he nodded and agreed. Miss Jiang, what are you talking about? Nothing, Mr. Liu, please come this way. The banquet hall is filled with magnificent works of art, which are said to have been specially carved by foreign artists. There was an endless stream of guests, all of them smiling and saying polite words to each other. Hey, Mr. Wang, long time no see. Isn't this Mr. Qi? You are so welcome. You are so welcome. Jiang Daqiang stood at the door with a smile to welcome the guests. This was not only a birthday party, but also an opportunity for communication. If you are lucky enough to meet a big boss, it means you have one more business opportunity. Dad. Jiang Liu shouted out somewhat awkwardly. Xiao Liuer, come here, what is this? Jiang Daqiang turned around and saw Jiang Liu and the people around her. His smile disappeared instantly and became gloomy instead. Dad, this is Mr. Liu. I see he needs help. Did I do something wrong? When Jiang Liu saw that Jiang Long's expression was not right, he looked at him innocently. Sincerity is the best killer move. Looking at that face, Jiang Daqiang thought of his first love who had passed away long ago, and sighed helplessly. Xiao Liuer, some things are too complicated, but Daddy will protect you. You and Mr. Liu go in first. Okay, thanks Dad. Host, don't worry, the heroine's father will listen to you in the early stage, but he will give up on you completely in the later stage and let you fend for yourself. The system kindly reminded Jiang Liu. Thank you so much for telling me that I will be miserable in the future. Jiang Liu touched the baby in her belly. After the baby was born, she would not listen to this crappy system. Jiang Cancan didn't come over to provoke Jiang Liu again. After all, it is always the supporting female character who causes trouble for the leading female character. Lu Wang looked at Jiang Cancan absent-mindedly and deliberately said, Are you still jealous of me? I said you like me. Jiang Cancan glanced at Lu Wang and snorted, Even if I like your brother, I won't like you. Lu Wang's face darkened and he asked in a low voice, Are you in love with that blind man? Although he has been abroad for many years, he is still your brother. Don't say that about others. Jiang Cancan watched Jiang Liu holding Lu Nian's arm from afar, and suddenly felt that how could someone like Jiang Liu be appreciated by others, and she should go to hell. After all, Her mother was a mistress, and Jiang Cancan didn't want to leave anything that Jiang Liu wanted for her. This is a natural hostility, just like when Jiang Liu first met Jiang Cancan, a feeling of disgust arose spontaneously. Hello, everyone. Today is my birthday party. Thank you all for coming. In addition to my birthday, there is another important thing to announce, which is to introduce my second daughter, Jiang Liu, to everyone. Jiang Daqiang's face flushed as he picked up the wine glass and raised it toward the sky. Jiang Cancan bit her lower lip tightly, then turned and left the venue. Jiang Liu had been secretly paying attention to Jiang Cancan's movements. As soon as he saw Jiang Cancan leaving, he knew that his chance had come. Mr. Liu, do you want to eat anything? I'll get you something. No, I'm not. Eat more to fill your stomach. I don't know how long this party will last. If it's too late, there will be no delicious food. Stay here and don't move. I'll go get some desserts. Jiang Liu didn't wait for Lu Nian to answer, put the person on the sofa, and left. Chapter 5, All the Villains Are Big Stars. Jiang Liu picked up a glass of red wine from the waiter's tray. Jiang Cancan had just poured wine all over her, so it wasn't too much for her to return the favor now. Sister, are you angry? I didn't expect that Dad would announce me on an occasion like today. Jiang Liu followed Jiang Cancan carefully. Oh, you are just pretending. You must be very happy in your heart. Jiang Cancan turned her head, but don't be too happy too soon, I will find out your tale sooner or later. Jiang Liu sighed. The reason why the Jiang family found her was because she used the savings to buy a house. Jiang Liu has already learned about his own plot from the system. Her mother Yang Piao had passed away a long time ago. Because Jiang Daqiang abandoned her after having an affair with her, she chose Yi Meier, Jiang Cancan's mother, who was a better match for her in order to have a better life. Yang Piao raised Jiang Liu with great difficulty and did not want to have any relationship with Jiang Daqiang. Jiang Daqiang deposited 1 million yuan into Yang Piao's account on his own and said that he could use the money whenever he had difficulties in life. Yang Piao naturally would not use this money, and also told Jiang Liu not to use it. However, when Jiang Liu first came here, he did not digest all his memories and directly used the money to buy a house. Sister, even if you have any dissatisfaction with me, you can't just pour the red wine on me. If it weren't for President Liu's help, you would not only embarrass me, but also make the Jiang family lose face. My mother only gave birth to me, a daughter. Don't recognize any relatives randomly. Jiang Cancan turned around and prepared to leave. Sister, don't go. Wait for me. Jiang Liu rushed forward quickly, staggered and lost his balance, and poured the red wine directly on Jiang Cancan's body. Did you do this on purpose? Jiang Cancan shuddered, frightened by the coldness of the red wine. Right. I'm sorry, sis. Jiang Liu slapped the red wine off Jiang Cancan's body, which made the smell of wine even stronger. Stop moving, you bitch. Jiang Cancan pushed Jiang Liu away and turned into the changing room. Very good, next it will be the turn of those actors to come on stage, and then Lu Nian will be arranged to be the hero and save the beauty. Jiang Liu excitedly prepared to call Lu Nian for help, but as soon as he arrived at the venue, he was surrounded by several people. Second Miss, where have you been? President Jiang has been looking for you. Second Miss, please go over there quickly. President Jiang's speech has been expanded to 10,000 words. Jiang Liu glanced in Lu Nian's direction, then said, Okay, go tell Mr. Liu who's sitting over there that my sister has gone to the dressing room to change clothes. I'm afraid she'll get into trouble, so I asked him to help take a look. Several people looked at each other, then looked in Lu Nian's direction and said, Isn't this the eldest young master of the Liu family? I heard he's blind. Maybe the second miss said something wrong. Maybe she wanted me to go find the second young master of the Liu family. Right. Although several people called her second Miss Jiang Liu, they did not take her words seriously and took it upon themselves to change the person to be notified. I had planned everything and forgot about my time. I shouldn't have been so anxious to pour the red wine. Jiang Liu walked onto the stage at a steady pace, neither fast nor slow. When Jiang Daqiang saw Jiang Liu coming over, he squinted his eyes and smiled and said, Now welcome my precious daughter up. Dad. Don't be shy, I want everyone to know that you are my Jiang Daqiang's daughter. Jiang Daqiang's current wife is hospitalized with cancer, so Jiang Daqiang is the only one who has the final say in the family. Mr. Jiang is so lucky. He has 2 daughters who are as beautiful as fairies from heaven. Who knows which young man will marry them in the future? Lu Yunchong laughed loudly in the audience, seeming to be really happy for Jiang Daqiang. It is not uncommon for people in high positions, as long as they have money and free time, to have illegitimate children outside. For some people, their children are just tools for fame, fortune, and marriage. So even if it was claimed back, it wouldn't be considered excessive. Jiang Liu was actually very disgusted with these things, but she had no say in them. There were always people who were willing to sacrifice themselves for money. Oh no! Oh no! The young lady was in the dressing room. Someone. A waiter came running over, panting and shouting. Jiang Liu glanced at Lu Nian's seat and saw that there was no one on the sofa, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Nian should have gone to rescue someone. But Jiang Liu may have forgotten that how could a blind male number 9 save the heroine? It's a mess. It's all a mess. The system plays 3D surround sound in Jiang Liu's mind. What's wrong? Hasn't the mission been completed? The male protagonist Lu Wang is the one who goes to rescue people, and the male number 9 has no more roles. It's a minor problem, but it can still be remedied. No. There is another question. The system's voice has begun to tremble. Any other questions? The actors you found are all popular handsome stars. The heroine is also a super face control and a fangirl. She directly flirted with those actors. When the male lead came over, he found the female lead playing with some handsome guys in disheveled clothes, so he beat up all of them. Jiang Liu's mind froze. She hadn't thought her husband had such connections. It seemed that drinking was an incredible job, and one could also get to know celebrities. Let's go and take a look first. Jiang Liu could only follow the crowd towards the changing room. Jiang Cancan had already changed her clothes and was folding her hands across her chest. When she saw a group of people coming, a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Why are you all here to watch the fun? What kind of occasion is this? How can you make trouble here? Jiang Daqiang pulled Jiang Cancan and was about to leave. Let me go. Only the governor is allowed to set fires, but the people are not allowed to light lamps, right? You can raise an illegitimate daughter who is the same age as me outside, and you still have the nerve to control me. Jiang Cancan. Jiang Daqiang couldn't control his anger and shouted at Jiang Cancan, do you still have any shame? He raised his hand and was about to slap Jiang Cancan. Dad, don't be angry. I was the one who called these people here. Jiang Liu saw that the situation was not right and stood up directly. What did you say? Jiang Daqiang raised his trembling fingers and then put them down again. I wanted to invite a few people to perform today because it's my birthday, but I didn't expect them to go into the wrong room. It's all a misunderstanding. Jiang Liu stood in front of Jiang Cancan. Jiang Daqiang put down his hand and coughed twice. Since it's a misunderstanding, let's just clear it up and let these actors perform. These actors, too, should have made it clear earlier. Now that there is a way out, Jiang Daqiang doesn't want to make things too big of a deal. Jiang Cancan, you deliberately poured the red wine on me just to embarrass me. Jiang Cancan didn't want to let Jiang Liu go just like that. She admitted that she was a little infatuated just now, but when she thought that this was a trap set by Jiang Liu, she became angry. Chapter 6 Mission Success. The ability to be immune to all poisons. Sister, I know you hate me, but you can't slander me like this. I didn't hate you even though you poured red wine on me at the door just now. Everyone gasped when they heard this and poured red wine at the door. It seemed that the eldest daughter of the Jiang family was indeed spoiled. I did splash you with water, do you still want to complain? I have asked someone to investigate the surveillance, just wait for your true colors to be revealed. At this time, Jiang Cancan just wanted to make the matter as big as possible. Jiang Liu's face turned pale and he raised his head slightly. Sister, do you really want to make such a big fuss? After all, today is Dad's birthday party, you can't not give Dad this face. Jiang Daqiang felt that it was really humiliating to be punched in the face by his own daughter. Jiang Cancan has now given up hope. Now you know you're guilty, where did you go before? I gave him face, did he consider my mother's face? Just take the illegitimate daughter back. Lu Wang had already recorded the impact of the surveillance at this time. He walked to Jiang Cancan's side and gently advised, "Are you really determined to do this? I think it's better to forgive others when you can." Lu Wang coughed twice, but it was obvious that Jiang Cancan did not realize Lu Wang's hint. "Look. Of course you have to look. I'm going to reveal the true face of this woman. Okay, let's see. I hope you won't always use this kind of thinking to slander others in the future." Lu Wang clicked on the surveillance video, and several people gathered around to watch it. Time goes back to when Jiang Cancan was changing clothes. When she walked into the changing room, she felt something was wrong, so she didn't change her clothes immediately. Instead, she squatted in the corner and observed the situation around her. Sure enough, there was a slight noise coming from outside the door. Jiang Cancan sneered, picked up a coat at random and put it on herself. She took out a pair of scissors from the drawer, ready to fight for her life. A few men were whispering outside. "It's in here. That should be correct. We just need to follow the plot." The door was pushed open and several people hurried in. They are all over 1.8 meters tall, with straight suit pants wrapped around their slender thighs. Each of them is handsome and wears exquisite stage makeup, and you can't tell at all that they are vicious and evil people. "Who are you? Why are you in the women's dressing room?" Jiang Cancan naturally didn't think that Jiang Liu would be so kind as to ask a few handsome guys to ruin her reputation. Moreover, these handsome guys seem to be some well-known stars on the screen. Jiang Liu doesn't have such ability yet. "Who are you?" Several handsome guys spoke at the same time. "I'm Jiang Cancan from Jiang's group. Today is my dad's birthday party. You guys are pretty good looking. Are you interested in leaving me a WeChat ID?" Several people looked at each other, feeling a little confused. They found the right person, but the plot was not like this. It was the leader Lin Xiao who broke the deadlock first. "Girl, you are surrounded by 6 of us now. Come on, give me a smile." If these words came from an ugly person, it would be obscene. But the person who said these words was very handsome, and his deep voice sounded intoxicating. Jiang Cancan's face turned red. "You have come to the wrong place, get out now." At this moment, upon hearing the news, Lu Wang, who came to the rescue, pushed open the door and rushed in. I saw several tall and thin people surrounding Jiang Cancan. Jiang Cancan had not changed her clothes yet, and her outer coat was casually put on, making her look messy. Lu Wang felt a surge of anger rushing to his head. He punched the nearest person directly, Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao made a living by his pretty face, so he had never been humiliated like this before. He punched him directly. Several men were making a fuss. The waitress who followed behind had seen so many scenes of adultery that she was not surprised by it, but she still ran to the banquet venue and called people over. "Stop it, Lu Wang, don't get carried away." Jiang Cancan grabbed Lu Wang and said, "Go find the surveillance video. I can be of use to you." "Jiang Cancan, you are not attracted by their faces, are you? It must be that White Lotus Jiang Liu who did this on purpose. Go check the surveillance." Jiang Cancan urged Lu Wang to leave quickly. "Don't blame others. Your sister doesn't even have any money, how can she afford to find a few gigolos?" Lu Wang naturally wouldn't believe that these people were found by Jiang Liu. However, he still contacted the hotel manager and got the surveillance footage. Not long after Lu Wang left, a group of people who came to watch the fun also came over. The surveillance camera cannot capture the women's changing room, but because the door is open, the sounds inside can be heard clearly. This seems to be Miss Jiang who asked them to leave their WeChat first. Besides, these celebrities look more delicate and beautiful than women. They wouldn't go so far as to flirt with Miss Jiang. That's right. I think Miss Jiang thinks she is the heroine of a novel. Anyone would fall in love with her. Har har har. There was constant laughter all around. Jiang Cancan couldn't stand the humiliation and rushed out of the door crying. Jiang Liu was frowning, as if he had not completed the task. "Host, you did a good job. Now the heroine has begun to hate you." The male protagonist begins to think that you are a kind person, and everyone stands on your side. The more miserable the heroine's life is, the more successful your mission will be. Are there any rewards? Yes. You will get 5 points for completing this task, and you can also draw a prize. Okay, anything good. The first time you complete a task, you will get a novice gift pack. Choose one of the 3, beauty gift pack, physical fitness gift pack, an intelligence gift pack. Jiang Liu looked at these 3 items and thought about the baby in her belly. Having a gift package for strengthening the body would make giving birth easier. Give me a gift pack for strengthening my body, and I will have a mermaid line. Host, you think too much. This is a novice gift pack. There won't be that many benefits. The rewards are all random. Jiang Liu opened the novice gift package with little interest. Congratulations on getting the mermaid line +1. Congratulations on increasing your resistance by +1. Congratulations on gaining the ability to be immune to all poisons 0-100. Every time you eat a kind of poison, your resistance to poison will increase. My goodness, this is using poison to feed poison. Jiang Liu had no hope at first, but he didn't expect the benefit to be so good. Host, take this opportunity. Go seduce the male protagonist. The system kept urging Jiang Liu to seduce Lu Wang, who was in a low mood at the moment. Even given lines. Jiang Liu straightened his clothes and walked slowly to Lu Wang. I'm sorry, it's all my fault today. If it weren't for me, my sister wouldn't be like this. Lu Wang glanced at Jiang Liu with a complicated expression, then sighed and said, Can has been like this since she was a child. You have to be more tolerant of her. I know my identity makes my sister hate me, but I really want to be a good sister to her. Brother Lu Wang, you will help me, right? Well, I'll help you. Lu Wang rubbed Jiang Liu's head. You 2 sisters look similar, but you are gentler than her. Chapter 7 Be good and call me brother. Jiang Liu was already impressed by his own acting skills. Seeing that his mission was almost completed, he planned to go home. She said goodbye to Lu Wang reluctantly, turned around and prepared to leave, then saw Lu Nian, the male number 9 whom she had long forgotten, at the corner. And it seems that there is a sense of anger. Jiang Liu suddenly remembered that he had abandoned this person, and felt guilty, so he smiled awkwardly. Mr. Liu, I'm sorry. I was just excited. Jiang Liu wanted to continue explaining, but when she looked up, she noticed that the corners of Lu Nian's mouth were slightly raised, and he suddenly hummed. This coquettish voice gave Jiang Liu a momentary illusion. It really looks like her husband. No. Impossible. Jiang Liu shook his head, and then reminded himself in his heart that he should not start having inexplicable fantasies just because the other person is rich. Only a husband who is handsome but has no money can be held tightly in your hands. After all, men become bad when they have money. Miss Jiang, do you always call others brother when you are excited? Lu Nian, wearing sunglasses, opened his thin lips slightly. When Jiang Liu heard this, he wished he could dig a hole in the ground and crawl into it. He heard it. He definitely heard it. Jiang Liu rubbed his face in annoyance, and his entire face lost all expression. But the voice is still so endearing. I just want to get along well with my sister, so I want to start with Brother Lu. Lu Wang. I hope Mr. Lu won't expose me. Lu Nian was silent, not knowing what he was thinking. Then he stroked his chin with one hand and said, If you call me brother, I will consider not telling anyone else about this. Jiang Liu. Has male number 9 begun to deviate from the plot? Lu, brother. Jiang Liu said tentatively. Lu Nian frowned, obviously not very satisfied. Take out the word, Lu, and call it Yi. Jiang Liu felt that he was being manipulated, and gritted his teeth and said, You can yell if you want. Just tell others, who will believe you. She was wearing a skirt and turned away. The system does not have any task requirements, so she can do whatever she wants. Lu Nian was not angry. He just stood in the corridor with his tall body, his eyes under his sunglasses staring straight in the direction of Jiang Liu. I have a temper, but you have to call me brother today. Jiang Liu naturally didn't know that Lu Nian had so many little thoughts. She glanced at her watch and immediately took a taxi home. It's almost 10 o'clock now. I wonder if my dear husband at home will be worried. Speak of the devil, he will appear. The cell phone rang immediately. Wife, I feel so uncomfortable, can you come pick me up from get off work? Gu Chennian burped and spoke in a daze. There was some noisy voice coming from the other end of the phone, but I couldn't hear it clearly. Wait for me somewhere, I'll be there soon. Jiang Liu took out the previous location, changed the address, and asked the driver to set off along the new route. My husband is almost drunk now, and it's definitely not Lu Nian. Jiang Liu had some concerns before, but she has completely dispelled the idea. There is no benefit in lying to yourself. She leaned against the window, looking at the night scene. Under the neon lights, a Panamera sped past, leaving behind only the bright exhaust of fireworks. When we arrived at our destination, the pub was closed and only a few waiters were left inside. Logically speaking, the bar should be the busiest time at this time. Jiang Liu ignored these abnormalities and went straight in to look for Gu Chennian. Unobstructed. Inside the box, Gu Chennian was drunk and mumbling something. The black suit fits tightly on his body, outlining his slender figure and thin waist. Jiang Liu's heart trembled, and he leaned down, put his nose close to his neck, and his shallow breath hit Gu Chennian's face. She didn't notice that her pointed Adam's apple rolled unconsciously, and a pair of slender and powerful hands had already wrapped around Jiang Liu's slender waist. "Wife Tilda, you're here to pick me up." Gu Chennian smelled a familiar scent and spoke infatuatedly. The deep voice echoed in Jiang Liu's ears. "Why did you drink so much today?" "Because I want to make money for you and the baby. The boss said that if you drink more, you will make more money. You must keep the baby." Jiang Liu felt a little guilty, blaming herself for talking nonsense a few days ago and making her husband so tired. 10,000 yuan a month is enough. We live frugally and don't have to pay a mortgage. Jiang Liu had previously embezzled Jiang Daqiang's money to buy a house. Although it was an accident, it was a great help. "Okay, I'll listen to you, wife." Jiang Liu looked at Gu Chennian acting like a spoiled child with a macho man, and felt that she was really lucky to have picked up this husband. The two got in a taxi and drove home. On their way, Jiang Liu pinched Gu Chennian's feet, worried. "My husband usually walks to and from get off work, which must be very tiring. I will buy him a pink electric scooter later." "Wife, you never called me." "What did you call me?" After getting off the car, Jiang Liu felt Gu Chennian's body pressing on her, and the scent of male hormones hit her in the face. "You didn't even call me brother." Jiang Liu paused. Is this some kind of inexplicable fate? Today, a group of people are waiting for him to call them brother. "You're my husband, baby." "Then you didn't call anyone else brother, did you, wife?" Jiang Liu was silent. She had just called out, but that was required by the mission, so it didn't count. "I certainly didn't." "Really? You can't lie to me." "Don't worry, unless someone holds a knife to my neck." "Okay, I want to listen, okay." Gu Chennian's fingers stroked Jiang Liu's lips, as if he wanted to rub her into the palm of his hand. "I started to go crazy when I was drunk. It hurts." Jiang Liu frowned and pushed the door open impatiently. "I feel tired." "Wife, do you think I'm poor? I can only give you 10,000 yuan a month." "Of course not. 10,000 yuan is already a lot. Some college graduates don't even get a salary of 10,000 yuan now." Jiang Liu thought to himself that even if he had traveled through time, the prices should still be about the same. "Good, my wife, you are so nice." Gu Chennian suddenly stood up, held Jiang Liu's face, and closed the door with his foot. Those eyes seemed to contain thousands of stars, making people deeply immersed in them. Jiang Liu looked at Gu Chennian's face and his heart beat faster. The bodies were instantly bound into a warm and strong embrace, and their breaths were intertwined. The tongue with the smell of alcohol, the kiss full of affection, and the throbbing at that moment made Jiang Liu lose himself temporarily. She only remembered someone whispering in her ear, "Be good. Call me brother." Jiang Liu's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she couldn't help but say it. "Brother, brother." In an instant, Jiang Liu felt something tighten around his waist, and he was pulled onto the bed. "Wait. There's a baby in your belly." Jiang Liu suddenly woke up and wanted to push Gu Chennian away. A light snoring sound was heard, and the person who was asking for a kiss just now had fallen asleep. Chapter 8, Almost Misunderstood. Men become bad when they have money. Jiang Liu pushed the person away helplessly, then got up to wash. "This set of clothes was given to me by Lu Nian. I should find an opportunity to return it to him." Ding Di host, there is a new task. You need to improve the male protagonist's favorability towards you. How can I improve it? I'm home now. I can't go to someone's house in the middle of the night. You click on the group, and there is Lu Wang's contact information. After removing her makeup, Jiang Liu took out her cell phone and looked through it, and sure enough, she found Lu Nian's contact information. After adding the friend, she sent a text. I want to get along well with my sister. Master Lu, please help me. By the way, I also added a cute emoticon package. That's about it. How can I help you? Lu Wang replied quickly. I want to know what my sister's hobbies are and what she likes to eat. After chatting back and forth for half an hour, Jiang Liu rubbed his shoulders. It's really tiring to pretend. I need to go take a shower and have some beauty sleep. She threw her phone aside and took a sip of water. If it weren't for this damn mission, she wouldn't want to chat with this male protagonist. After taking a shower, Jiang Liu wrapped herself in a bath towel and rubbed her wet long hair. As soon as she walked out of the bathroom, she saw Gu Chennian sitting on the bed with a mobile phone in her hand. You are sober now, go and wash up. Gu Chennian didn't say anything for a long time, just playing with the phone in his hand. Jiang Liu then realized something was wrong. She looked carefully and found that what Gu Chennian was holding was her own cell phone. After she finished chatting just now, it seemed like she didn't even exit the chat page. He saw it, he must have seen it. Jiang Liu felt his heart beating faster and even breathing became difficult. The little bastard husband that I just tricked into marrying must be very disappointed in me. Listen to my explanation. I have my reasons for doing this. The pale moonlight shone on Gu Chennian's face, and a deep melancholy smell spread throughout the room. All that could be heard was the breathing of the two people in and out. Wife, do you think I can't give you money? Gu Chennian's voice was very soft. No. Jiang Liu fell directly onto the bed. Actually, I just want to get along well with my sister at home, so I can only ask the young master of the Liu family who grew up with my sister. Please believe me. Without even taking a breath, she told him the whole story. When Gu Chennian heard her speak, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, but he quickly suppressed it. He turned around and asked. Really? You didn't lie to me? Jiang Liu nodded, hugged Gu Chennian's arm, and said coquettishly. Really, you believe me? After saying that, she gently placed a kiss on Gu Chennian's cheek. The other side, too. Gu Chennian pointed to the other cheek. Barji. Jiang Liu hugged Gu Chennian's waist and leaned over to kiss Gu Chennian on the other side. Wife, no matter who you are, you will never leave me, right? Only then did Gu Chennian hug Jiang Liu contentedly and buried his head in Jiang Liu's shoulder. Of course, I like guys like you who are handsome but poor. Men become bad when they have money. You have to hand over all the money you make to me in the future. Jiang Liu felt that he had already coaxed Gu Chennian, and began to hum and act coquettishly. When Gu Chennian heard Jiang Liu's words, he paused for a moment, with some doubts in his mind. If I become rich, will you leave me? Jiang Liu thought about it carefully. Although this was a novel world, in her real world, most men like to have affairs outside after they became rich. Even if this is a fictional world, it is likely that this lore cannot be escaped. If Jiang Liu hadn't been involved in this unfortunate female supporting system, he would have liked to have spent this period of time in peace with Gu Chennian. After all, Gu Chennian is really handsome and she is the only one in his heart. Hubby, I want to live an ordinary life with you. If you are rich, someone will definitely seduce you, and you might not be able to control yourself. I don't want that kind of life of fear and trembling. Jiang Liu spoke sincerely, and Gu Chennian seemed to have heard it in his heart and did not continue the topic. Now he just felt that the bath towel was too much of a nuisance. Wife, it's not appropriate to sleep wrapped in a towel. Jiang Liu realized later that she was in such a hurry that she didn't even have time to change her clothes and jumped directly onto the bed. Oh. I was in a hurry just now. I'll go change my clothes now. Don't leave, just change here. Jiang Liu screamed and was pressed onto the bed. What? Wife, why are you so nervous? I just want to ask you when you will take me home to meet my father-in-law. Gu Chennian's eyes revealed anticipation. Before Jiang Liu could say anything, the system spoke first. No, host. If you reveal the fact that you are married now, it will affect the progress of the plot. Jiang Liu cursed this unreliable system in his heart, took a deep breath, and said. Hubby, I actually only found out about this recently. I didn't have much contact with this so-called father. At this time, she paused, brewing her emotions before continuing. If I hadn't accidentally used the money in that bank card, I wouldn't have known I had a biological father. So, I don't want to acknowledge this father yet. After listening to Jiang Liu's words, Gu Chennian understood what she meant. I will wait for you, until you recognize your father, until you are willing to introduce me to your family. Well, you are so nice, husband. Jiang Liu didn't know if it was because of her pregnancy or for some other reason, but her heart started beating fast when she saw Gu Chennian's face. She took the initiative to bite Gu Chennian's lips, and the faint smell of alcohol mixed with the taste of hormones. Just when she was about to let go, Gu Chennian grabbed the back of Jiang Liu's head. It's the middle of the night, and you're still so dishonest. After saying that, he used his domineering strength to pull Jiang Liu into his arms. Their lips and tongues were entangled until Jiang Liu had difficulty breathing, and then Gu Chennian got up to wash up. After washing up, he also lay down on the bed, and the two fell asleep in each other's arms. Listening to Jiang Liu's steady breathing, Gu Chennian opened his eyes and looked at the chat history between Jiang Liu and Lu Wang. No problem, the content of the chat all revolved around Jiang Cancan. Gu Chennian was thoughtful. He turned around and touched Jiang Liu's face, and said lightly, I hope you don't lie to me. Jiang Liu felt itchy on his face and turned around. Gu Chennian held Jiang Liu's entire body in his arms. After a sleepless night, when Jiang Liu woke up, it was already past 10 o'clock. There were several missed calls in the phone, all from that cheap old man. Host, the plot is about to begin. Next, you need to infiltrate the Jiang family and squeeze Jiang Cancan. Chapter 9, The taste of being fought over by men is damn delicious. Jiang Liu got a headache when he thought about this. He was in such a hurry to go home yesterday that he even forgot that he had already agreed with Jiang Daqiang that he would go back to Jiang's house this morning. Host, let me tell you about today's plot. The Jiang family and the Liu family are about to get married. Originally, they planned to let Jiang Cancan and Lu Wang get married, but both of them felt that there was no feeling since they grew up together. Just at this time you came back, Jiang Daqiang decided to marry you to the Liu family. All you have to do is shyly agree to the marriage, and then run to Jiang Cancan to thank her. Remember your role is a gentle, vicious, and white lotus. Jiang Liu sighed. After hearing this annoying plot, he had to say that the hero and heroine were really good at playing games. They obviously had feelings for each other, but they pretended that they had no feelings for each other. I can only let myself, a vicious female supporting role, get involved and serve as a stepping stone for their love. After changing into a white dress and putting on some light makeup, Jiang Liu took a taxi to the Jiang family's villa. There is security at the entrance to the villa area, and taxis like Jiang Liu's are generally not allowed to enter. Excuse me, please show me proof. The uniformed security guard had a righteous look on his face and glanced sideways at the dark yellow taxi. The taxi driver turned and looked at Jiang Liu. Jiang Liu rolled down the window and smiled at the security guard. Hello, I want to go to the Jiang family, what proof do I need? There are countless people who want to enter the villa area every day. How do I know if you really want to go to the Jiang family? Jiang Liu was not angry, but took out his cell phone. You may not know me, but you can read the news. The news was the headline news that Jiang Group recognized its daughter who was away from home. After the security guard looked at it and compared it, his expression was complicated but he quickly suppressed it. After all, he has been working in the rich villa area for a long time, and he knows very well what to say and what not to say. Only if you don't talk nonsense can you get the money. Excuse me, please come in. Fine. Jiang Liu continued to smile gently. After the taxi drove in, an extended luxury car followed behind, in which sat the Liu family of 4. This Jiang family's newly recognized second young lady is quite interesting. She just took a taxi and went in. Father Liu saw this scene outside the door and couldn't help but sigh. Although Jiang Liu is the illegitimate daughter of the Jiang family, she has good character. Lu Wang looked at Jiang Liu's back and spoke lightly. Har har har, how come you're thinking about me after just seeing me yesterday? Don't be greedy, the Jiang family can only give you one daughter. Lu Wang stopped talking, as if he was in a bad mood. Forget about Jiang Cancan. She doesn't like me. She only has eyes for handsome men. The Jiang and Liu families were originally neighbors, but the Liu family has been developing abroad in recent years, so they don't live together. Mother Liu was also laughing so hard that her body shook. She said, let's go over and talk about it. Let's sit down and have a good discussion. Only Lu Nian was wearing sunglasses and sitting in the corner, seeming out of place with this family. Father, sister. Jiang Liu looked at the two people standing at the door to greet him and said politely. Jiang Daqiang was smiling, while Jiang Cancan looked impatient. Come on. Come in. The three of them sat in the villar's living room, waiting for the Liu family to come. Lao Jiang. Long time no see. Long time no see. Father Lu's name is Lu Xingqian. He is also a business genius and a fitness enthusiast. As a result, he looks young even though he is nearly 60 years old. Old Lu. I haven't seen you for a few years. You look younger than before. Har har har, men become more popular as they get older. Mature men are still attractive. After the two complimented each other, they sat down. I'll be straight to the point today. I brought Xiaolu here this time just to discuss the marriage with you. I have the same idea. Can and your family's Lu Wang are childhood sweethearts. But it still depends on what the children think. Jiang Daqiang said. Dad told her I don't want to marry Lu Wang. I'm still young. Jiang Cancan pulled Jiang Daqiang's hand and shook it, then looked at Jiang Liu provocatively. Jiang Liu didn't say anything. It was not yet time for her to appear. All her attention was focused on Lu Nian. Lu Nian was like a transparent person and was naturally ignored by everyone. If you don't want to get married, I don't want to marry you either. Lu Wang hasn't realized his true feelings yet. Seeing Jiang Cancan resisting him so much, he feels embarrassed and says, You're not as good as Jiang Liu. After saying this, Jiang Cancan was completely furious. Then you should marry Jiang Liu. I see you like her very much. The two grew up together and they usually play and fight like this. Jiang Liu was thankful that the male and female protagonists were so powerful that she didn't have to put in any effort and they were able to advance the plot a lot. Yet, on the surface, some action is being taken. No, how can I have the nerve to steal my sister's fiancé? This well-behaved and sensible appearance instantly made everyone present like him. Stop being so hypocritical. Jiang Cancan couldn't stand Jiang Liu's innocent look. Jiang Liu felt helpless. She was scolded just because she said one sentence. Jiang Cancan, who would like you when you look so fierce? Lu Wang would only lose his composure in front of Jiang Cancan. The two of them kept arguing with each other, which gave the parents of both families a headache. How about? Lu Nian, who had been silent before, spoke up at this time. How about letting me marry Jiang Liu? Jiang Liu. This is different from the agreed plot. Then how can she act weird in front of Jiang Cancan? Jiang Daqiang glanced at Lu Nian. He was not in a position to speak up at that time. Who would marry their child to a blind man? Jiang Liu glanced at Lu Nian, took a sip of the drink quietly, and remained calm in the face of all changes. Instead, Lu Wang seemed to be aroused by the desire to compete. Brother, how can you take good care of Jiang Liu like this? After saying this, Lu's parents spoke. It depends on the child's own thoughts. I wonder what Jiang Liu thinks. Host, I cannot agree to this. The plot cannot be changed. I naturally feel that marriage is a major event in life. I haven't gotten along with either of you very well, so it would be too hasty to make a hasty decision. Jiang Liu continued. I think my sister and brother Lu Wang are more suitable. Finally, the pot was thrown away again. Lu Wang glanced at Jiang Cancan and then said, I don't think Jiang Cancan likes me either. Jiang Liu, maybe after we spend some time together, you'll fall in love with me. Lu Nian was not at a disadvantage at this time. At the banquet yesterday, I felt that Jiang Liu was kind-hearted and I had already fallen in love with her. Jiang Liu. Has the plot become like this? She knew that Lu Wang was talking about Jiang Cancan, but what was going on with Lu Nian? The impact of the butterfly effect was so serious. The feeling of being fought over by men is damn delicious. Chapter 10, The Contract to Win the Male Lead's Trust. I can't interfere in your affairs as young people. Get out. Jiang Daqiang laughed angrily and drove them out. Only Lu Xingqian and Cheng Yi were left in the reception room. Old Lu, I think the marriage arrangement mainly depends on the children's wishes. It's not easy for me to interfere. What do you think? Indeed, I still want our Xiao Wang and Cancan to be together, but it is not a good idea to force them now. Cheng Yi sighed. Lu Xingqian continued. Children and grandchildren will have their own blessings. Why should we think so much? Let's put the marriage matter on hold. Jiang Daqian nodded. The marriage is a small matter. There is one more thing. I wonder if you have heard about it. You are talking about the richest man who has emerged recently, right? It is said that this mysterious man is only in his 20s. Young people nowadays should not be underestimated. More than that, his main business is similar to ours. I'm worried. That's what I think. Jiang Liu felt a little embarrassed after being kicked out. I didn't expect the plot to turn out like this. Host, seize the opportunity and show off to the heroine to strengthen your character. Jiang Liu thought, I am showing off to you, you big-head ghost. Don't you know how to read the atmosphere? She bit her lip and began to act. I know you were all joking just now. You don't think I'm easy to bully. Lu Wang, you and Sister Can obviously like each other, why do you want to drag me into this? And Mr. Lu, there is no need for you to joke with me like this. I'm leaving first. After saying this, there was a tear hanging from the corner of his eye, which made me feel pity for him. It was unclear whether Lu Nian saw the count or not, but the slightly trembling voice was enough to inspire pity. Seeing that the atmosphere was right, Jiang Liu turned around and prepared to leave. Ms. Jiang, I'm sorry. I really want to deepen our relationship. If you think I'm too frivolous, I want to apologize. I know that I'm blind, and you call me Mr. Lu only for the sake of the Lu family's face. Lu Nian spoke at this time. He sounded frank, but it sounded like he was more aggrieved than anyone else. Jiang Liu felt that he had met his match. Jiang Can naturally heard the hint of melancholy in Lu Nian's voice, and coupled with her dissatisfaction with Lu Wang, she deliberately walked to Lu Nian's side and took Lu Nian's arm. Brother Lu, you have your merits. You are much gentler than Lu Wang. Don't underestimate yourself. When Lu Wang saw this, he became furious and pulled Jiang Liu over. I also think Jiang Liu is much gentler than you. It is obvious that Jiang Liu and Lu Nian were both used as tools to promote their relationship. Okay, then go and marry Jiang Liu. Maybe she would be happy to be with you. I'm pursuing her, right, Xiao Liuer? Lu Wang seemed to remember how Jiang Daqian called me last night and changed the name to a more intimate one. Brother Lu, let's go this way and don't bother with them. Jiang Can's face darkened and he pulled Lu Nian to the side. Jiang Liu wanted to step forward to organize it, but suddenly remembered what the system said. Originally, Lu Nian was male number 9, and this would allow the heroine and number 9 to further their relationship, so he stopped his actions. She looked up at Lu Wang and gently wiped away the tears she had forced out. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have dreamed of joining this family. Lu Wang originally wanted to step forward and hold Jiang Can, but when Jiang Liu started crying, he stopped instead. He comforted her softly, it's not your fault. Do you like my sister? Jiang Liu bit her lip and lowered her voice. I think my sister likes you too, but she can't figure out her own heart now and always thinks she likes pretty boys. I have a suggestion, do you want to listen to it? Jiang Liu thought that today's task had to be completed, but the system did not restrict the way she completed the task. So she wanted to make herself, the vicious female supporting character, a little kinder as possible. Bribe the male protagonist first, and when the truth comes out later, maybe you can save your life. Who said I like Jiang Can? That woman is not gentle at all. Yeah, then do you still want to listen to my solution? Jiang Liu knew that Lu Wang was being stubborn, so he just responded casually. Although I don't like it, there's no harm in listening to your idea. Lu Wang's eyes were full of curiosity. How about you pretend to marry me and I'll help you pursue my sister? Jiang Liu took out 2 pieces of paper from his pocket. Let's write a document as evidence, so that I can explain it to my sister more clearly. That's right, Jiang Liu had already prepared this contract when he went out. She is not a person who leaves everything to fate. As long as there is a chance, she will find a way to survive. Living is not only for yourself, but also for the baby in your belly. It is also for a stable and happy life in the future. Lu Wang picked up one of them, looked at it carefully, and then looked at Jiang Liu with interest. You are well prepared. You have thought about it before coming, right? Yes, of course it's up to you to decide. I just want my life to be more stable. I can't choose my parents, but at least I can choose my future. Jiang Liu looked at Lu Wang steadily, waiting for his decision. Okay. After Lu Wang was sure that there was no problem with the contract, he signed it. There are only 5 months left. I hope you can win the beauty's heart within 5 months. Jiang Liu set a deadline of 5 months for himself. The reason is that within 5 months, the belly will not be too obvious. If the time is extended further, it may not be the case. But this matter cannot be made public. It's good for both you and me. That's natural. Jiang Liu breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, the male protagonist was easy to talk to, and everything was going smoothly now. On the other side, Jiang Cancan pulled Lu Nian's arm and walked to the garden before letting go. Brother Lu, I took advantage of you just now, I hope you don't mind. Jiang Cancan walked straight to the small stone bench in the garden and sat down. Lu Nian took the crutches, found a stool and sat upright. No, I won't blame you. You obviously like Lu Wang, why don't you say it out loud? Jiang Cancan blushed. She looked at Lu Nian guiltily, then remembered that Lu Nian couldn't see, so she put her hand down. Don't talk nonsense, I didn't. Jiang Liu was hiding in the bushes at this time, eavesdropping on the conversation between the two people. Since Lu Nian couldn't see, he walked slowly. As a result, Jiang Liu had just finished speaking when Lu Nian sat down. Jiang Liu followed the system's instructions and eavesdropped stealthily. She was just curious, pure curiosity. Ms. Jiang, you have to face your own heart. You are still young and may not understand that you have to get what you like as soon as possible, otherwise it will be snatched away by others. Chapter 11, Jiang Liu with a hint of tea. Jiang Cancan didn't have the patience to listen to Lu Nian's nagging, and asked directly, do you really like Jiang Liu? The child born by the mistress, she is obviously a mistress. Lu Nian pursed his lips tightly. Although he was wearing sunglasses, he could still feel the chill from the inky black color, which was a bit touching. Ms. Jiang, I don't think you should comment on someone you haven't met many times. Besides, I really like Jiang Liu. Jiang Liu covered his lips, trying not to make any sound. Brother Lu, Jiang Liu is only a few months younger than me. What does this mean? Her mother and my mother got pregnant at almost the same time. Ms. Jiang, you have to know that without your father, none of you could have given birth. Lu Nian's tone was flat, but he also pointed out Jiang Cancan's double standards invisibly. Jiang Liu suddenly felt that Lu Nian, male number 9, was much more pleasing to the eye. I don't want to discuss this topic. I'll leave first. Jiang Cancan clenched her fists, opened her mouth, but ultimately did not refute anything. Jiang Liu's feet were almost numb from squatting on the ground, but he didn't see Lu Nian getting ready to leave. Come out, I've already spotted you. Lu Nian turned his body and faced the place where Jiang Liu was hiding. Jiang Liu didn't believe in evil. As long as he stayed put and refused to admit it, it would be fine. Since I lost my sight, my hearing has become extremely sensitive. I noticed it when I was squatting there just now. Could it be that they wanted to bully a blind man like me? It happened again. Jiang Liu felt like he was being manipulated. This person has a similar personality to Gu Chennian. He appears expressionless on the surface, but every word he says is full of coquettishness. What a coincidence, Mr. Lu, I saw the garden was beautiful, so I came here to take a look. It's a coincidence indeed. You've already heard most of it. Don't you want to express your opinion? Whether it's true or not, I already have someone in my heart, so I'm sorry, Mr. Lu. Jiang Liu didn't want to keep Lu Nian hanging. She touched her belly and smiled. She found her husband on the road and her child was growing in her belly. Only in this way could she dispel the emptiness she felt after traveling through time. Otherwise she felt that she didn't belong to this world at all. Jiang Liu felt like a reality was staring at him, but when he looked up he saw no one. Boss Lu, I'll help you get back. Lu Nian seemed to be in a good mood. Even though he was wearing sunglasses, Jiang Liu seemed to be able to imagine a pair of bright eyes from the upturned corners of his mouth. I like your single-mindedness. Jiang Liu, well, there's no cure. Jiang Liu brought Lu Nian back into their house, where several parents were already sitting on the sofa. Next to them were Lu Wang with his head down and Jiang Cancan with an angry look on his face. Finally she's willing to come back. On one hand, she's flirting with Lu Wang, and on the other hand, she's hanging around with another man. Aren't you feeling very proud? Jiang Liu noticed Jiang Cancan's look and shrugged helplessly. If it weren't for her mission, she wouldn't bother to get involved in these things. Of course not. I just brought back Mr. Liu who was lost. Lu Wangchao waved to Jiang Liu. Har har, what kind of Mr. Liu is he? Jiang Liu, come here. I have already told my parents that the marriage will be between the two of us. Jiang Liu nodded, and just as she was about to walk over, Lu Nian pulled on the corner of her clothes. I can't see. He is obviously a grown man, but those 5 ordinary words sounded like he was just acting coquettishly. Jiang Liu hesitated for a moment, then took Lu Nian to sit on the sofa on the other side. She blinked at Lu Wang. I think marriage is a major event in life. Right now we don't know each other very well, so we still need time to get to know each other. This was also what they had agreed on before, there was no need to get engaged right away. Since Jiang Liu said so, give my brother and I a chance to compete, but I will definitely be the winner. Lu Wang sat on the sofa, crossed his legs, his eyes full of confidence. This is probably the protagonist's aura of confidence. Har har har, kids nowadays really know how to have fun. I can't even keep up with the trend. Lu Xingqian laughed loudly. It didn't matter which of his children married whom, as long as the two families maintained a cooperative relationship. Jiang Daqiang had no objection. Who married whom was not the point. The point was whether the two families could maintain cooperation. In this way, the initial marriage relationship was established. It is said to be Lu Wang and Jiang Liu, but in fact everyone knows that this is a competition between Lu Nian and Lu Wang. Who they will marry in the end depends on Jiang Liu's choice. Jiang Liu was feeling very uneasy because she was a married woman and was pregnant. I hope this farce will end soon. Jiang Liu didn't plan to stay in the Jiang family, so no matter how warmly Jiang Daqiang invited her, she refused. When she was about to leave, Jiang Cancan stopped her. Stop, you mistress's daughter. Is that all you can say? Do you like to steal other people's things so much? You must have had your eyes on Lu Wang for a long time. Only he doesn't care about you at all and can't tell what kind of person you are. Jiang Liu didn't want to pay attention to Jiang Cancan, but she accidentally glanced at the two people standing not far away, cleared her throat, and spoke in a pretentious manner. Sister, why do you say that? Don't you dislike Lu Wang? Do you still want to stop him from finding his true love? Jiang Cancan was speechless for a moment, but she quickly realized, of course I won't stop him from finding true love, but I will never allow him to find you as true love. After all, I grew up with him, so I must screen him. Jiang Cancan obviously likes Lu Wang without realizing it, and Jiang Liu naturally won't expose this relationship. Then I have to thank my sister. If it weren't for your dislike for Lu Wang, I wouldn't have had the chance to meet him. Just be proud of yourself. I don't know anything about Lu Wang. He just wants something new. He will not like you after a while. Jiang Cancan was somewhat at a loss as she snapped her fingers, but she was still sharp in her words. But Jiang Liu knew that she must be very panicked right now. After all, the person who had been with him for many years was taken away by a woman who suddenly appeared, and this woman was someone he hated. Jiang Cancan must be very unwilling now. But there's no point in being unwilling, because she's now the vicious female supporting role. You're right, but who can predict the future? Jiang Liu turned around and prepared to leave, but suddenly remembered that the taxi he took when he came in had already driven away. Generally, this place will not allow vehicles without identification information to enter. In other words, she now has to walk to the entrance of the villa area by herself to get a taxi. Just then, a horn sounded. I see you're in distress now. Do you need a ride from me? Jiang Liu turned around and looked. Lu Nian. Chapter 12. Come and return your husband's clothes. A cool Panamera was parked in front of Jiang Liu. Behind the car window was a charming and handsome face, but the sunglasses obscured a lot of its brilliance. Why are you here? Aren't you going with your family? Jiang Liu asked. They went back first. I guess you don't have any transportation. Why don't I give you a ride? Jiang Liu smiled as he looked at Lu Nian's determined look. If you tell me to get in the car, I'll get in. Jiang Liu didn't want to go with Lu Nian. She would inevitably be misunderstood when she returned home, and she didn't want to be questioned by her husband. Lu Nian slowly rolled up the car window and said only one sentence before letting Jiang Liu open the car door. If you don't come up, You'll have to take Lu Wang's car. There are 2 elders in it. These words really touched Jiang Liu's heart. She simply opened the car door and got in. Just drive to the community intersection. I'm afraid others will misunderstand me. Jiang Liu gave directions from the back seat. Why are you worried about others misunderstanding you? Could it be that you have a mistress? Lu Nian touched his ring finger with one hand, as if thinking about something. Jiang Liu's eyelids twitched. She naturally knew why Lu Nian wanted to take her home. The 2 families had just decided to let Jiang Liu choose one of the 2 brothers of the Liu family. In the end, whoever can gain Jiang Liu's favor can marry Jiang Liu. Lu Wang is easy to deal with, as he has made it clear that he is acting, but it is not certain about Lu Nian. No one knows what he is thinking. Jiang Liu wanted to observe Lu Wang's expression, but when he looked up, he remembered that this man was blind. She could only say helplessly, "Mr. Liu, there is a reason for this. It concerns your brother's lifelong event. Do you want to hear it?" In no mood, Lu Nian refused bluntly. "My brother's life event has nothing to do with me. I just want to know whether you will choose me in the end." Jiang Liu patted his forehead and said, "You misunderstood. This is what happened. Your brother's sweetheart is actually Jiang Cancan, but she doesn't understand her feelings, so I deliberately put on a show to bring these 2 people together. When the 2 of them get married, I can also get along well with the Jiang family, at least it won't be so unfamiliar." Lu Nian was silent for a moment after hearing this. "How can I be sure that what you said is true? Besides, whether it is true or not, the fact that I like you is true. Lu Wang and Jiang Cancan are in the same group, and you and I are together. Isn't that a closer relationship?" After going around in circles like this, Jiang Liu found that he still couldn't make Lu Nian give up the idea of liking him. "System, can you tell male number 9 that I'm married?" Host, "No." The system rejected it very decisively, so Jiang Liu gave up the idea. "I'm sorry, Mr. Liu, I already have someone in my heart. You can think of this person as Lu Wang, or anyone else, but it won't be you. I've already said the ugly words in advance, so don't bite back and say that I'm playing with your feelings." Jiang Liu is well informed. She has seen countless examples of male no and in novels turning evil after being abandoned, so she wants to take precautions in advance. But after saying this, for some reason, Lu Nian's mood seemed to have improved a lot, leaving her confused and at a loss. Is this what it means, that what you can't get is the best? The person who makes you miss him her so much must have some extraordinary qualities. Can you tell me about your sweetheart? Lu Nian asked. Jiang Liu sat upright, wondering why Lu Nian asked so many detailed questions. Could it be that he wanted to arrest the person? Thinking of this, there was a bit more caution in her eyes, and she didn't say anything. Lu Nian seemed to have noticed Jiang Liu's thoughts and said, "Don't worry that I have any bad intentions. How about just chatting with me?" Jiang Liu asked the system in his heart, "System, can you keep the information that I'm married a secret from me? So that these 2 families won't find out?" Host, "Rest assured, I will do everything I can to ensure the smooth development of the plot." After hearing what the system said, Jiang Liu felt relieved. It seemed that no matter what he said, Gu Chennian would not be discovered. "I don't have many advantages, but there is one advantage that I like the most, that is, I am handsome, and he only likes me. It seems that Lu is indeed a very good person. It seems that he has no chance." "You don't have to say that. Mr. Lu will meet a girl he likes in the future." Lu Nian sighed softly. "Who would like a blind man like me? There will always be someone who likes you. Even sunglasses can't hide your peerless beauty." Jiang Liu didn't expect Lu Nian to climb up the pole and start to play the victim, so he could only comfort him. "Do you want to see what I look like under my sunglasses?" "I want to." Jiang Liu was indeed curious. "But I swore a solemn oath that if anyone looked into my eyes, I would marry him." Jiang Liu, "No, is there anyone who still swears such a poisonous oath these days?" After a long pause, she realized that Lu Nian was joking with her. "Never mind. Curiosity kills the cat. I'd better know less." Along the way, Lu Nian was able to find topics that Jiang Liu liked, as if he had already figured out her preferences. To be honest, Jiang Liu was a little reluctant to leave when he got off the car. Just kidding, the person she loves the most is her dear husband. When she returned home humming a little tune, she found someone standing at the door. "Isn't this my sister-in-law?" I brought some things. Is brother Gu home? The woman had no makeup on her face, and her neat short hair couldn't hide her charming eyes. The dress is very neutral. Jiang Liu knew this person. He had met him when he got married before. The only woman among a group of brothers, Li Yang. But women's intuition is often the most accurate. Jiang Liu's sixth sense reminded her that Li Yang had improper thoughts about Gu Chennian. He's gone to work and hasn't come back yet. What's the matter with you? I'll give him a call. It's almost time to get off work. Jiang Liu took out the key, opened the door, and invited Li Yang to come in and sit down. It's no trouble, it's nothing serious. It's just that brother Gu forgot his clothes here, so I brought them over. Li Yang took 2 bags, one of which contained a men's jacket. Forgot it with you. Jiang Liu heard the provocation in her tone. How can he still lose things when he's grown up? Actually, this isn't brother Gu's fault. We drank quite late that day, and then. Before Li Yang finished speaking, Jiang Liu looked at the clothes and said, "Oh, it's this dress. I didn't believe you used this dress to clean the toilet. I told him I was going to throw it away. Why did he let you wear it? What a fool." Chapter 13 The Man Who Came Out. The corners of Li Yang's mouth twitched, his face turned blue and purple, and he was unable to speak for a while. "Sister-in-law, what you said is true. When brother Gu put it on me that day, it was still clean. And this dress is priceless. It's all because he's too thrifty. I said the clothes were dirty and even a dog wouldn't want them, but I didn't expect he would give them to you." Jiang Liu is also a person who can curse people without using any dirty words. Now Li Yang's face looked even worse. "Sister-in-law, I know you mind, but we are just good brothers. Brother Gu may be." Hearing this, Jiang Liu frowned. Li Yang always likes to say some nonsense when the two of them are alone together, and it is obvious that neither of them takes her seriously. "I never minded. Didn't you say that we are all brothers? Besides, I'm pregnant recently, so I need you, as my uncle, to love and care for the baby when it's born." Pregnant. The clothes in Li Yang's hand fell to the ground, and he took a step back with his mouth wide open in disbelief. How is it possible? But Jiang Liu was not a bad person, and he gave Li Yang a way out. "The baby is still small, so it's not obvious that you're pregnant. It's not normal. Stop standing, sit down. Please go out of your way to wash all these clothes." Li Yang was a little absent-minded. After walking in, he put down the gift and sat restlessly. "Does brother Gu know about this?" "Of course I do. Why don't you stay for lunch and let me see if my husband will come back?" After Jiang Liu finished speaking, he took out his cell phone and sent a message to Gu Chennian. "Hubby Tilder, are you back at noon? Li Yang is here and brought your clothes with her. She said you gave them to her. Honey, don't get me wrong. I'm downstairs, coming right up." Soon, the sound of footsteps was heard outside the door. The door was opened. "Honey, I'm back." The first thing Gu Chennian does when he gets home every day is to kiss his wife. After the two of them got intimate, Li Yang, the bright light bulb, felt particularly uncomfortable. "Brother Gu, you are really something. You won't restrain yourself at all. Do I need your consent to kiss my own wife? If you are envious, go find one for yourself." Gu Chennian proudly hugged Jiang Liu's slender waist. "I heard that my sister-in-law is pregnant. I came here today to return the clothes and bring some popular snacks. I will bring some supplements next time." Li Yang took a deep breath and gave a perfect smile. In front of Gu Chennian, she was sometimes careless and sometimes thoughtful, but her expression management was always perfect. "Oh, there are also snacks. It seems that the clothes are worth it." Jiang Liu said this, but he stretched out his hand and pinched Gu Chennian's waist tightly. Gu Chennian touched Jiang Liu's hand soothingly and turned to look at Li Yang. "I heard you came to return some clothes. Which one did you return?" "It's this one. I heard from my sister-in-law that she used it to clean the toilet." Gu Chennian took a closer look and finally spoke. "That seems to be the case. At that time, your sister-in-law asked me to take it out and throw it away. I forgot about it after I took it downstairs and took it directly to the bar. It turned out that it fell into your hands. Brother Gu, have you forgotten that I designed this dress for you personally?" Li Yang lowered her head, her tone somewhat incredulous, as if Gu Chennian was a cheating husband. So you made it yourself. That's really meaningful. Jiang Liu began to feel sorry for Gu Chennian. He didn't expect that his clothes were made by others. It seemed that their previous living environment was indeed very difficult. But I will take care of my husband now and won't let him live the hard life he had before. Li Yang, don't make your own clothes anymore. If you need clothes, I can lend you some money to buy you some new clothes. Jiang Liu spoke for a while and the other two were stunned. Gu Chennian laughed softly. The corner of Li Yang's mouth twitched, and he wanted to say something but didn't. No need, Li Yang can take care of herself, you just need to take care of your husband. Yes, thank you sister-in-law, these are the snacks I brought, you can try them. Li Yang enthusiastically took out a bag of snacks from the box. It was a package made of a bamboo tube and fastened with hemp rope. After opening it, there is a piece of fragrant and delicious pastry inside, wrapped in a layer of glutinous rice paper. Jiang Liu was already used to Li Yang's capriciousness, so she took the cake and started eating. She didn't notice that the corners of Li Yang's mouth curled up slightly, as if some conspiracy had succeeded. Host, let me remind you that this snack is poisonous. Jiang Liu looked at the half-eaten green pastry in his hand, and his first reaction was to spit it out. Then, vomit. Jiang Liu spit out everything in his mouth into the trash can, but some of it was still swallowed. What's wrong? Gu Chennian immediately stood up and gently patted Jiang Liu's back with his hand. Maybe it's morning sickness. Jiang Liu raised his head bonelessly and glanced at Li Yang. Li Yang's expression didn't change at all. Could it be that the system was lying? My sister-in-law might be too nervous. How can she have morning sickness when she is just pregnant? Li Yang hooked Gu Chennian's shoulder with one hand. Gu Chennian pushed him away and said coldly, Li Yang, you're a girl, be careful. Li Yang let go of his hand angrily. However, this poison is only for pregnant women. If you take it, you may have miscarriage. Host, you can just take a bite. There will always be some side effects after taking it. I don't know if it's an illusion, but I feel a little pain in my stomach. Jiang Liu covered his stomach, closed his eyes slightly, and slowly fell down on the sofa. She huddled up in agony, her mouth involuntarily opening to reveal her chattering teeth, her jaws clenched tightly as she let out painful groans from between her teeth. His whole face was distorted, veins on his forehead bulged, his eyes widened unconsciously, his eyes were panicked and helpless, revealing a desperate feeling of dying struggle. Child, my child. Jiang Liu covered his stomach unconsciously. A hint of coldness suddenly appeared between Gu Chennian's brows, and a terrifying gloom surged in his eyes. He squeezed Li Yang's neck with one hand and gradually increased the force. What on earth did you feed her? Ahem. Brother Gu, these are just ordinary health snacks. I didn't even know she was pregnant. Li Yang's face flushed. She grabbed Gu Chennian's arm with both hands and finally said a complete sentence. It would be better this way. Jiang Liu suddenly sat up from the sofa, with beads of sweat on his forehead. Achieve immunity to all poisons 100. It seems that the severe pain just now has completely digested the effects of the medicine. Honey, I think the baby in my belly is in danger. Can we go to the hospital? Jiang Liu's boneless arms were placed on Gu Chennian's neck. Okay, we'll go there right away. Gu Chennian was panicked. He asked Li Yang to take the culprit away, and then rushed downstairs holding Jiang Liu. Chapter 14, My husband is suspected to be the richest man, and I meet Lu Wan by chance. Jiang Liu went to the hospital to check on the child, and the other reason was to make Li Yang realize that she, Jiang Liu, had an unparalleled position in Gu Chennian's heart. The driver stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, the atmosphere in the car was tense and the car was speeding like an arrow, and the scenery outside flashed by. Jiang Liu snuggled in Gu Chennian's arms, enjoying the man's warm embrace. Li Yang couldn't help but speak. Sister-in-law, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I didn't expect you to react so strongly. Women are just weak. Shut up. The corners of Gu Chennian's eyes turned slightly red, and her cold, dark eyes looked at Jiang Liu nervously, fearing that she might have some unexpected events. Women are gentle by nature, but they become strong when they become mothers. You don't have children, so you naturally can't understand my feelings. Jiang Liu said sullenly, stroking her belly with one hand, her eyes full of the joy of becoming a mother. Jiang Liu was very satisfied with Gu Chennian's attitude. She had met several of Gu Chennian's friends before, but Li Yang made Jiang Liu feel most uncomfortable. A woman's sixth sense told her that there must be a secret between these two people, or between that group of people. But there is no rush to reveal it now. After arriving at the hospital, Gu Chennian accompanied Jiang Liu for a checkup. The doctor checked the packaging of the snacks and asked a question out of the blue. "Why did you buy this?" "This is for me." Li Yang stepped forward. "The merchant said this is very good for your health, so I wanted to give one to brother Gu. Next time, don't give this kind of thing away randomly. If a man eats it, it's okay, but it's not necessarily the case for pregnant women." "Okay." Gu Chennian was very frugal with words and simply nodded in agreement. "I'll throw them all away when I get back, and hire a nutritionist by the way." Jiang Liu patted Gu Chennian's chest muscles and pinched them. "Don't waste your money. We can't afford a nutritionist." Although Jiang Liu felt that raising a child required a sufficient financial foundation, he was not yet at the point of being so extravagant as to hire a nutritionist. After finding out that they were not seriously injured, the three of them prepared to go home. Jiang Liu was also certain of one thing, that although Li Yang seemed respectful to him on the surface, he actually had evil intentions in his heart. Gu Chennian's attitude was also strange. Although he always protected Jiang Liu and even yelled at Li Yang, he had no intention of breaking up with her. She almost killed the baby in her belly. Maybe we should give them a chance to be alone so that they can find out some news that they don't know. When Jiang Liu thought of this, he held his stomach and said apologetically, "Wait for me in the rest area. I'm going to the toilet." "Good." Jiang Liu did not leave, but walked back to the corridor at the corner and hid behind a small green plant. Sure enough, the two people sitting on the sofa started talking. Gu Chennian's face was a little gloomy. He sat opposite Li Yang. "Li Yang, I won't pursue this matter, but I hope there won't be a next time." Li Yang chuckled, as if he didn't feel that he had done anything wrong at all. "Brother Gu, I am doing this for your own good. I am marrying a woman of unknown origin. I treat you as a good brother. Besides, she got pregnant right after you got married. Do you know how long she has been pregnant?" Everything he said hinted that Gu Chennian might have been cuckolded. Jiang Liu thought, this really can't be blamed on her, it was Gu Chennian's fault for being so quick. She got pregnant right after getting married without noticing, or maybe it was because it was too intense at night. Gu Chennian understood the meaning of Li Yang's words and interrupted her coldly. There was a gloomy and strange flash in his eyes and he sneered. "I asked you to behave well in front of Jiang Liu and act well. Don't get addicted to acting. Don't interfere in my wife's affairs. This woman must know that you are the richest man, ahem." Li Yang was halfway through her words when Gu Chennian grabbed her neck and her face turned red. This was the second time she was strangled today. "My wealth is a disadvantage in her eyes. I advise you not to say anything." Gu Chennian controlled the strength of his hands properly, and only let go when he saw that she was almost out of breath. Li Yang stood there, staring blankly at Gu Chennian's departing back, and it took him a long time to utter a word. "Brother Gu didn't strangle me to death. I must be special in his heart." Jiang Liu, who was eavesdropping, felt confused as to how could someone be so happy after being strangled. Besides, Gu Chennian wouldn't he have any violent tendencies, so what about the richest man they were talking about? Could it be that my husband is the richest man? The doubts in my mind are growing. System, can you help me check who is the richest man now? Cannot. What use do I have for you? Jiang Liu could only take out his cell phone and search himself. However, there is no private information of the richest man on the internet, and personal information is strictly protected, and there is no way to find it. Being the richest man is good, but if Gu Chennian is really the richest man, why does he hide his identity? Moreover, the richest man's target for a spouse cannot possibly be an ordinary, strange woman he picked up randomly from the curb. There's nothing else to do but give it a try. Just now, after Gu Chennian pinched Li Yang, he turned around and went to the bathroom. He probably felt his hands were dirty and wanted to wash them and satisfy his physiological needs at the same time. Now I guess it's almost time to come out. Jiang Liu slowly moved his steps, thinking about how to test. What a coincidence, isn't this Xiao Liuer? Listening to their voice, it seems to be Lu Wang. Why is he here? If I get discovered now, I'll be screwed. How will the plot go next? Where is my future? Jiang Liu turned his face reluctantly and smiled. What a coincidence, how come you are here too? If I remember correctly, this is the obstetrics and gynecology department, right? Did you have a baby outside without telling your sister? It is always better to strike first and disrupt other people's thoughts. As expected, Lu Wang was stumped by the question. How could that be possible? Actually, I came to see a friend. I just happened to ask him out for dinner today. This guy has applied for obstetrics and gynecology and even went abroad for further studies. Then you must be a famous expert now, right? Jiang Liu said politely. Yes, now you have to make an appointment in advance to see him. His name is Su Cheng. I'll introduce him to you when I have the chance. Su Cheng. Jiang Liu turned her head and glanced at the room she had just entered, and it seemed that the attending doctor was Su Cheng. Well, now we are really in a difficult situation and walking on the edge of a knife. If you are not careful even a little, you will be doomed. Then I'd like to trouble you to make an appointment for me in advance. Jiang Liu curled the corners of his mouth and showed a standard smile. By the way, those actors you called over earlier are pretty good. Can you lend them to me? Chapter 15. That's my boss, he's not very good. That's someone my old boss knows. Jiang Liu almost said that this is someone my husband knows. That was a close call. Are you accompanying your boss to the obstetrics and gynecology department? Lu Wang pursed his lips into a straight line, his eyes suspicious. Of course it's not the obstetrics and gynecology department. Jiang Liu estimated that it was about time and Gu Chennian should have come out of the toilet. When the two of them meet, won't he be exposed? Then why did you accompany your boss to the obstetrics and gynecology department? Lu Wang still did not let his guard down. Because he. Jiang Liu was about to explain, but suddenly remembered Gu Chennian's appearance in the toilet, and quickly changed the subject, because he is not feeling well. You know men always have problems in that area. I'm sorry, my handsome husband, for the sake of the mission and the baby in your belly, you have to sacrifice your reputation. Lu Wang snorted coldly, his expression showing obvious disbelief. Are you pregnant? Oh, what are you saying? How is that possible? Anyway, don't mention it when the time comes. If it hurts a man's self-esteem, I will be deducted from my salary. Jiang Liu has decided to give it a try. You want to borrow someone, right? I'll talk to my boss about it. Don't say anything unnecessary. Don't forget that you still need me as your wingman. Lu Wang smiled and said, okay. It sounds interesting. I'll play with you. Jiang Liu breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Lu Wang had already agreed. All he had to do next was to get away with it. Jiang Liu had already noticed that Gu Chennian had washed his hands and was walking towards him. Before he could speak, Jiang Liu waved and shouted. Over here, over here. Let me introduce you. This is my sister's childhood sweetheart, Lu Wang. He is one of those actors you found earlier. Can you introduce him to me? Jiang Liu secretly felt lucky in his heart. Fortunately, she was smart, otherwise this matter would have really become a big deal. Gu Chennian just glanced at Lu Wang and then pulled Jiang Liu behind him. At that moment just now, the two men's eyes exchanged, as if they were fighting for ownership of the woman. Just like the originally calm and bright lake, it was suddenly filled with huge waves during the storm. Of course, but their appearance fees are not low. The Liu family can still afford this little appearance fee. Lu Wang naturally looked down on such a small amount of money. Not only that, I will also provide Xiao Liuer with a part of the agency fee. Little Willow. Agency fee. Jiang Liu and Gu Chennian have different focuses. Jiang Liu is extremely short of money now, so his eyes light up when he hears the word money. There is a baby in her belly that is about to be born. It would be good if Lu Wang is willing to give her money, and it would be even better if he could make some more money. Why are you calling for such intimacy? Don't you have a childhood sweetheart? Gu Chennian snorted, the disdain in his tone was obvious and couldn't be hidden. You care so much. You'd better know your place. If you don't have the ability, just keep quiet. It seems like you are quite capable, but now you are just like a baby using your family's money. You are just living off your parents. Jiang Liu watched the two people arguing fiercely and quickly stood in the middle. She became more and more certain that Gu Chennian must have some status, otherwise how could he be so bold as to challenge Lu Wang? No, 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 no noise is prohibited in the hospital. I just want to know how much the agency fee is. I'll give you 5% of the appearance fee, what do you think? Lu Wang saw Jiang Liu come out to smooth things over and stopped arguing with Gu Chennian. Before Jiang Liu could speak, Gu Chennian took over the conversation. Since Xiao Liuer has spoken, I won't bother with this person. But I want a 10% agency fee. Don't forget that I am the real leader. Jiang Liu didn't expect Gu Chennian to be so bold. Is he stupid, or is he trying to earn money for milk powder for his child? Or maybe he is the richest man and doesn't care about the money, so he is just teasing Lu Wang. Her mind is in a mess right now, and she needs to find an opportunity to find out some things. No problem. I've never seen so much money before. It's good for you to see the world. But I will only give the agency fee to Xiao Liuer. It's the same for her and for me. Then let Xiao Liuer meet me. I'm leaving first. Lu Wang turned and left without any regrets. He is just curious about Jiang Liu now, but has not yet reached the point of getting to the bottom of things. After all, he just wants to rely on Jiang Liu to pursue Jian Cancan. Jiang Liu watched Lu Wang leave and breathed a sigh of relief without leaving a trace. It was a close call. She was telling a lot of lies just now. Luckily she wasn't exposed. If Gu Chennian suddenly said, "Wife," all his acting would be in vain. "Wife, did you hide my identity?" Gu Chennian was like a wild wolf when facing Lu Wang, but when he turned to face Jiang Liu, he was like a puppy, so pitiful. Har har har, how is that possible? Jiang Liu touched his nose guiltily, thinking that he must not let him know what he had just said. I heard it. Gu Chennian put both hands around Jiang Liu's slender waist, touching her waist and the unformed baby in her belly. Suddenly, Jiang Liu's face was covered with cold sweat, his eyes were wandering around, and he didn't dare to look at Chennian. I heard it. Yes, I didn't expect you to say that to me. Am I so unbearable in your eyes? Gu Chennian felt even more aggrieved. He knew that Jiang Liu was the kind of woman who would fall for this kind of thing. Just act coquettishly, coupled with his appearance and a slightly aggrieved voice. Jiang Liu will be defeated and won't be able to tell any lies. I'm sorry, honey. I was just possessed by the devil and told you that you couldn't do it. Otherwise, he would have found out that I was pregnant. What did you say? You told him I can't do it. Gu Chennian leaned against Jiang Liu's ear and asked coldly, don't you know whether I can do it or not? You haven't forgotten how the baby in your belly came about, have you? Of course I remember. My husband is the best. I was in a hurry and told him that you were my boss. I thought he was going to meet your actor friends anyway, so I might as well take the opportunity to make some money. Jiang Liu hurriedly hugged Gu Chennian's neck and acted coquettishly. Right, husband, you will forgive me, right? Gu Chennian lowered his head and stared into Jiang Liu's eyes, rubbing his rough thumb against her delicate face. Of course, we still need to continue discussing whether this is feasible. You can do it. You are very good. You are the best I have ever seen. Oh, have you met anyone else? No. No, no. Jiang Liu shook her head, a few strands of hair stuck to her face. Jiang Liu blew them away, you're so annoying. You know I fell in love with you at first sight on the curb. I don't care about other men. Chapter 16, even if you are a vicious female supporting role, you must learn to slack off. Okay, wife, I believe you. Gu Chennian buried his head in Jiang Liu's neck with a look of satisfaction. Jiang Liu touched Gu Chennian's head and smiled knowingly. Fortunately, Gu Chennian is a love-brained person, obedient and cute. But Jiang Liu didn't know that in places where she couldn't see, Gu Chennian's slightly narrowed eyes revealed a hint of gloom, and it was unknown what he was thinking about. By the way, you haven't told me what's going on with those actor friends of yours. Jiang Liu suddenly remembered that at the last birthday party, those actors not only didn't look ugly, but were also very famous. I also performed a dance at the birthday party. Although it was a cutting-edge dance that the elderly couldn't appreciate, it still made the party feel satisfied. Well, they are just ordinary friends. They were all resident singers in bars before, and became famous after being scouted by a talent scout. Gu Chennian hooked one hand around Jiang Liu's waist and explained. I see. Jiang Liu felt like he was being fooled, but he didn't notice anything wrong. But how come you have such a big reputation? Can you really invite those people? Didn't I invite them to your father's birthday before? It's a pity that I am your husband but have no status. Seeing that Gu Chennian was about to start again, Jiang Liu quickly stopped him. Stop. Stop talking. Let's blackmail Lu Wang this time and earn money for milk powder for our child. By the way, let's go to another hospital next time and don't go to this one. Why, is there anything about this hospital that you are dissatisfied with? Not really. I think this doctor is too young and seems inexperienced. Let's change him to someone with more experience. Jiang Liu was still afraid that Su Cheng would tell others about her pregnancy, so she was prepared for the worst. After all, Lu Wang just said that he and Su Cheng are old acquaintances. As an excellent and vicious female supporting role, she naturally has to plan every step carefully. I'll do whatever you say. Pregnant women are the most important. Muir. You are so nice. When the two were making love, Li Yang's teeth were almost broken, but she had no place to vent her anger, so she could only pretend not to care and walked forward. You two should stop showing off your affection. What should I do as a single dog like me? It would have been fine if Jiang Liu didn't hear Li Yang's speech. As soon as he heard her speak, he remembered the reason why he came to the hospital. She squeezed out a few tears, held Gu Chennian's hand, and burst out word by word. Hubby, do you think Li Yang hates me? Otherwise, why would she send me such a dangerous thing? That delicate look, those drooping brows, and those confused eyes filled with tears, she looks just like a little white rabbit. A little bunny with devil wings on its back. Gu Chennian felt his heart softened. My dear wife, you are so cute, who would not like you? Li Yang felt that her patience had reached its limit, and she sneered. Women are just hypocritical. I'm also thinking about what's good for brother Gu. It's not easy for him to drink every day. Isn't it just to make money to support the family? Then aren't you a woman? Don't wear neutral clothes and comb your hair short and think of yourself as a man. Why don't you face your gender and keep calling you women? Do you still look down on yourself? Jiang Liu suddenly realized why he was unhappy with Li Yang. Some people truly believe that men and women are equal and enjoy the life of being a tomboy. But some people, who are called tomboys, look down on women in every aspect of life. Li Yang is such a person. She is obviously a woman, but she always likes to boast that she is a brother to that group of men. After discovering the truth, Jiang Liu was enlightened and his mind became clear. Li Yang felt that he could not win the argument with Jiang Liu, so he turned his gaze to Gu Chennian. Brother Gu, sister-in-law, this is too much. I am used to being brothers with you. How can you target me? Before Gu Chennian could say anything, Jiang Liu pulled his sleeve and acted coquettishly. I am pregnant now. I am the oldest. I will not talk about these unhappy things. Honey, let's go home. I feel a little tired. Okay. I'll do whatever you say. Gu Chennian's smile was like the warm sun in winter. His eyes seemed to be glued to Jiang Liu, and he led Jiang Liu to go home. He just warned Li Yang with his eyes when he passed by him. Be more restrained, or don't blame me for being rude to you. But Jiang Liu didn't see that she was communicating with the system in her brain. Host, it's time to work. Don't forget that you are a vicious female supporting role. Even if you are pregnant, you must not forget to work. Okay, tell me what I should do next. It's okay as long as it doesn't affect my pregnancy preparations. You still remember Jiang Cancan's mother, right? She has cancer now and is recuperating in the hospital. You should take some time this afternoon to visit her and encourage her. I protested. I felt that the schedule was too rushed. Look, I went to Jiang's house this morning and didn't even have time to eat lunch before I went straight to the hospital. Jiang Liu began to bargain with the system. Although we are vicious female supporting roles, we cannot be so devoted to work. We must learn to slack off at work. So, what do you mean? 009 has begun to get confused, having been led astray by Jiang Liu's slacking off mentality as a worker. Let's talk about it tomorrow. We are not in a rush. Let's prepare tonight and then do our best tomorrow. We will try to make the heroine's mother hate us in one go. That makes sense. Then I'll prepare the lines for you first. So good. After arranging tomorrow's script, Jiang Liu turned his attention to his stomach. We don't know if it's a boy or a girl, so we can pick out some doll clothes when we have time. I like it whether it's a boy or a girl. I will definitely protect our child. Gu Chennian held Jiang Liu's hand with a firm tone. Of course, the baby I give birth to must be the cutest. How do you not like it? Because Li Yang made a mistake, he didn't stay at Jiang Liu's house for dinner. It was already afternoon when they finished their meal. Gu Chennian walked to work while Jiang Liu watched the drama at home. Next, Jiang Liu, their vicious female supporting character, will go to the hospital in person to meet the heroine's mother. Back then, Jiang Daqiang and Jiang Liu's mother Yang Piao were a couple in first love. However, in order to stabilize the Jiang group, Jiang Daqiang abandoned Yang Piao and turned to marry Jiang Cancan's mother, Yi Meier. This is the kind of rich family gossip that couldn't be more ordinary. Jiang Daqiang originally wanted to raise one child at home and one outside, but Yang Piao was a person who refused to accept the consequences. She gave birth to Jiang Liu alone and did not use the money in Jiang Daqiang's bank card. Until his death, Yang Piao never told the truth to the real Jiang Liu. Maybe she didn't want her daughter to be an illegitimate child, as she knew how cruel the wealthy families were. Chapter 17 Yi Meier's Plan. Is this the place? In order to maintain her image, Jiang Liu still wore a pure white miniskirt today. Because I was pregnant, I didn't wear shoes with heels, but instead wore a pair of light-colored shoes. A pair of well-proportioned and slender legs attracted passers-by to look back frequently. Under the guidance of the system, Jiang Liu found the ward. She looked at the lines on her phone, took a few deep breaths, then opened the door and walked into the ward. Yi Meier suffers from stomach cancer, and the reason for her illness is due to plot requirements and system arrangements. She was lying on a hospital bed, without a trace of lip color, and her face was pale and dull. Although there was sunlight shining into the ward through the window, she felt as if she was in eternal darkness, having lost her luster. Hello, Auntie. My name is Jiang Liu. Jiang Liu felt that the characters in the novels all had a hard life. In order to fit the plot, they had to suffer from cancer and become unable to take care of themselves. Jiang Liu. Whose family are you from? I'm too old to remember clearly. Yi Meier looked at Jiang Liu and felt that she looked familiar, but she didn't realize who she was. Auntie, have you forgotten? My mother's name is Yang Piao. Yi Meier felt confused at first, and then after hearing the two words, Yang Piao, her whole body began to tremble. Her hands were shaking slightly, and her twitching mouth corners and furrowed brows showed that she was enduring a great pain and suppressing a long pent-up anger. Har 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 har. He said he would never come back, but in the end, he still let his daughter come back. I really thought I had guts. Aunt, I'm not here to break up this family, I'm here to join this family. Jiang Liu didn't hear what Yi Meier said for a moment, so he could only start to speak his lines. My mother and father are true love, but my mother is outdated. I hope the grudges of the previous generation will not be passed on to the next generation. Get lost, mistress's daughter, what qualifications do you have to speak? Your mother deserves to die. Yi Meier's tone was not friendly. Moreover, she was about to die, her expression was gloomy, and her words were so gloomy that it made people feel cold in their hearts. This is not the most important thing. Jiang Liu knew that Yang Piao was not her biological mother. Perhaps it was her body's subconscious that made her start to feel a little angry. It's the kind of uncontrolled anger. It's hard to say who the mistress is. You know, it was you who stole my mother's first love. Yi Meier took out her cell phone and started taking pictures of Jiang Liu. Friends, it's time for the live broadcast today, but there's an uninvited guest in my ward. Her mother is a mistress. My husband and I have a daughter, but the mistress's daughter is a few months younger than my daughter. Today she even came to our ward on purpose and bossed me around. Isn't this just to piss me off to death? Jiang Liu. This is different from what we agreed. Who would have thought that a cancer patient would like live streaming? Judging from the situation, Jiang Liu's entire face has been recorded. This is exposing personal information. Today's netizens are like people with irritability. When they see something that they don't like, they will use their keyboards to seek justice online. Before Jiang Liu could speak, Yi Meier started again. My ward number is 606. Welcome all friends to visit me. Thank you. I won't let her bully me. After all, I'm just an old woman, and I still need you to accompany me. Jiang Liu's intuition told her that something bad would happen to her soon. The door of the ward was pushed open and a man with a cell phone came into the ward. "Aunt Yi, don't worry, I won't let anyone disturb your rest." Then he pointed his phone at Jiang Liu. 666. Jiang Liu finally understood what this man was trying to do. He stopped typing and started beating people offline to earn traffic. She subconsciously covered her stomach, then let go. "What are you doing? In this open world, you are not going to use violence." Jiang Liu used his face to the fullest. She hugged her arms, her high and narrow nose was delicate, her eyes were moist, and each of her thick eyelashes was distinct. With her back to the window, the light shone on her hair, making her look adorable. Several netizens started to express their admiration for the beautiful scenery. "Why do I feel that this little girl is very beautiful? It seems like she didn't do anything wrong. There's no need to scold her like that. The daughter of a mistress must have distorted values. You are just attracted by her beauty." The man glanced at the comment section, then walked up and grabbed Jiang Liu. "Come here and watch me teach you a lesson. How dare you disturb your aunt's rest? You are the daughter of a mistress. Did your mother ask you to come?" After saying that, he kicked Jiang Liu in the calf joint. Jiang Liu had fair skin, and after being kicked, bruises appeared on his joints. A pair of eyes immediately filled with tears. "Why are you doing this to me? I haven't done anything wrong." Jiang Liu gritted her teeth. She knew it wasn't easy to be a vicious female supporting role, but she didn't want to be beaten because she had a baby in her belly. The man raised his phone and shouted, "Your birth was a mistake, and today I will enforce justice on behalf of God." His face was flushed, as if he had been given hormones, and he was very emotional, as if he really thought he had obtained the sword of justice. As the cell phone dinged with reward sounds, the man's eyes turned red, and he didn't care that he was in the hospital. He rushed forward and picked up Jiang Liu, ready to punch him again. "On air, I'll give you some money, so don't worry about the medical expenses. My husband found a mistress outside and didn't even care about the children. What I hate most is the mistress." Jiang Liu couldn't see the barrage of comments on the phone, but she could see that the man was getting excited. She struggled hard and tried to run out the door, but it was obvious that the man had seen through her intentions. He blocked the door with one foot, and said with a grim smile, "Don't run, you can't get away." Jiang Liu held the phone behind her back with both hands and cried, "Why are you targeting me? I didn't come back on my own initiative. I didn't even know who my father was before. My mother has been raising me these past few years. You are all outsiders. What right do you have to point fingers at me?" Yi Meier was watching the show on the side. When she was in the ward, she passed the time by watching the live broadcast. Although she was sick, when she saw a group of people caring about her health, she felt that her vanity was satisfied. She did the live broadcast just now on purpose. Today's girls are still too young. As long as they use the power of the internet, whether it is medical expenses or sympathy, they can be easily obtained. Chapter 18. She is vindictive. Jiang Liu looks weak, pitiful and helpless on the surface, but in fact he is frantically thinking about how to solve the problem. "Even if we call the police now, it will take more than 10 minutes for them to arrive. And there is one very strange thing. Why did someone come over immediately as soon as Yi Meier started the live broadcast and complained? Could it be that he had been prepared and was waiting here?" Jiang Liu's thoughts were in a mess. He was being pressed step by step, so he retreated to the window and shouted sternly, "If you come any closer, I'll jump out of the window." "Har har har, then just jump down, I'll see if you dare." When the man heard what Jiang Liu said, he didn't get nervous, but laughed even more arrogantly. In his opinion, the bigger the incident, the more traffic it will attract. "Really? It seems like you don't care about human life. If you are broadcasting live, you should have a sense of responsibility. Are you trying to mislead others by promoting wrong values like this?" Jiang Liu grabbed the curtains nervously. She had just taken advantage of the chaos to send an emergency message to Gu Chennian. "I hope he can arrive safely and save the beauty." She clearly played the role of the vicious female supporting role in order to complete the mission, so why is she being bullied now? Damn, this system is not reliable at all. The man scoffed and rolled his eyes. "How dare you say that I have no sense of responsibility? People like you who are morally corrupt should not be alive in this world." Jiang Liu was stunned. This person was too malicious towards him. "What's wrong with me that I don't deserve to live in this world? Have I eaten your rice? Your mother is a mistress, so you have no right to live. Jiang Liu opened his mouth, but in the end, nothing came out. She couldn't refute this man, nor could she refute the prejudice of the world. My mother died a long time ago. She raised me alone, and I have never seen my so-called father. You said I have no right to live. You know nothing. What right do you have to say that? The tears that had not yet been wiped away hung in the corners of Jiang Liu's eyes, wetting her thick eyelashes. Her voice was choked with sobs. She didn't know if it was because she had used this body, but her heart was filled with longing for her mother. As I recall, her mother Yang Piaro was very beautiful and was a famous beauty teacher in the school, but unfortunately fate played tricks on her. Oh! A burst of cold laughter came. Jiang Liu looked up at the man standing next to him. What are you laughing at? Your words are too childish. Even a 3-year-old child wouldn't believe such a lie. Should I praise your acting skills? The man's mouth curled up with a hint of sarcasm. If you really don't want anything, you won't be here, but live your life honestly. Jiang Liu did not answer. She had no idea what the original owner was thinking. But she had just come here and had no one to rely on, so when she saw a bank card with money, she naturally spent the money involuntarily. Besides, Gu Chennian doesn't even have a decent house, so buying him a house isn't too much. How could she have imagined that the Jiang family would think that she wanted to come back? At this time, no one will believe you if you talk about some big principles or the truth. Yes, I shouldn't have shown up, but I also want to see what kind of person my biological father is and what his life is like now. I will leave, and I am not coming back on my own initiative. Jiang Liu took out a tissue from her small bag and lowered her head to cover her nose. Pretend to be pitiful, don't think you can just pretend to be pitiful. The man didn't seem to buy it, and his eyes lit up as he looked at the data in the live broadcast room. Jiang Liu took out his cell phone and dialed 110. She could see that this man must be very eager to become famous, and perhaps she could use it to her own advantage. It seems that you still don't want to let me go. Let me tell you, if you insist on forcing me and threatening me, I will call the police. Jiang Liu looked at the connected call and said to the man. Yo. You're calling the police. Look at this guy, my friends. I'm going to beat you up today. The man smiled obscenely and walked closer to Jiang Liu. Jiang Liu's heart was in her throat and she clenched her fingers into fists. She must never let herself get hurt, never. She is not afraid of death, she is just afraid of death because if she dies, the baby in her belly will not be spared. Just as the two were about to pass each other, Jiang Liu suddenly raised his right leg and kicked at the man. The man was kicked in the abdomen and took a few steps back and fell to the ground. Ouch, it hurts so much. Jiang Liu took the opportunity to run away. She had to escape from here quickly. But how could the man let her get her wish? He grabbed Jiang Liu's ankle. It hurts. Jiang Liu screamed, but she couldn't break free and was pulled back instead. What do you want to do? Let me go. Help. Help. Jiang Liu was panicked and her voice was filled with tears. Unfortunately, there was no one else in the ward who could save her life. The only living person was Yi Meier, who was lying on the bed watching the show. I'm telling you, don't mess around. I'm really going to call the police. When the police come, you will be punished. Please help me call the police. I haven't done anything wrong. Go ahead and yell. I'll wait. Even if you yell your throat out, no one will come to save you. Jiang Liu didn't believe it and shouted, break the throat. Break the throat. The man's expression froze, and he looked angry as if he had been made fun of. His face became even more ferocious, and he suddenly stretched out his hands to tear Jiang Liu's clothes. Jiang Liu was terrified. She struggled hard, but she was no match for a man. The clothes were torn, and the little white dress became tattered. The scenery on her chest was exposed, and Jiang Liu's cheeks were flushed, and she was ashamed and angry. Let me go, it's my beloved Peppa Pig vest. How can you tear a girl's clothes? Jiang Liu was crying, but she was glad in her heart that she had worn an extra layer of clothing before going out. In order to prevent the baby in her belly from getting cold, she wore more clothes. Beg for mercy. I won't. The man's expression became more and more ferocious. He grabbed Jiang Liu's neck with all his strength. Ahem. Jiang Liu slapped his arms desperately, but to no avail. Let me go, cough cough. Jiang Liu shook her head desperately. She wanted to speak, but her throat was strangled and she couldn't say anything. She felt suffocated and her breathing became weaker. Go to hell, cough cough. The man let go of his hand, pushed Jiang Liu away, then stepped on the back of her hand and crushed it hard. Jiang Liu really couldn't stand it anymore. When and where had she ever suffered such injustice? At least before someone comes, she wants to take revenge on this man. She wanted to let him know that one should not anger a vindictive Scorpio. Jiang Liu took advantage of the man's moment of relaxation and pulled out his hand, which was in so much pain that he had lost all sense of pain. Chapter 19. Kneel down. Kowtow and apologize to me. Jiang Liu knew that she couldn't defeat the man with her own strength, and she didn't even think about using brute force. She just had to drag the man. After she pulled her hand out, she picked up the stool beside her and threw it hard at the man. The man cried out in pain. Then she quickly ran to the bedside, took out the key from her bag, and put it against Yi Meier's neck. The cold touch of the key made Yi Meier shudder as she lay on the bed. You vicious woman, carrying a knife at such a young age. Do you want to kill me? Yi Meier wanted to struggle but didn't dare to move, so she could only speak harshly. But the force on his neck did not decrease despite her cursing. She felt that her breathing was about to stop and her blood seemed to have frozen. Yi Meier just felt cold all over. Jiang Liu, I know you feel bad, but you can't be so impulsive. Jiang Liu moved closer to Yi Meier and his breath hit her face. Aunt, I just wanted to come and see you. Since you think I'm vicious, I'll live up to that reputation. Otherwise, I'd feel bad if I was accused of something for no reason. The man who was still broadcasting live looked a little panicked when he saw this scene. My friends, the situation is not good now. Let's stabilize this vicious woman first. Jiang Liu glanced at the man, took out his phone and asked, which anchor are you? I'll remember it. The male anchor would not miss any opportunity to become famous, and immediately said, I am the anchor of Happy Water Live, the messenger of justice, you can search directly. Jiang Liu didn't think much about it, clicked on the live broadcast room and searched. It turned out that all the comments in the live broadcast room were criticizing her. Some even scolded Jiang Liu for being shameless, saying that she came back to destroy the family even though she knew that she was the daughter of a mistress. He knew that my aunt was a patient, but he still threatened her on purpose. He has such a vicious heart. This is a selfish person. A woman like this doesn't deserve to live. Jiang Liu was so angry that she almost got breast nodules. If she could, she really wanted to tear these people's mouths apart through the internet cable. Jiang Liu looked at Yi Meier. Her face was pale, her eyes were closed, and she looked like she was about to faint. Jiang Liu moved the dagger in his hand slightly and placed it on Yi Meier's neck, then asked, Auntie, look, what should I do with these insults? The comments in the live broadcast room suddenly became quiet, and everyone held their breath and stared at the picture on the screen. The man was sweating. He swallowed and said in a trembling voice, What conditions do you want in order to stop? Don't hurt Auntie. Although he also hated Jiang Liu, he was more afraid that something might happen to Yi Meier, so he didn't want this live broadcast to fail. Jiang Liu looked at Yi Meier's pale face, a strange arc appeared at the corner of his mouth, and then he said slowly, I want to know, was your appearance here arranged long ago? After listening to this, the man was silent for a moment, then slowly said, No, I came to see my aunt today. It seems that you are very familiar with this aunt who has cancer. For the aunt's life, it is not too much for you to kneel down and beg me. Jiang Liu's clothes were torn, with a few rags scattered on his chest, and the Peppa Pig vest looked out of place. She looked directly at the male anchor with a firm look in her eyes. The man looked embarrassed, his chest heaving, and it was obvious that he was trying hard to suppress his anger. Sorry. I'm sorry. Jiang Liu chuckled, har har. Is it over if you say sorry? The male anchor hurriedly took out 2 red Mao Zedong notes from his trouser pocket and handed them to her. I know I was wrong. Can you please forgive me? He looked servile, but had no intention of kneeling. I told you to kneel down and apologize. Jiang Liu raised his voice and increased the strength in his hands. Yi Meier cried out in pain uncontrollably. Kneel. Kneel quickly. I don't want to die yet. She was really scared. She didn't expect Jiang Liu to carry a knife with him. No decent girl would go out with a knife. When the man heard Yi Meier's words, his movements froze, as if he was struggling internally about what to do. In the end, he chose to kneel down, bending his knees slightly and slowly kneeling towards the ground. Wait. The camera is facing you. Don't you want your live broadcast audience to see such a rare scene? Yi Meier was so scared that she closed her mouth and looked at everything happening in front of her in disbelief. The male anchor stared at Jiang Liu, but was helpless and could not resist. He found an angle to hold the phone, then knelt down towards Jiang Liu. Looking at the man's unpierced posture, Jiang Liu showed a satisfied expression on his face. She was like a domineering and vicious woman. My request is very simple. Kowtow to me 3 times and then leave here. The male anchor's forehead was already oozing with cold sweat. He gritted his teeth and said, "Don't go too far. Too much." Jiang Liu sneered, "You rushed over and kicked me for no reason, so that's not too much. You want to earn traffic by taking advantage of people's blood, so that's not too much." The man clenched his fists and clenched his teeth. He kowtowed once, twice, 3 times. Only then did Jiang Liu feel relieved. It turns out that people cannot be too polite. When dealing with people who have no manners, there is no need to talk about manners at all. The man quickly stood up, glared at Jiang Liu fiercely, picked up his phone, and continued to be harsh in his words. "My friends, this woman threatened the patient and forced me to kneel down. I feel my soul has been hurt." Jiang Liu felt that this man was simply sick. She took a look at the comments in the live broadcast room and saw that many people had sent gifts to express their sympathy for their host. Just at this moment, the door of the ward was kicked open. "Police! Don't move! Who called the police just now?" In fact, during the riot just now, there were already quite a few people crowding outside the door. But they only dared to watch from outside and didn't dare to come in to stop the fight. After all, it was too dangerous to use a knife and jump off a building. When Jiang Liu saw the uniform that gave her a sense of security, tears immediately flowed from her eyes. "Woo-woo, brother policeman, it's me. This man punched and kicked me as soon as he came in. I still have bruises on my hands." The male anchor became anxious when he heard this. "Bullshit, it's you who's holding the hostage." He almost fainted from anger. "You still want me to kneel down? Don't you know a man's knees are made of gold?" "Officer, I can also testify that it was this man who put the knife to my neck." Yi Meier quickly spoke up to testify, wishing that Jiang Liu was locked up in jail right now. "Knife? Yes, it's a knife." Yi Meier still didn't dare to move her head and could only repeat it verbally. "Take a closer look at what this is." A uniformed police officer walked in and picked up the thing in Jiang Liu's hand. Chapter 20. Only crying children get candy. What else could it be? It must be a knife. She is hurting people on purpose. When Yi Meier saw the police take the things from Jiang Liu's hands, she shouted unscrupulously. After shouting, he coughed a few times and covered his pale lips. As fragile as possible. However, Jiang Liu knew that only crying children get candy, and she would look more lovable than this adult old aunt. "Brother policeman, I didn't mean it. I was just too scared. This guy just came in and punched and kicked me." Jiang Liu sobbed while carefully grabbing the corner of the policeman's clothes and hiding behind him. "Don't worry, we will ensure your safety. Xiao Li, bring in some clothes." The police patted Jiang Liu's thin shoulders and comforted her. Xiao Li is a female police officer. When they received the alarm call, they already understood the situation at the scene. Knowing that the girl's clothes were torn, they borrowed a coat from the hospital. Jiang Liu put on his coat, hugged his arms tightly, and his eyes were red and swollen. "You are really great. How can you treat patients like this? And you even shield criminals." Yi Meier didn't pay attention to what the policeman was holding in his hand. She felt that Jiang Liu was given special treatment, so she turned around and complained to the audience in the live broadcast room. The police nowadays really have no intention of serving the people. They can't even move their legs when they see young girls, and they don't even consider the feelings of an elderly person like me. Xiao Li was displeased when she heard this. She had already recorded the content of the two people's live broadcast room as evidence. The live broadcast platform will also provide assistance to the police. It is obvious that the one who has been bullied is Jiang Liu. "Auntie, we have to rely on evidence when we do things." The male anchor named Messenger of Justice is suspected of intentionally injuring others, and you are suspected of instigating others to commit crimes. Yi Meier was so angry after hearing what Xiao Li said. You are talking nonsense. Even if we did something wrong, she put a knife on my neck, so she should be suspected of committing a crime. The male policeman placed the thing he took from Jiang Liu in front of Yi Meier. Is this what you mean? The thing around your neck? Lying quietly in the palm of my hand was clearly a keychain with several keys hanging on it. Yi Meier didn't see clearly what the cold thing was on her neck. She was panicked for a moment, and as Jiang Liu spoke in a threatening tone, she mistakenly thought that Jiang Liu was holding a knife to her neck. When the male anchor saw this scene, he was completely dumbfounded. He didn't expect that he would be deceived by such childish means. He even knelt down, which was a real disgrace to his life. The live broadcast room exploded. The male anchor glanced at the room. After seeing the number of people rising wildly, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Red is red, black and red are also red. As long as there is traffic, there will be fame, so what is the point of kneeling? You can also make some money from these. Come with me now to take the statement. Xiao Li, this aunt has difficulty walking, so you stay and take the statement. After the male policeman made the arrangements, he took Jiang Liu and the male anchor away. On their way, Jiang Liu learned that the male policeman's surname was Feng and he had just started working. The male anchor's surname is Zhang Ji. He didn't get into college, so he became an anchor. He signed with a small company and has some fans thanks to his good-looking face. Jiang Liu sat in the police car and sent a message to Gu Chennian. To be honest, he was still a little scared. But today's mission is accomplished. Yi Meier should be complaining to Jiang Cancan now, and maybe even alarming Jiang Daqiang. After sending the message, Jiang Liu opened the male anchor's live broadcast room and looked at his number 1 on the list. If she guessed correctly, the number 1 on the list should be Jiang Cancan's mother. The number 1 on the list is a person named Huakai Fugui. When you click on her homepage, you will see some sharing of her illnesses, inspirational messages, and many fans who are comforting her. Jiang Liu already had a general idea of the situation in his mind. After being diagnosed with cancer, Yi Meier lost her previous life as a wealthy woman and felt extremely lonely. The currently popular short video live streaming just filled the emptiness in her heart. She first gave gifts to the anchor, and then opened her own live streaming room. As for why Zhang Ji, the male anchor, was able to arrive at the scene so quickly, Jiang Liu couldn't guess. Maybe it was a coincidence, maybe it was intentional. But as long as people have desires, they can be exploited. While Jiang Liu was thinking, he had already arrived at the police station. She was taken away to take a statement. Officer Feng, I just wanted to go see my aunt at first. My mother passed away a long time ago. The affairs of the previous generation are the affairs of the previous generation, and I don't want to get too involved. It's just that I didn't expect that I would be treated like this. Okay, stop crying. We will give him a certain punishment to protect your rights. Will the punishment be severe? I know he must be prejudiced against me. I think we should give him a chance to mend his ways. Jiang Liu bit his lip and raised his head slightly. As long as he can sincerely apologize to me, that'll be fine. Okay, if you're willing to forgive, that's fine. We'll still focus on mediation. Officer Feng nodded, still moved by Jiang Liu's broad-mindedness. You seem to have a kind heart. I hope he can understand your good intentions. Jiang Liu showed a relaxed smile. Then can I talk to him in person? You have to be present too, otherwise I'll be a little scared. Okay, I'll arrange it. Officer Feng brought Zhang Ji over directly and asked him to sit opposite Jiang Liu. What are you doing? I've already kneeled down to you, what else do you want? Zhang Ji was still jealous of what happened before. Jiang Liu seemed to be frightened by Zhang Ji's tone, and looked up at Officer Feng in panic. Be honest, Ms. Jiang has chosen to forgive you. If you don't behave properly, you will bear the consequences. After hearing this, Zhang Ji became completely stunned and stopped talking back. Jiang Liu adjusted his emotions and spoke in a gentle tone. I'm sorry, I was just too scared. I know you didn't mean it. As long as you apologize to me in the live studio for a week, I won't hold you responsible. Zhang Ji was sitting with his legs crossed in a nonchalant manner. I don't think you can threaten me. I think you can increase traffic this way, wouldn't you consider it? I want face, you want traffic. Everyone is happy. After listening to Jiang Liu's words, Zhang Ji sat up straight, as if he was thinking about the feasibility. Jiang Liu continued to increase his efforts. Of course, the number 1 on the list will give you money, but how long can this last? Chapter 21. I will beat up anyone who dares to bully my wife. Zhang Ji suddenly looked up and stared at Jiang Liu. Jiang Liu glanced at Officer Feng standing next to him, lowered his voice and continued, I have a bigger secret in my hand, which is guaranteed to increase your traffic. Okay. I promise, I will apologize. Zhang Ji nodded, which was considered as his agreement. Jiang Liu's guess should be correct. Zhang Ji is a person who is keen on traffic. In this age where traffic is king, people who have traffic have money. I know your live broadcast room. I will pay attention to whether you apologize live in the next week. Then what bigger secret are you talking about? Zhang Ji lowered his voice. Don't worry, I'll tell you. Jiang Liu took out his cell phone and shook it. Zhang Ji understood that she was trying to contact him on his cell phone. It was better to believe it than not to believe it. Besides, he would not suffer any loss if he believed it once. At most, he would just apologize. Officer Feng breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the two men had concluded their negotiations. As long as things work out perfectly. Jiang Liu's phone shook, and the worn-out phone case was already patinated. The above is the message sent by Gu Chennian. Wife, I'll pick you up at the police station right away. Jiang Liu just reported to Gu Chennian that he was safe and then complained a little, but he didn't expect Gu Chennian to come over immediately. He suddenly felt warm in his heart. When she first came here, she only knew that she was a character in a novel. The people around her all looked the same, but Gu Chennian stood out among that group of ordinary people. Gu Chennian's care and concern for her made her feel warm and made her feel that she was a living person, not a character in a novel. Jiang Liu thought for a moment and replied, Is your work okay? Will your boss deduct your salary? After a long while, Gu Chennian sent a message. Is salary as important as you? And you're pregnant? I'm at the police station, come out. I want to see who is bullying my wife. Gu Chennian made a fist emoji, look, I'm going to beat him up. Jiang Liu was amused by Gu Chennian's tone. Forget it, don't be angry. I've asked him to apologize to me in the live broadcast room for a week. Jiang Liu didn't want to stay in this place any longer. He just wanted to go home, lie down on the bed and have a good rest. It's probably a psychological effect. Once a person knows that she has miscarried a baby, she will start to worry about the baby in her belly all the time. By the way, you also need to give me an apology letter of 1,000 words, and read it aloud during the live broadcast every day. Jiang Liu still felt that he couldn't let Zhang Ji off easily. Officer Feng, please help me supervise. I was frightened and want to go back and rest first. The eyes moved flexibly, with 3 parts of mischief, 3 parts of pitifulness, and some pleading. Officer Feng was stunned for a moment, and when he came to his senses, he had already nodded and agreed to the matter. Don't worry, I will help you supervise. After receiving Jiang Liu's message, Gu Chennian, who was at the door, found a seat and sat down patiently. He kept Jiang Liu's words in mind. He was very well informed about the news on the internet. What happened in the morning spread throughout the entire network in a short while. People on the internet are talking about it, and it's unknown how long this enthusiasm will last. He was dressed in black and sitting in a seat in the police station. His deep eyes were shining with dangerous light, like fireworks in the sky, emitting danger like the abyss. Hey, messenger of justice, let me see how long you can keep jumping around. Gu Chennian firmly remembered the name, and his low voice dragged with a lazy ending, 1 week. Then I'll deal with you after a week. Jiang Liu walked out and took a few steps before he saw Gu Chennian, who was lowering his head with a gloomy look on his face, and the unhappiness in his heart was swept away. Hubby, you're here. She walked quickly to Gu Chennian's side, hugged his arms, and buried her whole body in Gu Chennian's arms. Only a furry head was exposed, and he looked up and said to Gu Chennian, Look at my arms, and my calves, and my clothes. When Jiang Liu fell to the ground just now, his arm was scratched. There were still some blood drops on the wound that had not dried up, and the dark iodine was particularly prominent on the right arm. Jiang Liu could feel the bruises on his calves, a dull pain, and he was trembling slightly when he stood. Originally, these were all trivial matters that could be overcome by just enduring them, but when she saw Gu Chennian's figure, the grievances in her heart kept coming out. The words tinged with tears in her voice made Gu Chennian feel distressed. Gu Chennian quickly hugged Jiang Liu tightly in his arms. Don't cry, don't cry. I feel bad when you cry. I won't let anyone who bullies you go. Only I can bully my wife, and no one else can lift a finger. Jiang Liu nodded. If she didn't want to use this man, she would have let him suffer in prison long ago, but he was still useful to keep. Otherwise she wouldn't be so kind as to forgive him. When will the cycle of revenge end? We should still seek peace. Since he has shown remorse, that's enough. Jiang Liu blinked, took out his phone and opened the live broadcast room. Look. This is the anchor. He will apologize to me within the next week. Jiang Liu sniffed, and there was some redness in the corners of his eyes. Gu Chennian used the tip of her thumb to wipe away Jiang Liu's tears that had not yet dried, and looked at her wound carefully. His teeth were clattering, and his eyes were filled with uncontrollable anger, like an enraged lion. The veins on his forehead were bulging and twitching. But he said nothing, his expression changed, and soon calmed down. No one knew what he was thinking. Wife, I will listen to you. If you say peace is the most precious thing, then peace is the most precious thing. Jiang Liu nodded heavily, then took Gu Chennian's arm and showed a satisfied smile. She just showed Gu Chennian the wound on purpose and showed him Zhangji's live broadcast room. It was actually intentional. If Gu Chennian really has another identity, then he will definitely use some power to help him get revenge. And she has already emphasized that she will wait for Zhangji's apology this week. If Zhangji is banned at the end of this week, it can be basically confirmed that Gu Chennian is probably pretending to be poor. Gu Chennian naturally didn't expect that Jiang Liu was thinking about so many things in his mind. He just wanted to take Jiang Liu to the hospital and take pictures to keep evidence. Wife, these are all evidence. If the anchor turns the tables and denies his guilt, these wounds can serve as evidence for you. Gu Chennian had been observing the wounds on Jiang Liu's body the whole way. People's hearts are hard to predict. You may want to maintain peace, but others may not. Okay, husband will listen to you. Jiang Liu snuggled in Gu Chennian's arms. I'm so sleepy, I want to go to bed when I get home. You can sleep in the car. I'll wake you up when we get to the hospital. Gu Chennian found a comfortable angle and let Jiang Liu lean on him to rest. The two went to the hospital to treat their wounds and then took a taxi home. After comforting Jiang Liu, Gu Chennian reluctantly went to work at Jiang Liu's urging. Jiang Liu stretched lazily, and before he closed his eyes, he received a call from Jiang Daqiang. Hey, daughter, are you okay? Do you want daddy to come and see you? My daughter, you've been wronged. Daughter, are you on the phone? Talk, don't let dad worry. Jiang Liu listened to the anxious voice on the other end of the phone and sighed softly. Maybe I shouldn't have shown up. I don't know why my aunt targeted me so much. I was beaten up for no reason. Am I really not supposed to be born into this world? Hearing this, Jiang Daqiang quickly comforted her. My daughter, I made you suffer. Don't worry, I won't let you suffer any injustice. What do you want? I'll send you clothes from the latest season. Dad doesn't know how to pick clothes either. I'll put some money on your card and you can spend it as you like. No, I don't want to go back to this house, just let me live on my own. Jiang Liu finished speaking and hung up the phone. Jiang Daqiang felt guilty towards his daughter, and coupled with the video in the live broadcast room, which showed Jiang Liu being beaten passively, Jiang Daqiang only felt more distressed. So the more Jiang Liu retreats, the more Jiang Daqiang will want to express his fatherly love. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Liu opened Zhang Ji's live broadcast room and sent him a private message. Chapter 22, It turns out to be a live-in son-in-law. The most important thing now is to send this video in my hand to Zhang Ji and ask some questions at the same time. Did Ji Mayor ask you to beat me? Jiang Liu didn't want to hide anything and asked directly. The message was read, but Zhang Ji did not reply. Jiang Liu was not in a hurry, so she just held her phone and waited calmly. She took out the grapes she had just bought in the morning and peeled them carefully. I heard that if you eat more grapes, your child will have big eyes. Oh, why should I tell you that I still have to write a 1,000-word apology letter? How dare you ask me this? Jiang Liu looked at the message sent by Zhang Ji and thought that since he did not refute it, it meant that this was possible. I don't need you to tell me. I already have the evidence in my hands. I just think you are still young and I can't bear to see you being deceived. You don't want to be used as a gun, do you? You have no right to control what I want to do. Don't forget what the conditions are for my apology to you. I will give you the video. But I also hope that you will take the initiative to confess to me. You should know who the husband of Auntie Barney is. If he knew that his wife had an unclear relationship with you, what would you do? When Jiang Liu said this, he actually had some guesswork in mind. She had no evidence in her hands, so she could only guess based on some clues. Judging from Zhang Ji's reaction just now, it was very likely that the two of them had some improper relationship. What? We have no relationship at all. Zhang Ji replied immediately. By the way, I'll send you the video first. I'll write a title for you. This is exclusive news. It's up to you whether you can grasp it. Jiang Liu sent the video out, and it contained nothing else but the surveillance footage of Jiang Cancan and several actors at the birthday party. In the video, Jiang Cancan skillfully lifted the chins of several men and fell into their arms. But there are only a few actions. Rich sons and daughters all have a lot of fun in private, but they do a good job of keeping secrets, and it is basically impossible to find such private videos. It was Jiang Liu who asked system number 009 for this video. At first, she refused to give it to him. Jiang Liu analyzed the pros and cons for the system. Using a video to discredit the heroine is what a dedicated and vicious female supporting role should do. As soon as the system heard it, it agreed immediately. Jiang Liu now understands the temper of this system. As long as her request is what a vicious female supporting role should do, the system will agree. I hope to retire soon and enjoy a peaceful life. Soon a message came from the other side. Is this person Jiang Cancan? She is such a fickle woman. When Jiang Liu saw the message, he put down the grapes in his hand and thought about its meaning. Could it be that this man is still connected to Jiang Cancan? Why, do you know her too? She's your Aunt Barney's daughter. Yes. Of course I know him. My aunt had agreed to let me be her son-in-law, but I didn't expect her daughter to be such a fickle person. I can't bear to be her son-in-law. Zhang Ji was probably stimulated by the content of the video, and Jiang Liu also analyzed a lot of things from his words. While in hospital, Yi Meier met Zhang Ji through a live broadcast on the internet, and for some reasons, she promised Zhang Ji that she would be her son-in-law. Now Zhang Ji discovers that Jiang Cancan is not the woman he imagined, and begins to feel disgusted. At least things are moving in my favor now. It seems you are also a victim. Jiang Liu said this to comfort him against her will. To be honest, she didn't care at all whether Zhang Ji suffered any loss or not. Har har, a woman should stay at home and take care of her husband and children. I thought they really wanted me to be their son-in-law, but I didn't expect they were just using me. Don't worry, we have a common enemy now. Zhang Ji replied. When Jiang Liu saw this, he thought that this matter should have been resolved. It didn't matter whether it could annoy Jiang Cancan or not. Host, in order to more intuitively display the progress of the task, I have specially arranged a progress bar for you to show the malicious value. Every time you complete a false accusation or frame up against the heroine, the progress value will increase. Of course, letting the male and female protagonists misunderstand each other and then reconcile, deepening their emotions can also increase the progress value. The system took the initiative to talk to Jiang Liu, and considerately unfolded a holographic projection screen and explained carefully. Jiang Liu glanced at the progress value, which was only 1%. I've done so much, and I've only completed 1% of the progress. She was so angry, feeling the pain of working overtime but not getting overtime pay. Host, that's not the way to calculate. We are still in the stage of plot development. No substantial harm has been caused to the heroine, and the relationship between the hero and heroine has not progressed yet. The system continued to explain patiently. Forget it, forget it. Whatever you say is what it is, but once the progress is completed, you have to let me go free. A crackling electronic sound was heard. Finally the system came. Good. Then it became completely silent. On the other side, after Jiang Daqian hung up the phone, he called Jiang Cancan back home. Jiang Cancan was very happy when she saw the video of Jiang Liu being beaten, so she immediately gave Zhang Ji a lot of money as a reward. She also knew why Jiang Daqian asked her to come back, but she was under his control and had no choice but to come back. You are the eldest daughter in the family. Now your sister has been beaten up, and you don't even know how to express your feelings. What does this have to do with me? She is the daughter of a mistress. Should she be beaten? She deserves it. Jiang Cancan didn't understand why her father always stood on Jiang Liu's side. Then your mother deserves to have cancer. She still doesn't know how to calm down at her age. Jiang Cancan listened to her father's harsh words, and the smile on her face gradually froze. You don't like my mother at all. Why did you marry her in the first place? Jiang Cancan has lived a life of luxury at home over the years and has never been wronged. She has a quirky personality and no one has ever disobeyed her. But since Jiang Liu showed up, everything seemed to have changed. She hated Jiang Liu so much that she wished she would die immediately. So now when she heard Jiang Daqiang slandering her mother, her anger burned up and she wanted to leave here immediately. Jiang Cancan, you have to know who is the real manager in this family. Don't you listen to what I say. You're only half at best. Apologize to your sister. I've already called her. She's not angry, and I've made it up to her. Call your mom and say a few nice words to her, and this matter will be over. I won't apologize, so forget it. Jiang Cancan was disheartened and felt that this world was not normal. Why did Jiang Liu take away her father and even Lu Wang as soon as he came back? Jiang Liu sneezed and felt something was wrong, so she clicked on the progress bar to take a look. It actually increased to 2%. It seems that the heroine's hatred for herself has deepened a little. Jiang Liu didn't know what had happened in the Jiang family, so he went out to buy some food to prepare dinner. As a result, when she went to the vegetable market, she always felt that someone was pointing fingers at her behind her back. That kind of gaze from the dark made her feel uncomfortable all over. Obviously no one said anything harsh to her, but it seemed as if they looked at her with contempt. If you listen carefully, you can hear them whispering. That's her, the mistress's daughter. She looks like a vixen. There were also a few people who seemed to be slowly approaching Jiang Liu, holding mobile phones in their hands. I heard that this is the person, the mistress's daughter, who still has the nerve to come out to buy groceries. I don't know how much it costs per night. Chapter 23, Encountering a Gangster Teasing Jiang Liu. The speed at which rumors spread far exceeded Jiang Liu's imagination. She was still too naive. People always come with the greatest malice and ridicule. Three spirited young men in flowered shirts and tight pants approached Jiang Liu with a step that showed they didn't recognize any relatives. Oh, they say a dragon gives birth to a dragon, a phoenix gives birth to a phoenix, and a mouse gives birth to a son who can dig holes. The daughter of a mistress must also be a mistress. You look pretty good. I don't have a girlfriend yet. It's fine if you can be my girlfriend. It's better than being a mistress. After saying that, the three of them burst into laughter together, being extremely arrogant, with laughter rising one after another. Jiang Liu cursed inwardly. These three people were really delaying her from buying groceries. Looking at the situation, it is clear that people around her will not speak up for her. She is alone and pregnant, so it is better to keep out of trouble. Among the 36 strategies, running away is the best one. Jiang Liu spotted the gap between the three men, bent his knees slightly, and prepared to rush out. But those people were not pushovers. Seeing that Jiang Liu was about to run away, three of them gathered together and surrounded Jiang Liu. Several pairs of hands reached out to touch Jiang Liu dishonestly. Why are you running? We all know what kind of person you are. Rob people in the street, so arrogant. Seeing that several people were trying to do something bad to him, Jiang Liu picked up the arm closest to him and bit it. The teeth were embedded in the flesh, and I had to use as much force as possible. A streak of bright red blood splashed out, staining the ground red. The man screamed in pain and kicked Jiang Liu hard. Jiang Liu had already used his arms to block his stomach, so the kick landed on his arms. The huge force made Jiang Liu open his mouth, and he stepped back a few times before sitting on the ground. There is also an unpleasant and warm taste of rust in the mouth. Pungent fishy smell. Bitch! How dare you bite me? The man covered his wound with a distorted face. Jiang Liu took a deep breath, and the fear in his heart suddenly reached its peak. My mind kept shouting, stand up. Run away. But my legs were out of control and almost powerless. Someone come and save me. Gu Chennian. Jiang Liu's mind is now full of Gu Chennian. She knows that he will not come, but she still holds out hope. The man didn't care about Jiang Liu's desperate face, he looked at Jiang Liu fiercely. The skin on his arm was ripped up, looking horrible and hideous. Blood flowed down his arm, dripping onto the wet and muddy ground, mixed with the unique fishy smell of the vegetable market. Don't move, let me do it. This kind of woman needs to be taught a lesson. As he spoke, he lifted his foot. Jiang Liu's pupils shrank sharply, and his heart rose to his throat. She clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging deeply into her palms. She endured the pain and fear, and stared wide-eyed, trying to find a flaw in that hideous and terrifying face. The man's lips curled up into a cruel smile, and he raised his foot and stepped on Jiang Liu's slender and delicate arm. Jiang Liu suddenly felt difficulty breathing and his vision went dark. Let go. I'm asking you to let go, Jiang Liu used all his strength, struggled frantically, and scratched around with his hands. However, to no avail. Damn it, you still dare to resist. The man kicked Jiang Liu hard in the abdomen. Plop. Jiang Liu's body fell heavily to the floor, his eyes widening. The man raised his foot again, ready to kick Jiang Liu in the chest. Don't want. Jiang Liu closed his eyes, waiting for the painful moment. But the expected pain did not come. Bang, bang, bang. 3 muffled sounds were heard, and Jiang Liu opened his eyes in surprise. Wow, you 3 are bullying a girl like this, isn't that too much? The deep and hoarse voice carries a sense of vicissitudes. Jiang Liu opened his tightly closed eyes and looked at the person who came and felt that he looked familiar. I saw that the kind-hearted man was as fast as lightning, moving swiftly and flying like the moon. As he spoke, he trotted towards the 3 thugs, stomped his left foot on the ground, leaped lightly into the air, and kicked a man away. The other 2 people looked at each other, realizing they couldn't win, so they helped the man who was kicked to the ground up, said some harsh words, and ran away. There is no return at all. Jiang Liu, who was rescued at the moment of despair, cried for joy, and tears fell uncontrollably. The kind-hearted man has a well-groomed body, a tan complexion, wears a white vest, and has explosive muscles all over his body. The first impression it gives is that it is solid and powerful. While Jiang Liu was stunned, the man stretched out a hand. Sister-in-law, are you okay? Sister-in-law? Jiang Liu held the man's hand and carefully recalled the person in front of him. In this world, the only people who would call him sister-in-law are the brothers that Gu Chennian had introduced to her before. But she was a little face-blind and only remembered Li Yang, the only girl there. She didn't even recognize the faces of the rest, let alone their names. Jiang Liu was a little embarrassed and stammered, unable to speak. Thank you. Oh, sister-in-law. I was just passing by. I wanted to help when I saw injustice. The sturdy man chuckled. Sorry, my mind is a little confused now. Your name is? Look, I'm just too careless. Brother Gu often says that I don't pay attention to details. Brother Gu just took you through the motions that day, so he definitely didn't remember us. My name is Chi Wang, you can just call me Wang Zai. Chi Wang smiled naively, and since he was someone Gu Chennian knew, Jiang Liu felt a lot more at ease. Thank you so much. I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. Jiang Liu felt that maybe he shouldn't have gone out today. Brother Gu usually takes good care of us. If you are in danger, he will definitely help you. Sister-in-law, I will take you home. There are many hooligans outside. It is too dangerous for you to go alone. Chi Wang enthusiastically wanted to take Jiang Liu home. Jiang Liu evaded the question, thank you for your help. Your moves just now were very powerful. Those people probably won't come back. No. I must escort you home safely. Otherwise, if you run into danger on the way, how can I explain to Brother Gu? Chi Wang looked around and continued, sister-in-law, if you want to buy something, I will accompany you and stop by your house for a meal. Okay, then come back with me and I'll give him a call. Jiang Liu took out his cell phone and confirmed with Gu Chennian whether there was a brother named Chi Wang among him. After getting Gu Chennian's affirmation, Jiang Liu nodded. Then I'll go buy some food first. If you're bored, just sit outside. I'd better follow you. Chi Wang was afraid that Jiang Liu might encounter an accident, so he followed Jiang Liu closely. Jiang Liu had no choice but to ignore him. She came to the stall of the auntie who often bought vegetables from her and picked out some vegetables. The aunt also knew Jiang Liu and asked from the side, "Xiao Liu, is everything said on the internet true?" Chapter 24, Don't be so violent, just use itching powder. Aunt Wang, if you want to listen, can you give me a discount today? Jiang Liu knew that Aunt Wang loved to listen to gossip on weekdays. Now that she was the person involved, she would definitely not miss the opportunity to listen to gossip. As expected, Aunt Wang stopped picking vegetables, stared at Jiang Liu, and said in a low voice, "Oh my, little girl, you are usually the most aggressive bargainer. I definitely believe you. Tell me what's going on. I can even give you the food today. You know people on the internet will do anything for traffic. I just came out of the police station this morning, and the person who spread rumors and beat me has already begged for my forgiveness." What Jiang Liu said was basically the truth, except for some missing details. When Aunt Wang heard this, she immediately raised her voice. "I said Xiao Liu is a good girl. But people on the internet like to spread rumors for traffic." Jiang Liu knew that Aunt Wang might be trying to help her explain, so she continued. "The male anchor will apologize to me for a week straight. Guangshen, if you are interested, you can click on it and take a look." "Which one, which anchor is it? Tell me." "It seems to be called something like Messenger of Justice. You should be able to find it if you search it." "Oh, it really is." Aunt Wang not only likes to listen to gossip, but also likes to surf. She opened the live broadcast room skillfully and saw Zhang Ji reading the apology letter in grief. The attitude is quite sincere, and the number of people in the live broadcast room is also steadily increasing. "I'm sorry, I was too rash. I shouldn't have believed one side of the story. I also hope that everyone will learn from this and not do stupid things like I did. I will continue to apologize in the live broadcast room for a week. Welcome everyone to supervise me." However, the comments below are mixed, some are disparaging and some are praising. "Why did he beat and scold me during the day, but apologized live in the afternoon? He must have been taught a lesson by the police uncle. Maybe there is some private transaction that is unknown to the public." The host is so pious and funny. Barrages of comments floated by. Jiang Liu doesn't care about these comments, nor does he care what netizens think. All she wanted was to use Aunt Wang's words to take off the hat on her head. Another thing is to let her waive the cost of this meal. "For the sake of the baby in my belly, I'll save as much money as possible." After buying groceries, Jiang Liu returned home safely under Qi Wang's escort. As soon as I opened the door, I saw Gu Chennian standing ready for action, with concern on his face. "Can't you let me worry less every day? I can't even concentrate on my work now." As he spoke, he took out the medicine box. After Jiang Liu got the medicine in the morning, he prepared a medicine box at home in case of emergency. "Isn't this a double whammy? I just went out to buy some vegetables." Jiang Liu whined and acted coquettishly. Gu Chennian carefully applied medicine to Jiang Liu. "I will make money in the future, ask my boss to give me a raise, and hire an aunt to take care of you. Isn't it too expensive? You're the only one earning money in the family now. After the baby is born, there will be more places to spend money. Don't worry about the money. As a man, can't I take care of a pregnant woman?" Jiang Liu felt that Gu Chennian didn't have much money in his pocket, but he spoke very toughly. Fortunately, his face is quite handsome, otherwise Jiang Liu would really disdain people who brag like that. After applying the medicine, Gu Chennian watched Jiang Liu lying on the bed to rest, then he stood up and glanced at Qi Wang. Qi Wang followed Gu Chennian closely and went out. Gu Chennian changed his gentle appearance, pursed his lips tightly, and exuded a chill that kept strangers away. His gloomy eyes were filled with coldness, and his originally cold temperament instantly became sinister and perverse. "Why didn't you rescue her in time?" Qi Wang knew that this was a sign of Gu Chennian's rage, so he could only bite the bullet and explain. "No, it happened too quickly, I haven't reacted yet. I'll give you another chance, tell the truth." Gu Chennian interrupted Qi Wang impatiently, having already lost his patience. After Qi Wang heard Gu Chennian's low roar, countless terrifying conjectures entangled in his mind. He knew that Gu Chennian had his own methods to reach his current position. It was as if a cold-blooded venomous snake was slowly crawling across his back, but he could only stand upright, without the courage to resist. He gritted his teeth. Now only by telling the truth could Brother Jiu forgive him. Brother Jiu, I call you brother because I consider you a brother. It is risky for you to marry a woman of unknown origin. I just don't accept it. What qualifications does she have to marry you? There are people who are more suitable for you. After listening to Qi Wang's explanation, Gu Chennian's tone calmed down and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Oh? Really? When is it your turn to make decisions based on my decisions? Brother Gu, I was wrong. I shouldn't have questioned you. Give me a chance and don't fire me. Qi Wang was so nervous that his voice seemed to be hoarse. He knelt down at Gu Chennian's feet, his hands shaking uncontrollably. Now I'll give you a chance to make amends. Find those 3 people and I'll beat them up myself. Gu Chennian turned his neck twice and stretched his muscles. He hasn't done anything like fighting for a long time. Everything that happened today seemed to challenge his bottom line. Only Jiang Liu can be touched by anyone. She is his. Okay. You have to remember, anyone can die, but Jiang Liu can't. She is very important to me. Qi Wen accepted the task assigned by Gu Chennian and said no more. Neither of them noticed that there was someone secretly peeping outside the door. But what Jiang Liu overheard was not right. He just heard one sentence. Find those 3 people and I'll beat them up myself. Jiang Liu was secretly surprised. Could it be that Gu Chennian had a violent tendency? She was so bewitched and obsessed by Gu Chennian that she didn't seem to have time to examine his character. Although Gu Chennian wanted to beat someone up because of her, he stole needles when he was young and stole gold when he grew up. He can beat someone today and beat his wife tomorrow. Jiang Liu's mind was filled with TV dramas he had watched before, such as Domestic Violence Men and Violent Men. System, you will protect me, right? Host, this is beyond my ability. No, you have to give me some self-defense gear, otherwise I won't be able to complete the mission, and you won't be able to have a good life either. I have an itching powder that can make their whole body itch for an hour. It is extremely painful but will not kill you. Okay. Suddenly, a small paper package appeared in Jiang Liu's hand, which should contain the itching powder that the system mentioned. She pushed the door open directly. I heard you talking. How could you do such a thing without telling me? The 2 people in the room looked panicked. Before they could say anything, Jiang Liu spoke. Don't be so violent, just use itching powder. Chapter 25 Don't try to steal my husband. After Jiang Liu said this, he realized that the atmosphere in the room seemed to be wrong. Qi Wang's face looked a little ugly. He knelt on one knee, and it was unclear whether he had not had time to stand up or had not had time to kneel down. Gu Chennian's face was full of anger. Jiang Liu glanced at the 2 people, and his heart was filled with turmoil. Could it be that these 2 people are hiding other secrets from me? Why did Qi Wang kneel down? Why did Qi Wang appear in the vegetable market today? Jiang Liu didn't think about it carefully just now, but now thinking back, the timing of Qi Wang's appearance was too coincidental. She looked at Gu Chennian with a wary and suspicious look. Gu Chennian saw Jiang Liu's questioning look and kicked Qi Wang away. Wife, listen to my explanation, we were just joking. Qi Wang stood up and said sincerely, yes, sister-in-law, this is how we brothers usually get along with each other, please don't misunderstand. This time, it was because I didn't protect you well that Brother Jiu was a little angry. I haven't said anything yet, why are you guys starting to explain? Do you have something to hide? Jiang Liu looked at Gu Chennian's face, which was indeed a beauty that appealed to both men and women. Slender figure, thin waist, high nose, thin and rosy lips. Looking at Qi Wang again, with his muscular body, it's hard not to think of something wrong. Her mind was spinning with thoughts, and she imagined that after Gu Chennian married her, Qi Wang lost his love and followed her every day. Today, after saving myself by chance, I came home. Unable to bear it any longer, Qi Wang knelt down and expressed his love to Gu Chennian, but was rejected decisively by Gu Chennian, who said that he was his true love. You are trying to steal my man, but you don't even know your own worth. Jiang Liu muttered quietly in his heart, trotted over to Gu Chennian's side, took his arm, and the man stuck close to him. Hubby, I didn't misunderstand you. I didn't feel panicked when I didn't see you just now. I just wanted to hold you all the time. The soft and tender tone made Gu Chennian feel soft all over. If Qi Wang hadn't been here as a light bulb, Jiang Liu would have been thrown onto the bed. From the first time he saw Jiang Liu, he already understood what love at first sight meant. Why are you so clingy today? Gu Chennian hooked his hand and hugged Jiang Liu into his arms. A faint fragrance flowed into Gu Chennian's nostrils along the hair. A lot of things happened today. I'm so scared. I want you to be with me. Jiang Liu's hand dishonestly pinched Gu Chennian's abdominal muscles, then slowly slid down along his lower abdomen. Hiss. Gu Chennian took a breath and pinched Jiang Liu's restless little hand. It seems that your injury is completely healed. Jiang Liu hummed a few times. The sticky sound was like a cat's meow. When you are by my side, I feel better very quickly. She rubbed her head against Gu Chennian's chest, feeling the angular pectoral muscles. Qi Wang had cold sweat on his head, and the cold dog food hit his face randomly. Although he doesn't like Jiang Liu now, she is still Brother Gu's nominal wife after all. It can only be said that this woman's character is too soft and she doesn't know how to resist when she encounters danger. He must not let such a woman stop Brother Jiu from moving forward. Don't make trouble, have a good rest. Gu Chennian was distracted, but he was still thinking about Jiang Liu's injury. Plus, there was a light bulb in the house, so he quickly calmed down. Were you guys going to help me get revenge? Jiang Liu's eyes flashed with worry, and then he stood on tiptoe and whispered in Gu Chennian's ear, "It's too dangerous. What if we get caught by the police?" "I'll do whatever you say." Gu Chennian rubbed Jiang Liu's head, picked him up and walked towards the bedroom. "Just stay in bed and rest. Don't think too much. Whether it's money or anything else, I will take care of it." Jiang Liu felt the warmth around her waist and she hugged Gu Chennian's neck, her calves shaking slightly. "But I'm not happy about getting beaten for nothing. I have something here. You can sprinkle this itching powder on those people. It will make them feel good for a while." Jiang Liu smiled slyly, with a gleam of excitement in his eyes, which dazzled Gu Chennian. She put the itching powder that the system had given her into Gu Chennian's hand and said, "This is it. Okay, as long as you're happy." Gu Chennian narrowed his eyes slightly. He really liked Jiang Liu's character of being soft and clingy when necessary, and repaying grievances with honesty while still being kind. "Please help me take another video. Since I can't go to see it in person, I can only watch the video to satisfy my craving." Jiang Liu felt it was a pity that he couldn't witness the effect of this itching powder with his own eyes. Gu Chennian took the itching powder that Jiang Liu brought and put it into his pocket. "Okay, whatever you say." He just thought that this was a toy that Jiang Liu bought on a whim and didn't take it seriously. "Once we find those three guys, we'll just beat them up and make them behave themselves. By the way, honey, can you call Wang Zai in? I have something to say to him." "You can't listen." Jiang Liu was still thinking about his guess and wanted to confirm it. "You want to talk to him alone?" The alarm bells in Gu Chennian's heart rang. He has always been very confident in his appearance, but he can't control Jiang Liu. It couldn't be that she had fallen in love with someone else, because she fell in love with Qi Wen after he saved her once. Gu Chennian's mind was in a mess. "You can listen if you want, I'm afraid you'll be embarrassed." Jiang Liu always liked to be straightforward, so when he found Gu Chennian on the street, he went up to him and asked him if he wanted to get married. As the saying goes, enjoy life while you can. Enjoy the present moment. I always feel uncomfortable when there is a knot in my heart. After I had this idea, I wanted to solve this problem immediately. I want to hear it. Gu Chennian sat on the bed, hugged Jiang Liu's waist to assert his sovereignty, and shouted to the outside of the door, "Wang Zai, come in for a moment, your sister-in-law has something to ask you." When Qi Wen walked into the room, the first thing he saw was his tall, mighty, cold and serious brother Jiu, standing by Jiang Liu like a paparazzi guarding his food. "I'm here. What's going on?" Jiang Liu nodded and gave him a date first. "Thank you for saving me today." "You're welcome, sister-in-law. This is what I should do." Qi Wen was flattered and felt that it was more than just a simple thank you. "But I still have a question, are you attracted to my husband?" Gu Chennian, wife, what are you thinking about? Qi Wang, sister-in-law, I really didn't, how dare I? The two people seemed to have grown 8 mouths and began to explain in a loud voice. "Stop. Then why were you kneeling in the room just now?" Jiang Liu made a stop gesture and questioned the two people. Chapter 26. A little revenge, it will itch you to death. Let Brother Gu explain this. Gu glanced at Gu Chennian and kicked the ball directly at him. No matter how to explain it, he didn't dare to explain it on his own initiative. If I get unhappy, I'll have to make fun of him. Wife, it's actually like this. Gu Chennian held Jiang Liu's hand tightly and said sincerely, he owes me money. Jiang Liu's eyes lit up when he heard the word money. Her greatest hobby in life is making money, saving money and spending money. And now is the time to have a baby, which requires money. She blinked twice, trying to suppress her impatience to see the money. How much money? About 100,000 yuan. My family got a lot of money when their house was demolished, but it was all borrowed by my brothers. I dare not tell you, honey, you won't blame me, will you? Gu Chennian explained. Jiang Liu's heart was bleeding, thinking that Gu Chennian was too honest, so all the money was borrowed away. Although those are premarital properties, if the money can be taken back, it will be a considerable income. No. If you owe me money, then you owe me money. Why do you have to kneel down? Don't change the subject. Jiang Liu was almost bypassed, the issue of kneeling had not been resolved yet. Wang Zai said he wanted to wait a while. I told him that you're pregnant and need money urgently. Gu Chennian suddenly raised his voice and looked in the direction of Qi Wang. But he said he really couldn't come up with the money and even knelt down in front of me. We're all brothers, so I can only wait a while. Qi Wang received the signal and nodded immediately, then said, don't worry, sister-in-law, I just don't have the money at the moment. I will definitely give you the money after a while. Although Jiang Liu was only thinking about money, she was not a heartless person, and she was embarrassed to interfere in the affairs between the brothers. So I misunderstood. I won't say more about the things between you brothers. But you know I'm staying at home and have no job now. Jiang Liu placed her slender fingers on her belly and rubbed them twice. He doesn't make much money when he goes out to work. What will we do after the baby is born? Gu Chennian coughed steadily. Qi Wang immediately spoke and swore to the sky. Don't worry, sister-in-law. Before the baby is born, no, within 3 months, I will give you the full amount of 100,000 yuan. Jiang Liu nodded proudly and glanced at Gu Chennian. That look seemed to say, see, it's still me who helps you get your money back. Gu Chennian curled up the corner of his mouth into a smile and rubbed Jiang Liu's head. My wife is amazing. Of course not. Jiang Liu's eyes curved and she smiled brightly. If you find those people, remember to tell me their address. Okay. Gu Chennian agreed without asking any more questions. Whatever Jiang Liu wants, he will give her. Jiang Liu pulled Gu Chennian aside and whispered a few words to him mysteriously. Gu Chennian nodded, looking at Jiang Liu's small mouth opening and closing, his Adam's apple rolling unconsciously. Don't worry, baby, I'll give you whatever you want. When Jiang Liu raised her eyes, she saw Gu Chennian's eyes staring at her. While she was stunned, he grabbed her hands and hooked them around his neck, then quickly kissed her lips, deftly prying open her teeth, in a passionate and lingering manner. The sweet and smooth saliva rubbed against the tip of the entangled tongue, and Jiang Liu's mind went blank. He could only close his eyes obediently, forgetting to think, and not wanting to think. She instinctively began to caress Gu Chennian's face, responding to his actions. Someone. Jiang Liu opened his eyes dazedly and found that Qi Wen had already understood his position, so he closed his eyes at ease and enjoyed the kiss. This is interest, do you like it? Gu Chennian reluctantly let go of those soft lips. Jiang Liu's face flushed and he hasn't come back to his senses yet. I'm going to go make you dinner, continue when I come back. Good. Jiang Liu agreed in a daze, and after Gu Chennian left, she hid in the bed and covered her face with the quilt. Sure enough, when looking for a husband, you should look for a handsome, love-minded guy. But she didn't forget the main thing. She opened the live broadcast platform, found Zhang Ji, and sent him a message. Tomorrow's live apology will be at the location I specify. Why do you have more requests? Zhang Ji expressed his impatience. Trust me, you can become famous. Can it be popular? Zhang Ji was skeptical, but he had no choice but to believe Jiang Liu. He can't miss any opportunity to get traffic. Good. Qi Wang outside the door finally chose not to stay for dinner. He didn't want to eat dog food anymore. His current mission was to find those 3 hooligans. The 3 people are easy to find, they are locals. Just asking them will tell you where they usually hang out. According to the plan, he sent the address directly to Gu Chennian, and then sprinkled the itching powder on the 3 people. He tried it out of curiosity last night and sprinkled a little on his arm. As a result, he didn't sleep well the whole night. Now he has dark circles under his eyes and looks like he has kidney deficiency. In a quiet alley, 3 men in flowered shirts were smoking and complaining. The man with curly hair and small eyes spoke first, touching his face with his hands. "Hiss, do you feel something is wrong with your body? What's wrong? Are you hallucinating? You feel uncomfortable without money in your hands." The short man took a puff of cigarette and exhaled in a circle. "Bullshit, don't I know what's wrong with my body? My back feels itchy." The curly-haired little eyes shouted loudly. It turned out that the louder the voice was, the more itchy it became, and the person began to scratch his neck uncontrollably. His palms were very strong and he scratched very hard. It looked like he wanted to scratch his neck. But soon, he ran around on the ground like a mad dog, and finally fell on the wall, holding his head and dragging his body on the wall to relieve the itch, while shouting that it was itchy. While he was shouting, he kept scratching his chest and belly button with his other hand. He looked like a mad bull. He kept rolling around, and his clothes were torn into several pieces, revealing his strong and muscular body, but the wounds became more and more obvious, and finally, they began to bleed. Seeing this scene, the black-haired young man sitting on the motorcycle next to him exclaimed and rushed over. "Xiaopeng! Xiaopeng! Stop scratching, stop scratching! You're bleeding, stop scratching yourself! What's going on?" The curly-haired man couldn't hear any words at this moment and was just scratching randomly. When the other 2 people saw this scene, they were so panicked. Chapter 27, Dog Bites Dog. Chiwang had already found his hiding place on the roof, holding his mobile phone in his hand and finding a good position to prepare for a live broadcast for Jiang Liu. When he saw this scene, he gasped. "I thought it was just a joke from Jiang Liu, but I didn't expect it to have this effect." The skin was scratched directly. Fortunately, he just spilled a little out of curiosity yesterday. Chiwang originally thought that Jiang Liu was just a weak little girl, but after seeing this scene, his opinion changed a little. There is something special about this woman. She is indeed not simple. He needs to be careful. He continued to observe in the dark. The curly-haired, small-eyed man named Xiaopeng, who was still holding a mobile phone in his hand, was exhausted both physically and mentally, with tears in the corners of his eyes, but he couldn't control the movements of his hands. "Dopeng, Xiaofei, hold me quickly." His eyes were bloodshot and he looked painful. He was talking, but his body was still rubbing against the wall. The originally intact clothes had been rubbed into rags. The skin scratched by the wall was oozing drops of blood. It seemed that only this way could relieve his pain. Okay. The short man stepped forward first, followed by the black-haired man. The 2 men grabbed Xiaopeng's arms together and pushed him to the ground. Xiaopeng was still struggling, his fingers grabbing the ground almost frantically, his teeth clenched, and drooling from his mouth. "Why don't we go to the hospital? Xiaopeng, you look obviously abnormal." The black-haired man thought of the doomsday novel he read a few days ago. The people in the novel went crazy first and then turned into zombies. His voice was trembling, and he said with some concern, "Is Xiaopeng going to become a zombie? Will we be infected?" "Dopeng, you can just read novels. Why do you bring it into the real world? Stop imagining it. Let's take them to the hospital first." It seems that the short man is called Xiaofei. He blamed Dopeng for his wild imagination, but he also had a bad premonition in his heart. As expected, whatever you fear will come true. Xiaofei always felt itchy all over his body, and the strange feeling was getting bigger and bigger. Suddenly, Xiaopeng raised his curly hair and bit the air desperately like a mad dog. "Itchy. Help me, It itches so badly. Help me. Don't move." Dopeng felt a strong force struggling against him, and he wanted to leave Xiaopeng and leave this place immediately. "It's so weird, I started to itch for no reason." Xiaofei suddenly jumped up when Xiaopeng was struggling. There was a tooth mark on his arm, and there was blood. Xiaopeng seemed to have lost consciousness and was only scratching himself. "I don't care. He looks like he has rabies." When Dopeng saw Xiaofei being bitten, he immediately let go of his hand and took several steps back. He doesn't want to get this strange disease. Shit. Don't go. You definitely can't escape, take us to the hospital. Xiaofei had rashes all over his body, all red and pockmarked, as if he had been bitten by mosquitoes. He saw Dopeng seemed to be about to leave, so he spoke out to stop him, then stood up and hugged Dopeng's thighs. Xiaopeng had not completely lost his mind and hugged Dopeng's thigh. Help me. Box. Help me. It's itchy. The three of them pushed each other and wrestled with each other. Normally, the three of them committed crimes together happily, but when it came to a life and death situation, they immediately became a situation where the rabbit was dead and the dog was eaten. The three of them would scratch each other from time to time, and then punch each other. It was like a dog-eat-dog scene. At this moment, a pious voice of apology appeared around. It was like the sound of an angel descending from heaven, which made the three people excited. Hello everyone, this is the day after I apologized. To show my sincerity, I deliberately chose this remote place to broadcast live. Zhang Ji still doesn't understand why Jiang Liu asked him to come to this place to live broadcast. They say it can make him famous, but what kind of big news can come out of a place like this? Just think about it, it's impossible. Thinking about it now, Zhang Ji still regrets that he should not have blindly believed Jiang Liu's words. Save me. Save us. Hurry up and save me. That handsome guy, save us, please. Look here, please save us. Hiss, it's itchy, take us to the hospital. The three people seemed to have grown 70 or 80 mouths, attracting the attention of Zhang Ji, who was still broadcasting live. He had noticed just now that there was a loud noise, but he didn't take it seriously. Now when he heard the cry for help, his eyes suddenly lit up, as if something had dawned on him, and he understood why Jiang Liu had asked him to come here today. They must have wanted him to help others and send these people to their hospital, which would not only clear his name but also earn him some traffic. Thinking of this, a smile broke out on Zhang Ji's face, and the corners of his lips couldn't help but rise up. Family members, I see someone calling for help ahead. Although apologizing is important, saving lives comes first. I'm going to go see what's going on first, and I hope everyone can be a witness for me. Zhang Ji reversed the camera so that it was facing Liu in front of him, and moved towards the voices of several people crying for help. When he saw this scene, he was completely stunned. Oh my god! This is so exciting. The three people did not get entangled with each other, but each found a comfortable support point and then rubbed against each other. Even though their faces and bodies were already peeling from friction, they were still scratching tirelessly. As the comments in the live broadcast room scrolled by one after another, many local viewers had already discovered that these three people were hooligans who usually did not go to work and molested decent women on the street. After all, it was not a big deal and it was difficult for the police to catch him. The result was that people around him were angry, but they could do nothing about it. Now seeing them in such an embarrassed state, I couldn't help but feel a sense of pleasure in my heart. Anchor, don't send them to the hospital. The three of them usually do bad things and are very annoying. I testify that this is true. Anchor, please do not save them, or they will try to scam you. My daughter was molested by them on the street before, which really pissed me off. Now it feels so good to watch them do that. Of course, there are some viewers who don't understand and can only type a few words silently. Anchor, although they are bad people, I see they are in a miserable situation now. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. The Virgin Mary is upstairs. What the hell, I was just making a suggestion. Zhang Ji was not in a hurry. He had already thought about how to deal with this matter. The people must be saved, but before that, he also has to earn traffic. Chapter 28. Jiang Liu is being targeted. My family, my friends, let me check the situation first. These three people seem to have some strange disease, as if they have lost their minds. Zhang Ji felt a little disgusted. He slowly approached the three people, and of course did not forget to take pictures with his mobile phone. Brother, what are you doing? Xiaopeng seemed to have completely lost his mind, rolling his eyes and speaking incoherently. Itchy. I'm so itchy. Zhang Ji frowned and shook his head, then went to take a picture of the short Xiaofei. Hello, may I ask what's going on with you? Do you usually take medicine? When Xiaofei heard Zhang Ji's words, red rashes appeared on his face and blue veins on his forehead bulged. Get lost, you are sick. Jiang Ji also felt very unhappy. He had good intentions and was about to help them call the police, but he was instead blamed. After he took pictures of everyone's ferocious expressions and vulgar movements, he made a call with his spare cell phone. "Family members, you must testify for me. I have reformed and have no intention of harming anyone. I have already called an ambulance. I will be a good person to the end. I will be here to protect them to prevent any accidents." He said he was watching over them, but actually he just wanted to continue shooting some videos. While filming the video, Jiang Ji solemnly read the apology letter in a sincere tone. Coupled with the picture of several people scratching themselves, it looked even more ridiculous. Jiang Liu was laughing so hard that tears came out while holding his phone, especially when he saw those people struggling and scratching themselves, like wild monkeys on Mount Amay. "System, this won't kill anyone, will it? Don't worry, host. After an hour, the itching sensation will disappear, but the marks left by scratching will not disappear. So, if someone can endure it for more than an hour, it's actually not painful at all, right?" Yes. Jiang Liu already had an idea in her mind. She took out her cell phone and saw that Jiang Ji had sent her a private message. "Jiang Jie. You are my god, and I will be your little brother from now on. I will prepare in advance where I will go to apologize to you tomorrow." Jiang Liu didn't expect Jiang Ji's attitude to change so quickly. Maybe it was because this incident made him gain a lot of fans. However, the admiration of such people is only temporary. Once they find that they are of no use to them, they will abandon them immediately. Jiang Liu, who has worked in the workplace for some time, knows that the connection between people is interest. At least now she can use Jiang Ji, and she can talk about the rest later. This incident will be enough to keep you busy for a while. When those people go to their hospital, follow them. I understand. Jiang Ji sent a flattering emoticon. TSK tilde. Jiang Liu held the phone far away and showed a look of disgust. Then she threw her phone aside, turned on her computer and started working. Adult life is not easy. She used to work in a company and also wrote novels part-time to make money. She had searched it just now in the evening, but there were no copies of the novels she had written before. In other words, she could earn some money from the novels she had written before to supplement her family income. Jiang Liu put one foot on the chair, grabbed her hair casually, found a few novel websites, and sent them the outline and content she had written. Cast a wide net and make big money. She even suspected that she had traveled into this world of novels because she kept writing novels. Jiang Liu picked up a grape and put it in his mouth, then picked up his phone and continued watching the live broadcast. 3 people wearing tattered floral shirts had been sent to their hospital by ambulance. Jiang Ji followed behind and sat in the ambulance as a matter of course. When others asked him about it, he said he was worried about these people. When the 3 people were sent to their hospital, the doctor was helpless. The degree of the itching was too extreme. The doctor could only give the 3 people sedatives, then prescribe some trauma medicine and continue to observe them. By the time the people regained some consciousness, exactly 1 hour had passed. "Xiao Fei, do you think someone deliberately framed us today?" Dopeng was completely exhausted, his dry lips were weak and powerless. He hated it. He just couldn't understand why he was so unlucky. Ever since he dropped out of school, he has been the bully in this area and no one has ever been able to trip him up. "Xiao Fei, I think the person who called the ambulance just now looks familiar." "Xiaopeng, yes, I think so too. It seems that he was the one who beat up the mistress during the live broadcast. Damn it, I knew it must be that damn bitch, these 2 people must have teamed up to mess with us." Dopeng was the leader of the 3 of them. When he was reminded of this, he immediately thought of Jiang Liu whom he met on the street yesterday. He thought he had made countless enemies, but no one had ever resisted him. "We'll go find that damn bitch tomorrow." Dopeng gritted his teeth in hatred, but the wound hurt terribly when he moved. He caught them all by himself. "Dopeng, I remembered something. Wasn't there a man who came out to save the beauty yesterday? What if we meet him again?" Xiaofei was a little worried, but he met the muscular man, Qi Wang. "Gangsters like them never bully people they can't beat. Why are you panicking? Let's find her home, have sex with her inside, and then take a video. Will she dare to resist us?" Dopeng had a filthy expression on his face, and he looked ecstatic. No one knew what he was fantasizing about. It seems that this is not the first time they have done something that harms others and benefits themselves. I'll do as you say. I don't feel itchy anymore. Me too, I can't wait. After several people found that they were no longer itchy, they ignored the pain of their wounds and struggled to get up. Doctor, we need to be discharged from the hospital. Then go and settle the bill. Damn, I've never been charged for medical treatment. Dopeng was unhappy. Usually he went to the small clinic to get medicine at will and never had to pay. The doctor raised his head and glanced at Dopeng. You don't have to pay, but I can't guarantee that you won't relapse. Seeing the doctor's threatening look, several people looked at each other and finally chose to pay. They all had no jobs and no social security, so they could only take out a few banknotes from their pockets and barely make ends meet. Zhang Ji had left long ago, but there was still one person who had not left. That is Qi Wang. He listened for a long time and realized that these people might be looking for trouble with Jiang Liu. How could he possibly let these people get what they wanted? Even if he doesn't like his sister-in-law, he won't let himself fail in his duty. Qi Wang took out his cell phone and sent a message to Gu Chennian, then he secretly followed the three people. They must be beaten up so they will learn their lesson. Chapter 29. Jiang Cancan comes to visit and is discovered to have a man at home. As the sun sets, the orange-red color of the sunset leaves a mark on the car window, and a faint golden color is sprinkled on the asphalt road. Three people with ill intentions found Aunt Wang at the vegetable market and forced her to tell them where Jiang Liu lived. But Aunt Wang didn't know the details, she only knew which community Jiang Liu lived in. So the three of them headed towards the community, waiting for nightfall, when it would be time for them to take action. However, while the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, they did not know that they had already been targeted. Gu Chennian was dressed in black, and in order to avoid being discovered, he also wore a black mask and a baseball cap, seeming to perfectly blend into the approaching night. Brother Gu, do you feel that this direction is familiar? Qi Wen was not sure and could only ask tentatively. This direction seemed to be the direction of Gu Chennian and Jiang Liu's wedding room. Those people just now were walking on the main road, so it was really difficult to take action. In addition, there were too many people in the vegetable market, so they had no chance to take action and could only follow behind these people. Yes, this is the direction I'm heading home. Gu Chennian frowned. Although these people were gangsters, they had strong execution ability. They found out the community where Jiang Liu lived as soon as they came out. They must have thought that Jiang Liu lived alone, so they dared to have such an idea. But it doesn't matter, we'll make them pay the price today. Jiang Liu, who was eating grapes with relish at home, had not yet realized that danger was about to come. Just as she was thinking about the plot, the system popped up with a buzzing sound. Host, I have some bad news for you. Jiang Cancan is coming to confront you. You'd better be prepared. What? Jiang Cancan is coming over, how does she know where I live? Jiang Liu's fingers kept tapping on the keyboard, her mind was full of the plot. Now that the system said this to her, her train of thought was completely interrupted. She has her own way. The most important thing now is not to let her find out that you are married. It was not difficult to hear that the system's tone was a little anxious, which inevitably made Jiang Liu a little curious. What would happen if she knew I was married? No, absolutely not. Even if you want her to know, this is not the right time. If she knows, it will affect the plot and your life will be in danger. Jiang Liu felt helpless, but there was nothing she could do. After all, she could only obey the system's arrangements. If she lost her life, the baby in her belly would also be in danger. Now where is she? Let me clean up the house. Jiang Liu saw some of Gu Chennian's clothes in the living room, Gu Chennian's shoes at the entrance, and towels in the bathroom. All the belongings related to the male owner in the house must be put away. 10 minutes left. There are only 10 minutes left, couldn't you have said it earlier? What use do I have for you? Jiang Liu said angrily, no wonder you are always late for work. How can anyone trust you with such a work attitude? The system seemed to be very ashamed after being taught a lesson, and the voice in its head became much quieter. Sorry. It's okay. Just be careful next time. I am the only system that will tolerate a stupid and useless person like you. Jiang Liu was flipping through their PUA taming encyclopedia in his hand, trying to soothe the system. System 009 always felt that something was wrong, but it didn't find it, so it could only nod with its ethereal figure. Kindness. Look, you're late for work, and the plot has become a mess. I'm the only one willing to cooperate with you and help you complete your performance evaluation work. As Jiang Liu instructed, the system took out a non-existent tissue and wiped its face. Host, you are the best. I will always think of you when I have good things in the future. After a heart-to-heart communication with Jiang Liu, the flexible system felt that it had made a sincere friend. Is this what colleagues from other systems call comradeship? Jiang Liu listened to the system crying and sobbing in his mind, feeling dissatisfied and amused. Originally she just wanted to experiment with the contents of the book, but she didn't expect the effect to be so good. However, she did not stop her hands. Seeing that the 10 minutes were about to end, Jiang Liu speeded up her movements. Just when Jiang Liu hid Gu Chennian's slippers in the shoe rack, the doorbell rang. Here it comes, who is it? Jiang Liu hurriedly went to the kitchen, picked up an apron and tied it on herself, then quickened her pace and trotted to the door, observing the situation outside through the peephole. The person who came was Jiang Cancan. She was still dressed brightly and beautifully today, with meticulous makeup on her face and a tight top that outlined her slender waist. Her cute big wavy hair made her pretty face even more beautiful. Jiang Liu admired it for a while, then opened the door. Compared to Jiang Cancan's beautiful heroine, Jiang Liu is more simple, and takes the path of a pure and innocent little white flower. She wore a little white dress at home. She had no makeup on her face, but her skin was fair and rosy, which made people fascinated. She looked at the newcomer with a pair of affectionate eyes in surprise, and asked helplessly, "Sister, why are you here? My house is small, you probably won't be used to it. Is there anything going on? Do you want to talk outside?" Jiang Cancan couldn't stand Jiang Liu's attitude, nor did she like her pretentious look. After knowing that Lu Wan hoped to marry Jiang Liu, she felt an indescribable discomfort in her heart. Don't talk to me in a sarcastic way. What's the big or small house? The houses in this neighborhood are all in a great location. Is there some secret in your house that you don't want me to know? Jiang Cancan didn't act on a whim today. She was forced to do so due to pressure from her family, or rather, pressure from Jiang Daqiang. I can only find Jiang Liu's house and talk to her in person. Jiang Liu bought this house with the Jiang family's money, so when she bought it, her family knew where she lived, but they never came to find her. After all, people should keep a distance from each other. But she just saw a pair of shoes at the door. They were men's shoes, so she couldn't help but become suspicious. Jiang Liu might be keeping a man at home. Especially when Jiang Cancan saw that Jiang Liu seemed very resistant to her entering the house, she became more certain of her idea. When Jiang Liu heard this, there was a hint of panic in his eyes, and he was at a loss as to what to do. She opened the door and let Jiang Cancan in. "Sister, what are you talking about? Why would I keep a man at home?" After saying that, she showed a sweet smile. Jiang Cancan didn't hesitate and immediately walked into the living room, looking at all the items. But she didn't find anything suspicious. If you don't have a man in your house, why would you put a pair of men's shoes at the door? Chapter 30. Jiang Liu put down the knife. When Jiang Liu saw the shoes that had not been put away at the door, she had already anticipated that Jiang Cancan would ask her this. "Oh, it's too dangerous for me to live alone. If I don't put a pair of men's shoes outside, hang a few men's clothes on the balcony, and put a few men's things in the house, I won't feel safe." Jiang Liu was telling the truth. Before she traveled through time, she lived alone in a rental house. She would occasionally see news about single women being killed, which made her feel uneasy. She would often leave a pair of men's shoes outside the door. "It seems that you can't live without a man," Jiang Cancan mocked. She had not experienced Jiang Liu's life. She had been born into a wealthy family with a life of luxury since childhood and did not have to worry about her own comfort. Jiang Liu got angry when she heard this. "What does it mean that you can't live without a man? What on earth are you doing here today? If you want to mock me, don't do that. You don't know what my life was like before. I hope you won't make random comments." Jiang Liu had some personal grudges. After being questioned by Jiang Liu, Jiang Cancan was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly remembered that she came to Jiang Cancan today to apologize. His face looked a little bad and he was hesitant about how to start the conversation. Ding dong. Just at this moment, the doorbell outside rang again. "Who is it?" Jiang Liu asked. "I am a community warm-hearted person. The community has been distributing welfare these days and has given out some small gifts for every household to distribute. A man's voice came through the door, a very unfamiliar voice. Jiang Liu carefully looked through the peephole, trying to get a clear look at the person outside the door, but he was wearing a hat and couldn't see his face at all. Okay, thank you. I'm busy right now. You can just leave it at the door. After saying this, the person outside the door responded with an okay, then bent down, seemed to put something on the ground, and then turned and walked towards the elevator hall. You obviously have nothing to do, why don't you open the door to receive the package? You are so rude. Seeing Jiang Liu being so timid and cautious, Jiang Cancan couldn't help but say, if you are afraid, let me sign for you. At least give him a sip of water. Seeing Jiang Cancan's nonchalant look, Jiang Liu couldn't help but roll his eyes. The young lady who grew up in a warm room is so naive. Before Jiang Liu could react, Jiang Cancan had already opened the door and looked at the ground. I'll help you accept this gift, but you have to promise me one thing. Jiang Liu opened his mouth, but didn't have time to stop Jiang Cancan. No. You and the others have gone far away. Click, the door opened. Jiang Cancan felt herself being pushed away by a force, and several mean voices came out from outside the door. There was a sense of nausea and discomfort in every word. He. I told you this trick works. There's no one who doesn't like to take advantage of small opportunities. Get your phones ready, we're going to make a big movie today. Don't run. Why are you running? A pair of rough hands grabbed Jiang Cancan's white and tender little hands and touched them hard twice. You're sick. Go get treatment if you're sick. Jiang Cancan had never been treated like this before. She immediately pulled her hand back and cursed angrily. Wow. You have quite a temper. A head of curly hair appeared first, followed by a set of tattered clothes. Jiang Liu recognized them at the first sight. Aren't these three the same gangster trio who had been pampered by the itchy powder during the day and were in great pain? He actually followed me straight home. It couldn't be any worse. No, although this face is a bit similar, it doesn't seem to be the person we met yesterday. Xiaopeng thought he was not face blind. After seeing Jiang Cancan's face, he was stunned for a moment and asked the two people behind him for confirmation. Xiaofei took a look inside and squeezed into the room. This silly boy must have never seen a woman before. They look completely different when they put on makeup. Look at the lipstick on her lips, it's as red as fire. That's makeup, don't you understand? So that's how it is. It seems I found the right door. Xiaopeng raised his hands, grabbed the air, and moved towards Jiang Cancan step by step. Jiang Cancan had never seen such a scene before, so she backed away while calling for help. Jiang Liu, did you provoke these people? You have the wrong person. I am not Jiang Liu. I just came to see her today. Dopeng was the last one to enter the room, with a sinister sneer on his face. It doesn't matter if it's one or two. I will take good care of the two people here today. Jiang Liu knew that these three people were here to cause trouble for her. The moment she opened the door and saw their faces, she rushed to the kitchen and grabbed two knives. The knife in the left hand is relatively light and can be worn around the waist without being noticed. In the right hand is a large meat chopping knife, which can easily chop the pork bones. What do you want to do? Breaking into a private residence is illegal. Jiang Liu shouted sternly. What do you want to do? Fuck you guys. Har, don't you understand? What do you want to do? Fuck you guys. Har, don't you understand? The curly-haired Xiaopeng standing in the front laughed. So your name is Jiang Liu, you are the daughter of a mistress, you must be in need of a man just like your mom, let your brother love you. You. Jiang Liu held a knife in his hand and gnashed his teeth. I will chop anyone who dares to come up to me to death. Bitch. You have no shame. Dopeng found Jiang Liu funny when he saw his skinny and boneless appearance and the knife in his hand. How can two women beat three men? This is his experience. Jiang Cancan knew that these people were here to cause trouble for Jiang Liu, so she quickly said, I won't stop you if you want to cause trouble for her. I'm leaving first. Hey, there's a little beauty here. Don't worry, the three of us brothers will let you enjoy it too. Jiang Cancan had never heard such dirty words before and was shaking with anger, but she knew she couldn't beat these people, so she could only run away. She felt that these people were all caused by Jiang Liu. Although it was because she opened the door, even if she didn't open the door, these three people would still cause trouble for Jiang Liu. Jiang Cancan felt very unlucky and should not have come here today if she had known. How could Xiaopeng let Jiang Cancan go? He just reached out and hugged Jiang Cancan. Don't run away, tell your girls to put down their knives, and let's have some fun. After saying that, he took a deep breath next to Jiang Cancan's neck. It smells really good, and it's a feast for the eyes. Jiang Cancan was trembling all over. Jiang Liu, please put down the knife and save me, I beg you to save me. Jiang Cancan was confused and could only ask Jiang Liu for help randomly. No, if I put the knife down, I will really be a lamb to be slaughtered. Chapter 31. You can kill her. Her property will be mine after she dies. Woo woo. Jiang Cancan's face turned pale and she began to sob softly, like a fish on a chopping board, helpless. I'm the heir to the Jiang group. I have money, a lot of money. I can ask my dad to transfer money to you. But these three people didn't believe what she said at all. Dopeng lifted Jiang Cancan's chin and licked his lips. You are the heir of Jiang group. What are you doing here? This is just a slum for you. No, Jiang Liu is my father's illegitimate daughter. I came here to talk to her about something. Jiang Cancan turned her head away with an unhappy look on her face, but she still explained, hoping that these three people would believe her. Jiang Liu spoke up at this time. It's true. You can read the previous news. Jiang Group recognized its illegitimate daughter. This is true, and it was on the news. Xiaofei muttered to himself, as if some memory was awakening. Dopeng, the name Jiang Group sounds familiar. Has it been on the news before? I never watch the news. It's all about national affairs, which have nothing to do with me. Dopeng was confused. Why was the news talking about recognizing an illegitimate daughter? I saw it in the gossip news. That's it. I even complained at the time that they made such a big fuss about recognizing their illegitimate daughter. Xiaofei quickly took out his cell phone and found the news he had read before. In fact, he just glanced at it briefly. He didn't expect it to come in handy at this time. Hiss. Why do I feel that the person above is that Jiang Liu? Xiaopeng came over to take a look, then looked at Jiang Liu. Very similar, no, exactly the same. The three people were stunned for a moment, feeling a chill down their spines and cold sweat streaming down their foreheads. She was just an ordinary woman, but I didn't expect she had such a background. These second-generation rich are all wealthy people, and money makes the world go round. Now they have offended both of them. How are they going to survive in the future? Dopeng, what should we do? Let them go. Xiaopeng's legs were trembling slightly. He had followed Dopeng since he was a child and had been dominating in this area, but he had never offended any big shots. He is scared. But Dopeng was a ruthless guy. He pointed at Xiaopeng's head and hit him and scolded him. Use your pig brain to think about it. Can we let them go now? Our faces have been seen. Can we leave here alive? Let's just go all out. Xiaofei knew what Dopeng meant. He couldn't let the person go now, but there was still another way. After all, the dead can't talk. Jiang Cancan also understood the meaning of their words. She wanted to struggle but didn't dare to, and could only beg bitterly. If you let me go, I promise I won't hold you responsible. Dopeng, women's words are deceiving. We won't be fooled. Really, Jiang Liu and I don't get along. As long as you let me go, I will keep it a secret for you. You can do whatever you want to her. You are here to see her anyway, so just pretend that I haven't been here today. Jiang Cancan now expresses her deep regret, saying that if she had come a few minutes later, she would not have encountered such a thing. You two are at odds. That's even better. I think it's more exciting. Dopeng said with a wicked look on his face, I just like sisters. Qi Wang, who was eavesdropping outside the door, took a deep breath. So that is how it is. He said that brother Jiyu was so far-sighted, how could he just marry a woman casually? It turned out that Jiang Liu was the illegitimate daughter of the Jiang group. With this relationship, he could infiltrate the Jiang family, pretend to be poor and become a son-in-law, and then use some tricks. Wouldn't the Jiang group be in his pocket? Qi Wang felt annoyed by his previous recklessness. Why couldn't he guess what brother Jiyu was thinking? If the plan was disrupted, he would be the culprit. Gu Chennian had no idea that Qi Wan was daydreaming. When he followed the three people all the way to his doorstep, he already felt something was wrong. He knew that Jiang Liu was gentle and kind, and advised him not to use force. If he just rushed in and beat the guy up, he didn't know if that would make Jiang Liu angry. The door was closed now, and if he used the key to open the door and go in, it would definitely alert the people inside. He had to think of a way to catch them off guard. He was not in a hurry now. The door was not soundproof and he could hear the noise inside. The person who was caught was Jiang Cancan, not Jiang Liu. In Gu Chennian's eyes, Jiang Liu, who was gentle and kind, was holding a sharp kitchen knife in his hand and confronting three people. "Put down the knife. Otherwise I will kill this woman." Dopeng looked at the knife in Jiang Liu's hand and felt afraid. Swords and guns have no mercy. You can't let yourself get hurt for a woman. Go ahead and kill her. After you kill her, I will be the only daughter left in the Jiang family. All the property will be mine, and I want to thank you. Jiang Liu shrugged indifferently, extremely provocative. I don't have to dirty my hands, and I can get a fortune for free. Jiang Cancan was furious. Jiang Liu, did you find these three people? Do you want to get the family property through this method? Jiang Liu was about to retort when she suddenly realized that she was the vicious female supporting role. If she took the blame, wouldn't that help to complete the task? Finish early and end early. Thinking of this, she nodded calmly. Yes, they are all my little brothers. If I tell them to eat shit, they will eat shit. The three people couldn't stand it anymore. Damn it, who would eat shit? If you don't intend to listen to me, then you will have to bear the crime yourself. Are you sure you don't want to eat shit? Jiang Liu threatened the three people with a knife. Jiang Cancan snorted coldly, You vicious woman, I know you have bad intentions, why would you let me in? You are so hypocritical. In fact, Jiang Cancan would know if she thought about it. She came to apologize today on a whim. Jiang Liu couldn't predict her actions, so how could he arrange people to rob her on purpose? Ding dong tilde. It seems to be particularly busy today. This is the third time the doorbell has rung. This is a warm gift from the company. This is a performance award for Ms. Jiang Liu. She needs to sign for it. Jiang Liu was a little surprised. She didn't have a job yet, so why would someone send her an assessment prize? Could it be that someone was targeting her? Jiang Liu was about to speak when Dopeng spoke up, put it at the door. She's not home now. He also threatened Jiang Liu with his eyes and took out a small knife and placed it on Jiang Can's delicate neck. Jiang Liu gritted his teeth, but ultimately said nothing. I'm not at home, but a family member can sign for it. I'll call her later. Jiang Liu's cell phone rang. She looked at the phone and saw the letter A on it. A hint of joy flashed in her eyes. This was the note she gave to Gu Chennian, so that he would be the first contact. Chapter 32. It's his turn to save his wife. This was the signal Gu Chennian gave her. Jiang Liu understood what was going on. Looking at the threatening and nervous expressions of the three men, he picked up the phone. Be careful. If you dare to say something you shouldn't, don't blame us for being ruthless. The most nervous person was Jiang Cancan, because her neck was cold and her life was in the hands of others. Jiang Liu nodded and turned on the speakerphone to show his sincerity. Hello, is this Ms. Jiang? We sent you a company gift, which needs to be signed for in person, but you don't seem to be at home now. Jiang Liu raised his voice. Yes, just leave it at the door. Or have someone at home sign for it. Okay, please open the door. I have to make another delivery and I'm in a hurry. Please don't make things difficult for us. The person on the other end spoke standard Mandarin with a hint of anxiety. Then I'll talk to them and you can just let them sign on your behalf. Jiang Liu hung up the phone after he finished speaking. He was decisive and didn't say anything he shouldn't have said. Xiaopeng dragged Jiang Cancan to the restaurant behind the wall and could not be seen at the door. Dopeng opened the door carefully, leaving only a tiny gap. Just give me the express. He stretched out a hand and motioned for the person outside to bring in the express. A muscular man in a baseball cap was holding a large cardboard box and panting. You opened such a small gap, are you afraid? It can't fit in at all. Okay, just put it at the entrance, and then go deliver the next express. Dopeng always felt his eyelids twitching and had a bad premonition. The person holding the big cardboard box was Chi Wang. He had just run downstairs and bought this cardboard box at the scrapyard, spending a high price of $10 on it. It took 5 minutes to go back and forth, and I was completely exhausted. Okay. Chi Wang walked in through the open door and pushed Dopeng in. The huge box blocked Dopeng's sight and became an excellent cover for Gu Chennian. When Chi Wang put the box on the ground, Dopeng began to urge him. Okay, you guys go out. Wait a minute, you have to sign something here. Whose name is it? Your own. Dopeng picked up the pen and wrote a few crooked words. Wang Dopeng. It's signed, you can go now. No, I have something else to talk to you about. Chi Wang's heartbeat had recovered by then, and he looked at Dopeng sinisterly. So your name is Wang Dopeng, let me see how powerful you are as Dopeng. Dopeng looked up in horror and saw a familiar face. He will never forget this face in his entire life. He was kicked in the face yesterday and he is still feeling the phantom pain. You, woo-woo. Before Wang Dopeng could open his mouth to speak, Chi Wang covered his sausage-like mouth with a wet towel. The ether in the wet towel made Wang Dopeng feel dizzy. Dopeng, what's wrong? Xiao Fei was originally staring at Jiang Liu, and when he sensed some movement at the entrance, he opened his mouth to ask. Is there another person inside? I remember there was only one woman living in this house. Chi Wang asked loudly. Gu Chennian found a rope from somewhere and tied Wang Dopeng tightly. We are here as guests today. Xiao Fei was a little nervous when asked this. Okay, I've received the things. I'll leave first. Chi Wang pretended to leave. With a clang, the door closed. Seeing that Dopeng hadn't come in for a long time, Xiao Fei asked tentatively. Dopeng. He moved slowly and walked towards the entrance. There were 2 men standing at the entrance. One is Gu Chennian, and the other is Chi Wang. Wang Dopeng, who was tied up like a twist on the ground, was unconscious. When Xiao Fei saw this scene, a chill ran up his spine to his head, making his hair stand on end and his whole body tremble uncontrollably. Oh my God, fall to the ground. Chi Wang curled his 10 fingers into his palms and clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles crackling, and a strong anger surging in his chest. Dare to disturb Brother Gu's plan and dare to plot against my sister-in-law. Take my punch. This punch hit the bullseye, and Xiao Fei's frail body was instantly knocked to the ground. A stream of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes turned red. He looked at the person opposite him like a wild animal. How dare you hurt me, Chi Wang punched him again in the stomach. This punch was more fierce and domineering than the previous one. Xiao Fei was knocked flying and hit the door panel directly with a loud bang, and then fell to the floor. He clenched his hands so tightly that his joints creaked, veins bulged on his forehead, his eyes were filled with madness and unwillingness, his lips trembled, but he could not speak. Xiao Fei knew he couldn't win, so he roared a few times in a pretentious manner, then staggered and fell to the ground. He moved twice, then closed his eyes and pretended to be dead. Jiang Liu was stunned by this smooth set of movements. What kind of gods are these brothers? If they apply for the security job, they will surely earn $1 million a year. Jiang Cancan didn't understand what was going on, and thought that the courier had noticed something was wrong, so she hurriedly shouted. Handsome guy, there is another one here. Please do a good deed and save me. Now Xiaopeng was the only one left. He held Jiang Cancan tightly in his arms and slashed at the air with a knife. Don't move. Don't come over here. If you come over here, I will kill this woman. Gu Chennian was dressed in black, with his eyes slightly narrowed, and a hint of ruthlessness unconsciously revealed in his eyes. Kill him if you want. You're the one who will bear the blame. It won't affect me at all. Don't dirty the floor here. Go kill him outside. The tone made it seem as if what Xiaopeng was holding was not a hostage, but a dispensable chicken or duck. Don't come over here, I told you not to come over here. Xiaopeng saw that his verbal threats didn't work, so he put the tip of the knife against Jiang Cancan's neck. See, I've already cut her and made her bleed. Don't, woo-woo. Jiang Cancan's tears flowed like free noodles. Gu Chennian didn't even bother to look at them, but walked straight to Jiang Liu. I'm glad you're okay. Boss, thank you so much for coming here in person to give me the assessment gift. Jiang Liu opened and closed his mouth, not knowing what to say. There was only one thing she remembered clearly. But Jiang Cancan must not be let know that she is married. Old. Gu Chennian turned towards Jiang Liu, pursed his thin lips, and his eyes seemed to say, "Wife, you want to hide my identity again." Jiang Liu suddenly hugged Gu Chennian, blocking him from saying the next words. "Boss, you came just in time. That's my sister. Can you please save her?" She silently said in her heart, "Gu Chennian, my dear husband, please cooperate with me." Chapter 33, Nameless and Statusless Gu Chennian. Gu Chennian pretended to cough twice and turned to look at Jiang Cancan, who was tied up. Jiang Liu secretly looked at Gu Chennian's back, and a sense of guilt arose spontaneously, and his heart was filled with remorse. Even if Gu Chennian didn't cooperate with her, she had no choice. No matter who it is, no one would feel happy. Even though they have obtained the marriage certificate, they still have to hide it from their family as they don't have a name or status. "Since you are my employee, I will naturally protect your safety." Gu Chennian still chose to cooperate with Jiang Liu's performance. "She is your sister, I will rescue her as well." "Thank you, boss. You are the most handsome boss I have ever seen." Jiang Liu cried with joy. Jiang Cancan was only concerned about her own neck just now, and only then did she see Gu Chennian's appearance. His light-colored, thin lips were slightly parted, revealing the sexy lines of a mature man, and his figure was tall and thin. Jiang Cancan's first impression was that he was handsome, and then she felt that this person seemed familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had seen him. She thought that maybe handsome people always have similarities, so it wouldn't be strange if they felt familiar. It's just a pity that such a handsome guy is actually Jiang Liu's boss. He must have been bewitched by Jiang Liu's gossip and paid so much attention to him. Now the situation has reversed, and Xiaopeng is left alone and weak. Although he still had a hostage in his hands trembled constantly when faced with this situation. Jiang Cancan's neck was scratched with a bloody mark. She said in great pain, "Brother, please stop shaking. If you shake again, you will really kill me." At this time, she felt that Jiang Liu was the mastermind, so she relaxed a lot and even joked with Xiaopeng. "You'd better let go. Your accomplices have all fallen. Don't move, or I'll kill this woman." How could Xiaopeng know what Jiang Cancan was thinking? He just felt that Jiang Cancan was looking down on him, so he increased the strength in his hands. "Hiss, it hurts." Jiang Cancan screamed in pain, staring at Jiang Liu. "Jiang Liu, quickly tell this man to let me go. If you let me go, I will forgive you." I said, we didn't listen to her. "Don't ignore me." Xiaopeng was almost mad at Jiang Cancan. He didn't dare to kill anyone, but he couldn't be without any deterrent power. Jiang Cancan took a breath and dared not speak anymore. "I advise you to let go now, otherwise you will definitely be the most guilty among the three of you." Gu Chennian said calmly. It is better not to use violence when something can be solved with words. He didn't want Jiang Liu to misunderstand that he was a violent person. "Then let me go, and my two brothers, you have to remember that I have hostages in my hands." Xiaopeng naturally knew what Gu Chennian said, but he could never let go. "Once you let go, it will probably be a dead end." At this time, Xiaopeng glanced at the ground and gave a strange smile. Xiao Fei, who was pretending to be dead just now, suddenly jumped up from behind, holding a knife in his hand, wanting to give Gu Chennian a fatal blow. Pity. Gu Chennian is faster than him. Bang! Just when Xiao Fei was about to stab Gu Chennian suddenly stretched out his left hand, easily grasped Xiao Fei's wrist, and then twisted it hard. Xiao Fei screamed in pain, Gu Chennian pushed Xiao Fei forward, then kicked his legs hard and rushed towards Xiao Fei like an arrow. At this moment, Xiao Fei's face was already red with pain and he had no time to react at all. Just as he was about to be thrown to the ground by Gu Chennian, Xiao Fei suddenly swung his right hand forward. Whoosh! A dagger gleaming with silver light cut through the air and headed straight for Gu Chennian's throat. Jiang Liu was horrified when he saw this scene. He felt a chill on his neck and subconsciously wanted to rush out to block the knife for Gu Chennian. But at this moment, a familiar voice came, "Be careful." Qi Wen kicked Xiao Fei's wrist, while Jiang Liu rushed over with a knife. Then Xiao Fei felt a heat around his waist, and a huge pulling force threw him to the side. Then a strong force hit his chest, causing him to spit out blood instantly, and then his body flew out with this force. Xiao Fei opened his eyes and found himself lying on the ground, with warm blood gushing out and soaking the ground. Jiang Liu's hands were shaking and the kitchen knife fell to the ground. She was a little scared inside and almost killed someone. Qi Wen picked up the knife on the ground and said, "Sister-in-law, you are not suitable for this kind of thing. I will do this kind of work." Just now, after Qi Wen kicked Xiao Fei's wrist away, he snatched the knife from his hand and stabbed it directly into his waist. "He won't die, will he? What if he causes you to go to jail?" Jiang Liu was a little worried. "It's okay. This was legitimate defense. Even if someone died, we won't be sentenced." Gu Chennian was still standing there, very calm, as if he was not the one who had just beaten up the gangster. Then he carefully explained to Jiang Liu, "I usually like to watch martial arts movies. I don't have violent tendencies." Jiang Liu burst out laughing. "Silly, as long as you're okay, why bother talking about violence or not? Anyone with a little common sense can see that there is an indescribable pink thread of fate entangled between these two people." Jiang Cancan secretly disliked it in her heart. At most, she was just a nympho who liked to look at handsome guys, but she didn't want Jiang Liu to keep a man hanging like this. It's not enough to have Lu Wang alone, he also has to have unclear relations with the boss. Maybe there is some strange relationship with that thug. Jiang Cancan glanced at the thugs. Qi Wen was a martial artist to begin with, so naturally he felt uncomfortable being stared at with such a burning gaze. He turned his head and looked at Jiang Cancan, confused. "It's obviously the first time we meet, why are you looking at me with such disdain and sneering eyes? It seems that people in the Jiang family are not easy to get along with." Qi Wen defined Jiang Cancan in his heart. "Well, handsome boss, don't be fooled. This woman is going to marry someone else." Jiang Cancan kindly reminded Gu Chennian. Jiang Liu thought to himself that this was not good and he felt that he was doomed. If we go to Gu Chennian, a jealous person, there will be huge chaos. "Oh? Is that true?" Fortunately, Gu Chennian did not believe what Jiang Cancan said. Jiang Liu's eyes lit up. It seemed there was still a chance to turn the tide. "No, it's not. Boss, please listen to my explanation." Jiang Liu pulled Gu Chennian's collar, leaned close to his ear, and whispered. "Hubby, the one who wants to form an alliance is Lu Wang. He actually likes my sister, and he deliberately angered her by saying that he wants to form an alliance with me. Don't expose it." After listening to Jiang Liu's explanation, Gu Chennian calmed down. He lowered his head and smiled. I don't know whether he is laughing at his own obscurity or at the rich and powerful who really know how to have fun. That's okay. Actually, I'm still at the stage of being unknown and without any status. I haven't chased Jiang Liu yet. Chapter 34 Drama Queen Jiang Liu. When Jiang Liu heard this, he thought it was a good opportunity to show off his talent as a female supporting role. She pushed Gu Chennian away and said honestly and unpretentiously, "Boss, I know I'm beautiful, but I'm definitely not someone who does things casually. If you just want to play with me, forget it. Don't think you can attract me with money." Gu Chennian looked at Jiang Liu's dramatic face and raised his eyebrows. It seems like he is saying with his eyebrows, "I don't know how many times you have slept with me, and you still have the nerve to say that." Jiang Liu also raised an eyebrow at Gu Chennian. "Husband, cooperate with me. I don't know if these two people really have a connection with each other, or if it's just a coincidence." Gu Chennian stepped forward, held Jiang Liu's hand, and placed it on his chest with sincerity. "Believe me, I will treat you sincerely. As long as you promise me, I will only like and love you in the future." After hearing this confession, Jiang Liu felt like something exploded in his brain, like champagne bubbles covering his entire heart layer by layer. There is love flowing like a tide. His face suddenly turned red. Even in the bed late at night, Jiang Liu had never been so shy. With a pure and charming face, she is very lovable. She didn't even know what to say and could only stare at the other person blankly with her big eyes. It doesn't matter whether it's true or false. If you can save my sister, I will consider it. Jiang Liu lowered his eyelids, seeming shy. Qi Wang, who was standing aside, felt like his mouth was full of dog food. He muttered to himself, "Brother Jiu and his sister-in-law are really playing tricks. They got married first and then fell in love, and now they are pregnant, and now they are playing the love game of you chase me and I love you." The cold dog food not only filled Qi Wang's mouth, but also covered Jiang Cancan and Xiaopeng's faces. Wasn't there any tension between the two of them? Can't they show some sympathy to her as a hostage? Then Jiang Cancan seemed to have thought of something. Boss, handsome boss. Listen to me, don't be so love-minded. These 3 robbers were hired by Jiang Liu. She just wants to harm me. Jiang Liu admitted it himself just now. Jiang Cancan just couldn't stand having a man around Jiang Liu, and he was a handsome guy at that. Jiang Liu was a little conflicted. If she admitted to the crime, Jiang Cancan would probably hate her even more. But it would make Gu Chennian misunderstand her, and she didn't want to lose such a handsome and love-minded husband. When Xiaopeng heard their conversation, an idea suddenly struck him and he came up with a good way to get away with the crime. The backlash was so severe that 2 of the 3 of them were unconscious, and it was useless for them to struggle. When Jiang Cancan reminded him, he remembered that Jiang Liu had admitted to being the culprit. He spoke without thinking carefully, fearing that Jiang Liu would go back on his word. That's right. It was this person named Jiang Liu who came to us and said that if we killed Jiang Cancan, all the Jiang family's property would be hers. We were also entrusted by someone, and it was not intentional. Jiang Liu's face was cracked, as if she had indeed said something like this just now. Seeing that Gu Chennian's expression was beginning to change, she quickly explained, "No, I was just angry just now." Jiang Cancan didn't give Jiang Liu a chance to explain. "You just admitted it. I heard it all. You said you hired these 3 people, and they would eat shit if you asked them to." Jiang Cancan repeated exactly what Jiang Liu had said before. This time it was Xiaopeng's turn to be unhappy. "Shit, I only said she was the mastermind, I didn't say we were going to eat shit." Jiang Liu was determined to go all out and was completely immersed in the role. "Oh, that's right, I was the one who found these 3 people. Are you denying it now? You dare not admit it, right?" Jiang Liu's speech successfully diverted the attention of a group of people. Xiao Fei, who was lying on the ground and was seriously injured, raised his hand. "My hand can be broken, my waist can be injured, but my reputation cannot be lost. I, Li Xiao Fei, have never eaten shit." "That's right, we're not the kind of people who eat shit." Xiao Peng followed closely behind and echoed, "Now that the culprit has been found, you guys quickly call an ambulance and send Xiao Fei to the hospital." "Vulgar." Jiang Liu vomited, "Don't eat shit all the time, it's disgusting." "Isn't this your fault?" Xiaopeng said angrily. Okay, I admit the crime, just let my sister go." Jiang Liu glanced at Li Xiaofei lying on the ground. This fast should be over. If someone was really exposed, the value of this house would depreciate in the future, and he would not feel at ease living there. Har, I can let him go, but I have only one condition," Xiaopeng said. He thought Jiang Liu had some unspeakable secret and would definitely admit to the crime, so he became arrogant instead. "What?" Jiang Liu asked puzzledly. Xiaopeng said, "Stay with me tonight and you can rescue your sister." After Jiang Liu heard this, his face changed. This guy was so shameless that he actually made such a request. Gu Chennian became angry upon hearing this and walked towards Xiaopeng with his fingers pinched. Par. A loud slap hit his face, and he roared, "Are you still a man? You actually made such a request. Do you know that your behavior is called taking advantage of the situation?" How did I take advantage of the situation?" Xiaopeng didn't expect Gu Chennian to hit him. "You still dare to quibble?" Gu Chennian slapped him again. "Is this how you treat someone who is so eager to save your sister?" Unfortunately, Xiaopeng held a knife in one hand and controlled Jiang Cancan with the other hand, so he had no way to resist. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "You are sick. Believe it or not, I will kill this woman right now. Go ahead and kill him. It's best to kill him, so he won't get in the way and affect my beating you." Before Gu Chennian finished speaking, a burst of hurried footsteps suddenly sounded behind him, and then a tall figure quickly rushed towards Jiang Cancan. The black figure embraced Jiang Cancan in his arms at lightning speed and quickly took 2 steps back. Xiaopeng was stunned. It was Qi Wang. He could see that Gu Chennian was on the verge of getting angry. Moreover, the man's behavior just now was also very dangerous. If he continued to pester her, Qi Wang was worried that he would really do something beastly to Cancan. So Qi Wang decided to get rid of him before things got completely out of control. When Xiaopeng saw that the only hostage was gone, he rushed towards him with a knife in hand. Qi Wang had been alert to Xiao Peng's movements, so when he saw him running towards him, he quickly dodged sideways. At the same time, he grabbed Jiang Cancan and held her in his arms, and used his body to block hers. His back was pressed tightly against the cold wall, and Jiang Cancan suddenly felt a heavy sense of security. Chapter 35, Must Create Misunderstanding. Thank you. Jiang Cancan huddled up in fear, her face slightly red. Especially after seeing Qi Wang's muscular body, she suddenly had the urge to shashasha. Jiang Liu noticed Jiang Cancan's eyes and thought that the heroine's character was too bad. She was just a nymphomaniac. She can't help but become a fangirl when she sees a handsome man. Could it be that she also has a crush on Gu Chennian? Thinking of this, Jiang Liu became a little more alert. Xiaopeng, who was alone, saw that the situation was hopeless and had no intention of resisting. He just wanted to slip away. But Qi Wang and Gu Chennian were obviously not easy to deal with, and he eventually collapsed on the ground, at the mercy of others. In the end, Jiang Liu called the police and had these people taken away. The moment Officer Feng picked up Jiang Liu, he remembered that this was the person who had been beaten and taken to the police station a few days ago. What a coincidence, why is it you again? Jiang Liu smiled embarrassedly. This kind of coincidence is not a good thing. I'm sorry to bother you, Officer Feng. These guys were quite dangerous. They broke into our house and tried to threaten us. Fortunately, we fought hard and didn't die tragically. After hearing what Jiang Liu said, Officer Feng said, "We still need to investigate this matter ourselves. Please follow me to make a statement first." Jiang Cancan, who had already recovered, was originally sitting on the sofa to rest. After hearing what Officer Feng said, she immediately stood up. "Are you Officer Feng? I know who is behind this." Hearing Jiang Cancan's confident tone, Officer Feng asked, "Who is it?" "It's her. She deliberately asked these two people to kill me so that she could monopolize my family's property." Jiang Cancan pointed at Jiang Liu and shouted indignantly. "No, I'm a little confused. What's going on? Isn't this a random home invasion?" Officer Feng was overwhelmed. He hated dealing with such civil disputes, especially when everyone had their own demands. But work is work, and he needs to do his job conscientiously. "No." Jiang Liu wanted to say something else, but Officer Feng immediately stopped him. "Okay, let's save these words for when we get to the police station. Take the injured to the hospital for treatment first. Officer Feng, I have surveillance cameras at home. I can give them to you if you need them. But I can only give them to you for 1 day. After all, I usually wear cooler clothes at home." Jiang Liu pointed to the micro-surveillance camera he installed. "Okay, thank you for providing the evidence. I'll have the technicians arrange for you to check on these." Although Officer Feng is young, he is quite experienced in his work. One of the wounded, one was knocked unconscious by ether, and the other surrendered voluntarily. Jiang Liu didn't have any complaints, she was just worried that her relationship with Gu Chennian would be exposed. We can only take one step at a time and respond to each move as it comes. Jiang Cancan felt that this was a good opportunity to bring down Jiang Liu. Jiang Liu had just personally admitted that she was the one who found these three people and had also left surveillance cameras at home. It's really stupid. Isn't this just Chun Chun leaving a handle for herself? And foolishly handed it over to the police. She first called Jiang Daqiang and briefly told him what had just happened. Jiang Daqiang thought that Jiang Cancan had already apologized to Jiang Liu and obtained Jiang Liu's forgiveness, but he didn't expect to hear this kind of thing. His beloved daughter lived alone and was nearly raped by 3 strange men. And her sister, Jiang Cancan, also wanted to frame Jiang Liu. "I asked you to find Jiang Liu today to apologize to her and persuade her to come back and live with us. But you didn't protect your sister when she was in danger, and instead you framed her." She ruffled her hair angrily and her tone was not very good. "Dad, I've already told you that I don't have a sister. This woman has bad intentions and she just wants to harm me." "What do you mean I want to harm you? Can't you stand your sister?" Jiang Daqiang cursed angrily when he found out that Jiang Cancan did not apologize, but instead said that Jiang Liu deliberately hired someone to harm her. "If you don't believe me, just come to the police station." She said it herself. Jiang Cancan hung up the phone directly, feeling very aggrieved. She lowered her head silently, covered her eyes with her hands, and sparkling tears kept flowing out, wetting her eyelashes. She didn't know who to talk to. Her mother had cancer and she absolutely couldn't bear to hear her daughter being wronged again. After much deliberation, Jiang Cancan decided to send a message to Lu Wang. I'm going to be murdered by Jiang Liu, can you come and accompany me? She didn't know whether Lu Wang would really come. She felt a little bit expectant, but she didn't dare to expect it. Host, please send a message to Lu Wang and ask him to come to the police station to find you. Why did you ask him to come to the police station? Don't you think things are confusing enough? I'm worried that people will know that I'm married. They've all come here, and they are at the police station. If we're not careful, we'll fail. This is a character setting requirement. At this time, the vicious female supporting role will definitely pretend to be pitiful and ask the male protagonist to come and help her. But I don't need it now. Jiang Liu felt bitter but couldn't express it. Host, as long as you can get Lu Wang to come over, no matter what method you use, you must create a misunderstanding. Okay. Jiang Liu got into the police car. This was her second time in the police car. She was so familiar with it that she could even say hello to the driver in a friendly manner. Then she took out her cell phone, thinking about how to tell Lu Wang. She typed a few words, then deleted them. After some hesitation, she decided to just call directly. Hey, Lu Wang, you'd better come to the police station right now. When Jiang Cancan came to my house, robbers happened to break into their house. She was deeply hurt. If you don't come quickly, she will be taken advantage of by another man. If she wants to be affectionate with another man, it's none of my business. Lu Wang's focus was not that Jiang Cancan almost got hurt, but that she would be taken advantage of by another man. Jiang Liu slapped his forehead helplessly. If he had known earlier, he would not have said such unnecessary words. No, anyway, come here now. As my wingman, I hope you can listen to me. Xiao Liu, you have good intentions. Do you know what Jiang Cancan said about you? She said you are the culprit and you want to kill her. Lu Wang knew that Jiang Liu really wanted to help him pursue Jiang Cancan, so at this time he also had an inexplicable trust in Jiang Liu. He directly informed Jiang Liu of the message sent by Jiang Cancan. Jiang Liu smiled awkwardly, this happened for a reason. She must have misunderstood. Anyway, come here as soon as possible. Liu thought for a moment and said, I originally thought Cancan was just throwing a tantrum, but now it seems like he's really in danger. I'll be there as soon as possible. After getting Lu Wang's answer, Jiang Cancan finally relaxed completely. No, now is not the time to relax. Her relationship with Gu Chennian still needs to be kept secret. Chapter 36 Jiang Liu is the culprit. She sent a message to Gu Chennian. Hubby, I don't want my family to know about our relationship yet. Can we keep it secret for a while? She knew that she had gone too far, but she had no choice. She didn't dare to gamble the so-called death penalty mentioned by the system with the baby in her belly. I hope Gu Chennian can forgive me. System, can you help me keep this secret? Although he had no hope, Jiang Liu asked again. No, we can only ensure that your relationship will not be displayed on the police station's information network, but as long as someone takes the initiative to explain the fact of your marriage with Gu Chennian in front of the main character or supporting character, it will be erased. The system spoke seriously. After spending these few days together, it also hoped that Jiang Liu could live well. After getting the system's explanation, Jiang Liu knew that he could only leave it to fate. The phone rang, it was a message from Gu Chennian. Okay, I'll satisfy you. Jiang Liu held the phone excitedly. Although he was a poor guy, he always revealed the temperament of a domineering boss when he spoke. No, I can't be so sure. What if Gu Chennian is really the richest man as Li Yan said? Who doesn't he have a dream? Just like that, with his thoughts in a tangled mess, Jiang Liu arrived at the police station again. As expected, the first question Officer Feng asked was, what is your relationship with these people? Jiang Liu covered his eyes with his hands, breathed in through his nose, and shed 2 tears with that harmless face. Actually, this incident was caused by the incident of being mistaken for a mistress. There was a video of me circulating online, and I was stopped by those 3 hooligans on the road yesterday. Jiang Liu became sadder as he spoke, and then he calmed down. They even molested me in the street, and then I ran into Qi Wang, who was Gu Chennian's subordinate. He happened to run into me that day and saved me. You mean, those 3 people provoked you yesterday, and then they came to your house out of revenge, right? Yes, I obviously didn't do anything wrong. I've been so unlucky lately that I want to find a place to get rid of my bad luck. Officer Feng, what evidence? Jiang Liu, there were a lot of people at the market yesterday. You can go ask them or see if there are any cameras there. Officer Feng, why would Jiang Cancan, your half-sister, say that you wanted to murder her? Jiang Liu, the situation was very urgent at the time. After being questioned by my sister, I lost my temper and said that I was the mastermind. Officer Feng, if you watched the surveillance video, you would know that I didn't know my sister was coming to see me at first, so how could I specifically arrange someone to hurt her? Furthermore, those three people were well-known local thugs, and they had all been harassed to some extent. Jiang Liu spoke sincerely and basically told the truth. Officer Feng, I noticed a problem. You seem to be intentionally avoiding the relationship between you and Gu Chennian. Are you hiding something? No, he is just my boss. Officer Feng's intuition told him that there must be something fishy going on. After greeting Jiang Liu, he turned to ask Gu Chennian. I basically understand what happened. I just want to ask what your relationship with Jiang Liu is, why you went to see her that day, and did you arrange these three people? Officer Feng asked sharply, his eyes like an eagle looking at its prey on the ground. Ordinary people would be scared when they see it. Unfortunately, Gu Chennian is not an ordinary person. He smiled and said, I am Jiang Liu's boss, but I am more than just a boss. What do you mean? Officer Feng asked. Actually. Gu Chennian sighed, like a young boy thinking about love. He said slowly, in fact, I am still her suitor. You have seen Jiang Liu's appearance. She is so petite and adorable, so kind and gentle, any man would be moved. When Officer Feng saw how obsessed Gu Chennian was, he suddenly understood why Jiang Liu would deliberately avoid having any relationship with Gu Chennian. Having a boss who wants to take advantage of you anytime and anywhere must make your life very uneasy. Thinking of this, Officer Feng couldn't help but feel a little sympathy for Jiang Liu. The questions for Qi Wen were very simple, and there were basically no problems. But when it came to Jiang Cancan firmly believed that these three people were arranged by Jiang Liu. Officer Feng, listen to me. I heard her say with my own ears that she was the culprit, and you should have heard it in the surveillance video, too. I'm sorry, but after watching this video, it's obvious that it was just an angry remark. After all, the real culprit will not stand up and admit it, nor will he let the people he hired eat shit. Officer Feng felt a little embarrassed when he said this. He didn't expect that Jiang Liu, who seemed well-mannered and polite, would say such vulgar words as eat shit. Can you judge the case? Do you know who I am? Jiang Cancan's chest rose and fell rapidly, and it was obvious that she was very angry. The wound on the neck even showed signs of tearing. Officer Feng quickly explained, Ms. Jiang, you need to provide evidence for this matter, not just talk nonsense. We have already investigated clearly that the cause of the incident is that these three hooligans tried to molest Jiang Liu on the street yesterday but failed, so they came to her house today to seek revenge. Whether you are here or not, it will not affect what happens. For the first time, Jiang Cancan felt that the world did not revolve around her. How is that possible? She didn't understand how Jiang Liu had hidden the truth from the police, but she was the only one who knew the truth of the matter, and she would definitely expose Jiang Liu's true face in front of Lu Wang. Lu Wang must not be allowed to marry a woman like this. After finishing the statement, Jiang Cancan walked out in a daze. Seeing Qi Wen sitting at the door, she had an idea and walked towards him. Thank you for saving me just now. Is that handsome boss your friend? Jiang Cancan had put away her sadness at this time, and was standing at the door with a smile on her face, her skin as white as snow and her eyes bright. Although the wound on her neck was bandaged and wrapped with gauze, she still looked unique and charming. You're welcome. He's my boss and my good brother. Qi Wen spoke. He glanced at Jiang Cancan and knew that she was from the Jiang family, but when meeting a beautiful woman, everyone would not be able to help but take a few more glances. If I say that Jiang Liu wanted to kill me, would you believe it? Jiang Cancan didn't know why, but she wanted to express her feelings to everyone she met. Qi Wen was stunned. The eldest daughter of the Jiang family probably didn't like Jiang Liu very much. Brother Jiyu wants to take possession of the Jiang family in the future. Not only does he want to deceive Jiang Liu into being happy, he also cannot let Jiang Cancan go. Now is your chance to gain favor. I believe in you. No one would not believe in someone as beautiful as you. Chapter 37. He is jealous, he is also jealous. I am just so beautiful. Jiang Cancan suddenly felt that she had turned the tables on Jiang Liu, and her confidence exploded. Qi Wen is not the kind of man with delicate looks, nor is he the popular pretty boy. If I have to describe him with one characteristic, it would be a macho and rough guy. Calling him a rough guy doesn't mean that he is sloppy, but that he exudes the masculine aura of strong hormones. In addition, he had just saved Jiang Cancan, which had already earned him a lot of points in Jiang Cancan's heart. When Jiang Liu and Gu Chennian came out, they saw Jiang Cancan and Qi Wen having a great conversation. System, is this Qi Wen also considered a male supporting role? Jiang Liu saw this scene and asked the system. Logically speaking, the heroine should be surrounded by many selfless male supporting characters. I can't spoil it. How can you tell me that it's a spoiler? I'm just trying to play the villainous female supporting role well so as to advance the plot. Okay, let me tell you in secret, he can only be considered a supporting actor. System 009 briefly explained Qi Wang's next plot in Jiang Liu's mind. After listening to this, Jiang Liu looked solemn, and no one knew what he was thinking about. The system actually told her that Qi Wen was actually a subordinate of the villain, lurking beside Jiang Cancan and deliberately trying to establish a good relationship with Jiang Cancan. However, the system refused to explain who the villain was, and kept saying that the secret could not be revealed. Jiang Liu didn't want to know who the villain was, but she was worried about Gu Chennian. Qi Wen is the villain's subordinate, and he is also a good brother of Gu Chennian. So, doesn't that mean Gu Chennian is also a subordinate of the villain? From being the richest man to being a small fry under the villain, his status instantly dropped a lot. And there will be no good ending if you go against the protagonist. After Jiang Liu thought about all this, he looked at Gu Chennian with a worried look on his face. Could he have died without an intact body? Gu Chennian felt frightened by Jiang Liu's stare. What's wrong? You're looking at me like that. Do you think I'm too handsome? Narcissistic. Jiang Liu turned away, trying to keep a distance from Gu Chennian. They were now in a secret marriage and could not let others know that they were married. When Officer Feng heard Gu Chennian seducing Jiang Liu so blatantly, he immediately stood up. Sir, this is the police station. Please do not tease Ms. Jiang. After hearing this, Gu Chennian almost punched him. What was wrong with him wanting to be close to his wife? But he still held back. Just when the atmosphere was awkward, Lu Wang hurried over. Lu Wang was originally in a meeting. After receiving messages and phone calls from Jiang Cancan and Jiang Liu, he put down his work and hurried here. I thought I would see Jiang Cancan running towards me and into his arms, but I didn't expect to see this scene instead. Jiang Cancan had already recovered her mood, and was even interacting with other men, smiling like a flower, which was very dazzling. Didn't you say you almost died? Now you are flirting with others. Lu Wang was wearing casual clothes, standing in the sun. His originally clear eyes were full of Jiang Cancan's appearance, but now when he saw this scene, his face became gloomy. Didn't you just say you didn't believe me? Why did you come over? Jiang Cancan was delighted when she saw Lu Wang. Although he said he didn't care, he actually cared about her. She noticed Lu Wang's sarcasm and teased, You are so angry, are you jealous? Brother Lu Wang, tell me, are you jealous? Lu Wang frowned and uttered a few words coldly. No, I'm not here to look for Jiang Liu. I heard that she was robbed at home by 3 gangsters. I was worried and came to see her. This was obviously not what Lu Wang was thinking, but when he thought about Jiang Cancan having a good chat with another man just now, he felt uncomfortable. Hearing this, Jiang Cancan restrained her smile and forced a smile. So that's how it is. It seems you didn't come to see me specifically. That's right, after all, the person you want to marry is Jiang Liu. Jiang Cancan raised her voice, I was just injured in the neck, but she was frightened. Host, come on, this is a good opportunity to show your vicious female supporting role. If you say go, I'll go. What's the good thing to eat if I go up now? Jiang Liu felt like an ant on hot pan. There is Lu Wang in front and Gu Chennian behind. Host, you can increase your venom value. Your venom value is 2% now. You can increase it to 5% by just going up and attracting firepower. The system shouted excitedly, increasing the viciousness value by 3% at once, and was one step closer to completing the task. This means being one step closer to freedom. While Jiang Liu was still hesitating whether to step forward, the sharp-eyed Lu Wang had already seen Jiang Liu. "Xiao Liu, are you okay?" As Lu Wangdi approached quickly, Jiang Liu clearly felt the temperature around her drop a lot, and a pair of resentful eyes were staring at her back. "It really sends chills down my spine." She knew that it was Gu Chennian, but now she had no choice but to force the issue. "I'm sorry, sister. I thought you would want to see brother Lu Wang first. Blame me for calling him over, which caused you to misunderstand." Jiang Liu felt that she was simply a misunderstanding maker. Fortunately, she had read a lot of novels and should have learned the charm of the vicious female supporting role by now. As expected, Lu Wang pulled Jiang Liu over and said, "It's not your fault. You have good intentions. Let's go." Jiang Cancan was angered by this. "What do you mean? Do you mean I deserve it? I am also a victim, and I am hurt. Can't you consider my feelings?" "Cancan, you are too critical of Jiang Liu. You simply cannot see her good side." These words were actually what Lu Wang was really thinking. In his heart, Jiang Liu was just a delicate little girl who spoke softly and was considerate. In comparison, Jiang Cancan seems more rude and arrogant. "Okay. Then go away and don't worry about me." Lu Wang had already noticed the scar on Jiang Cancan's neck, but his mind was filled with images of her flirting with other men. Jiang Liu turned his arm and tried to pull it out of Lu Wang's hand. At this time, Gu Chennian walked forward and pulled Jiang Liu into his arms. "I almost said this is my wife." Luckily he still remembered, "and we are in a secret marriage now." "You scumbag, all you have in your eyes is that woman. How dare you hold Jiang Liu's hand?" "That woman" refers to Jiang Cancan. "Who are you?" Lu Wang felt that Gu Chennian looked familiar, and his figure seemed familiar to him. "You are Jiang Liu's boss. Don't you think you are too close to your subordinates?" Chapter 38, Jealousy Sure a Field. That's better than eating from the bowl while looking at the pot. Don't think that you can play with women's hearts just because you have some money at home. Gu Chennian protected Jiang Liu behind him. "Who am I kidding? But you, do you know who Jiang Liu is? Do you think you are worthy of her? Whether I am worthy of you or not is not decided by others, and it is certainly not up to you to decide. As long as Jiang Liu thinks I am worthy of you, that's enough. I think you just want to climb up the ladder under Jiang Liu. Don't think you are great just because you are a small boss. I started from scratch. Isn't that worse than you being a leech?" Jiang Liu saw that the situation was not right and the two were arguing and almost kissing each other, so he hurried out. Standing between two people. "Stop arguing. Don't argue for me. Brother Lu Wang, why don't you take your sister home? She must be in a bad mood because she's injured." Jiang Liu really wanted these two people to leave quickly. She was really afraid that she would be exposed. But Lu Wang didn't think so. He felt that he would lose face if he let Gu Chennian take Jiang Liu away like this. "No, you were the one who called me to come here. I must take responsibility to the end." Lu Wang was very persistent. "I will take Cancan away, and you have to follow." No, I don't need it." Jiang Liu waved his hands and stepped back. "Just follow him. Don't you enjoy being pursued by men?" Jiang Cancan was jealous. Lu Wang's focus had always been on her before, and he had never looked at other women. Jiang Cancan didn't know that this emotion was called jealousy. She just thought that she hated Jiang Liu, so she didn't want Lu Wang to have any contact with Jiang Liu. If it were any other woman, she would definitely not have such emotions. "Jiang Cancan." Lu Wang looked disappointed. "How did you become like this? You were not like this before." "I am the same as I was before." Jiang Cancan looked aggrieved. "It's obviously you who has changed. You were not like this before. Why did you treat me like this for a strange woman? That was in the past. People grow up. Didn't you find other men?" "What other men are you talking about? Where were you when those three suspects held a knife to my neck? He was the one who saved me, not you." Jiang Cancan didn't know why, but she felt her nose was sore, but she couldn't cry because she had her pride. Chi Wen couldn't bear it anymore. He stood up and handed Jiang Cancan a tissue. "I don't know what your relationship with her is, but is it necessary to treat a girl like this?" Thank you. Jiang Cancan took the tissue from Qi Wang's hand and leaned her head on Qi Wang's shoulder. This is the second time you've helped me. You're welcome. I'll help when I see injustice. I can't stand seeing girls being bullied. Jiang Liu was shocked. She didn't expect that Qi Wang was so good at flirting with girls. When facing her, he was like a silent bodyguard and basically didn't speak. Oh, sweet talk. Lu Wang stared at the part where the two people's bodies were in contact. Do you want to come with me? I don't. Jiang Cancan was very sure. Okay, if you don't want to leave, forget it. Jiang Liu continued to fan the flames. Sister, don't be angry. Brother Lu Wang came here specially to find you. When I called him, he was very anxious. Jiang Cancan said, he was anxious. When I sent him a message, he said I was lying to him. When you called him, she answered. What is this? Don't you just not trust me at all? His tone was flat, as if he no longer had any expectations of Lu Wang. A few people were arguing and seemed to have forgotten that this was a police station. Officer Phone had had enough of the melon, so he quickly came out and said, stop arguing. If you want to argue, go outside. Do you know where this is? Leave as soon as you're done. The four people were just about to do this, but someone outside the door shouted in a hurry. Where's my daughter? How is my daughter? The person who came was none other than Jiang Daqiang. In fact, after Jiang Liu finished calling Lu Wang told Jiang Daqiang directly. Jiang Daqiang, who loves his daughter dearly, rushed over, but because the distance was far, he was delayed a little. I missed the scene where a few people were arguing. When he came in, Jiang Cancan looked happy and Jiang Liu looked sad. Dad. I'm here and I'm injured. Jiang Cancan acted like a spoiled child as usual, hoping to get Jiang Daqiang's attention. But obviously, Jiang Daqiang's attention was not on Jiang Cancan, but on Jiang Liu. Jiang Liu, in particular, looked desperate, as if he had lost hope in life. My dear daughter, are you okay? Have those criminals been caught? Can you come out and let me see you? After several repeated inquiries, Jiang Liu said helplessly, I'm fine, Dad. You go see my sister first. She's injured and is being held hostage by some annoying people. It was at this time that Jiang Daqiang noticed that Jiang Cancan seemed to have gauze wrapped around her neck. I don't think she's seriously injured. I originally asked her to apologize to you today, but I didn't expect to encounter something like this. Jiang Cancan knew that Jiang Daqiang was partial, but she didn't expect him to be so partial. Dad, I'm injured. It was Jiang Liu who hurt me. Jiang Liu immediately explained, Dad, no, these hooligans teased me on the street yesterday and came to seek revenge on me today. I didn't want to open the door, but my sister insisted. I really didn't know this would happen. Jiang Daqiang immediately caught the details in Jiang Liu's words. It was Jiang Cancan who insisted on opening the door, which allowed these criminals to take advantage of the opportunity to enter. He walked towards Jiang Cancan with heavy steps, just when Jiang Cancan thought Jiang Daqiang was going to comfort her. Bang! Jiang Cancan's face turned red instantly. Dad! She looked at Jiang Daqiang in disbelief. Her father had never hit her. I have never hit you since you were a child. But today you let a wolf into the house and almost killed your sister. I must teach you a lesson. Okay, since you only have Jiang Liu in your eyes, then let Jiang Liu be your daughter. You don't need me at all. After saying this, Jiang Cancan covered her face and ran out crying. Jiang Liu said to Lu Wang from behind, Brother Lu Wang, go out and chase her quickly. My sister is in too much danger now. Lu Wang was still hesitating, but after seeing Qi Wang, he immediately chased after him. Jiang Daqiang turned around and looked at Jiang Liu kindly. Someone teased you? Xiao Liu, you should come back home from now on. It's too dangerous to live outside alone. Jiang Liu shook his head, no, I'll still live outside. I don't want to go home and affect your relationship. Oh. My little Liu, you are just too kind. Jiang Daqiang was talking when he suddenly noticed Gu Chennian. Chapter 39 I wrote about the domineering president falling in love with me. Who is this? Oh, this is my boss. Jiang Liu said immediately. Gu Chennian continued, hello uncle, I am pursuing Jiang Liu. Jiang Liu's face cracked, what nonsense are you talking about? Jiang Daqiang glanced at Gu Chennian. She has a good appearance and a good figure, but from the way she's dressed, you can tell that Gu Chennian's financial situation is not that good. However, this should be Jiang Liu's fault, because Gu Chennian's current clothes are basically cheap ones that Jiang Liu bought on a certain platform. Fortunately, Gu Chennian has a good figure and good looks, so she can carry off this outfit. Young man, read less novels, and don't think you can become a son-in-law easily. Although all the children in our family are daughters, they all have the blood of the Jiang family. Don't think that you can enter our Jiang family just because you are a little pretty. Now, this is not ancient times. This sentence is full of sarcasm. Even Jiang Liu heard the hint, and Qi Weng wanted to take direct action. Gu Chennian smiled, not affected at all. Uncle, you misunderstood. I already liked Jiang Liu before she became the illegitimate daughter of the Jiang family. If you are worried, you can let us do a premarital property notarization when we get married. I love Jiang Liu as a person, not the Jiang family behind her. This statement was made sincerely, but Jiang Daqiang was a man as well. Can you believe a man who says this? No. Jiang Daqiang looked at Jiang Liu and said, Xiao Liuer, Dad never raised you, but I am also a father and a man. When you are looking for a man, you must open your eyes. Don't be fooled by a man who has no quality but only a pretty face. Jiang Liu silently gave Jiang Daqiang a thumbs up in his heart. He didn't expect that just by a quick glance, he could tell that Gu Chennian was a pauper. She hadn't realized that it was because of her cheap goods that Jiang Daqiang gave Gu Chennian a low score in his heart. Don't worry, Dad. I have sharp eyes. He is my boss, not a person without character. Jiang Liu tried to ease the embarrassment. Your boss? Then tell me what kind of work you do for him now. Jiang Daqiang asked curiously. He was really curious. Since his daughter, who was away from home, was willing to spend money, it meant she was willing to come back. He also spent a lot of manpower and resources to collect information about Jiang Liu, but he was unsuccessful. It was as if there was some invisible force behind the scenes that protected Jiang Liu very well. Or it can be said that Jiang Liu did not come out to work at all, so no relevant information can be found. It's just writing novels. I usually write them at home and hand them in when they are due. Jiang Liu thought quickly and remembered that he had taken time to prepare the manuscript in the past few days. Jiang Daqiang laughed out loud, feeling extremely proud. As expected of my daughter, a great writer. How much money can she make in a year? Did she not embezzle your money? Jiang Liu almost cried. It often takes more lies to cover up one lie. It's called Miakwajiji, a novel website. Jiang Liu made up a novel website. After hearing this, Gu Chennian gave Qi Weng a look. Qi Weng immediately understood what Gu Chennian was thinking, turned around, picked up the phone and walked out. Okay, then I'll go read it when I have time. What's the name of your novel? Forget about this name. I write cliché novels, like a domineering president falling in love with me. Jiang Liu felt a little embarrassed. He felt ashamed that his body had been stripped off and he was being watched by people under the sun. Har ha har ha, aren't there ready-made materials here? I watched Lu Wang grow up when I was a child. Although I haven't seen him for a while, I have a feeling that this kid will definitely become a domineering president in the future. Jiang Daqiang laughed and began to promote Lu Wang. Jiang Liu could only deal with it with a smile. I didn't expect you to be so up to date with the latest trends, Dad. Now that everything is alright, I'm leaving now. Wait a minute, are you hiding something from me? Is it related to this kid? Jiang Daqiang called Jiang Liu and signaled Gu Chennian with his head. No, I didn't. I know you don't want to come back and be disciplined by me, but I am also your biological father. Your mother is dead. Although it may be a bit too much to say this, I hope you can let me participate in your life and don't make decisions about your life so easily. Jiang Daqiang was sincere in what he said. If Jiang Liu was really Jiang Daqiang's daughter, she would probably be very touched. It's a pity that Jiang Liu is not, and she is in a very bad situation. Jiang Daqiang just felt regretful for a moment and tried to make up for his previous mistakes. But it's too late now. A belated apology is useless and can only comfort the person who is apologizing. Dad, I'm so moved that tears are about to fall. Jiang Liu took out a tissue from the table beside him and carefully wiped away her non-existent tears. Gu Chennian had long noticed Jiang Liu's exaggerated and fake acting skills, and he found it adorable. Jiang Daqiang nodded with satisfaction. As the saying goes, sincerity is the greatest killer move. Then he turned and looked at Gu Chennian. And you, kid, you'd better be careful. If I find out that you have done anything improper to Xiao Liu, don't blame me for being ruthless. Don't worry, uncle. I won't take a penny from the Jiang family. A man should make his own money. That's better. Jiang Daqiang threatened. When he turned to Jiang Liu, his face was kind again. Xiao Liu, are you really not going to consider living in the Jiang family? It's too dangerous to live outside in a big villa with servants. No, I want to be self-reliant. Okay, you are worthy of being my daughter. I respect your opinion. I will make some money for you to spend. You don't have to save money for daddy. All the money daddy makes is yours, and no one else can get it. This sentence was meant to hit Gu Chennian, but Jiang Liu had the wrong idea. Dad, don't you even give me a sister. Your sister's mother is with her. Don't worry. Jiang Daqiang came here because he was worried about Jiang Liu. He was relieved to see that Jiang Liu was fine. And don't blame Cancan's mother for what happened last time. She has cancer now and won't live long. She's in a bad mood. I'm sorry, I just wanted to go over and take a look. Jiang Liu apologized with his head down. Silly child, this is not your fault. Dad came here today to see you. I have just taught your sister a lesson. I hope you will remember that family harmony brings prosperity and stop holding a grudge against them. Jiang Daqiang delivered a long lecture on profound truths, leaving Jiang Liu stunned. The older you get, the more experienced you are. This time Jiang Liu was even more at a loss for words. After all, he had personally beaten his own daughter. Chapter 40. It's normal to start a new company for your wife. Dad, I'm not angry. I shouldn't have been in this family. I'm very touched by what you said today. Okay. Then I'll leave first. Jiang Daqiang had other business on hand, so he came and left quickly. After he went out, he called his assistant. Go check if there is a website called Miakwajijia Novel Network and see who is the legal representative of that company. Okay, boss. After Jiang Daqiang left, Jiang Liu and Gu Chennian also left. Wife, you are treating me like this now, isn't it a bit too much? The spoiled Gu Chennian came online, and Jiang Liu felt guilty, so she turned around and found that Chiwen had disappeared long ago, and there were no people on the road around. So she boldly hugged Gu Chennian's strong waist. Hubby, don't be angry, okay? Actually, I think your worry is right. You see, my family is very poor, and the only house we own is bought by you. Gu Chennian hugged Jiang Liu back, sounding aggrieved. Maybe I really am not qualified to like you. Don't be like this. You work hard and hand over your salary to me. You are much better than those who make a lot of money but like to keep mistresses outside. Jiang Liu said it sincerely, but he also remembered what Jiang Daqiang said just now. She still had a trace of worry in her heart. What would she do if it was really as Jiang Daqiang said, and Gu Chennian was seduced by money and fell in love with a life of decadence and dissipation? Gu Chennian was thoughtful and noticed the worry in Jiang Liu's eyes. He knew that Jiang Daqiang's words would definitely have an impact on Jiang Liu. Wife, you are so beautiful, how could I abandon you and find another woman? You are the only one in my heart. That's better. Jiang Liu hummed and prepared to go home. Gu Chennian grabbed Jiang Liu and asked, do you want to go back like this? What else should I do? Jiang Liu had been busy for so long and wanted to go home and rest. Did you forget that you just told your dad that you were writing a novel on the Crispy Corner novel website? What if your dad finds out? Gu Chennian raised this point. What can I do? I can only try my best. I'll talk about it when the time comes. I'm very tired now. Okay, let's go home first. Gu Chennian touched Jiang Liu's head and took off his clothes for her to wear. As night fell, the number of buses on the road was sparse, and Jiang Liu suddenly felt that his life was very confused. She didn't know what she was holding on to. When she first traveled to the world of the novel, she couldn't believe it. After meeting Gu Chennian, she just gave up and didn't care what life would be like in the future. She just enjoyed the present and got married quickly to sleep with a handsome guy. Now the system in her mind requires her to complete the task of playing the vicious female supporting role, but she can't bear to leave Gu Chennian behind. Her mind was full of complicated thoughts, and she looked exhausted. "Hey, what are you doing?" Jiang Liu screamed in surprise. She didn't expect Gu Chennian to pick her up horizontally. She quickly hugged Gu Chennian's neck. "Aren't you tired? I'll be your driver and take you home. Just take the bus back later. It would be embarrassing if someone saw you like this. They might think we were showing off our affection outside." Jiang Liu hit Gu Chennian's chest angrily, but without using much strength, as if he was just acting coquettishly. "Don't make a fuss. I'll just carry you home. Every step I take is for you. My future depends on you accompanying me. We will never be apart." Gu Chennian lowered his head and kissed Jiang Liu on the forehead, with infinite affection in his eyes. Jiang Liu touched Gu Chennian's handsome face and high nose bridge with one hand. "I understand. I believe you. Then you have to believe me too. There is a reason why I don't reveal our relationship now. I believe you. I will believe you unconditionally. You see, I didn't listen to you very much today. Are you going to reward me?" Gu Chennian deliberately changed the subject, hoping that Jiang Liu could divert his attention. "So what reward do you want? Don't you know what my reward is? I want you. We are on the street, please don't be so blatant. How am I being explicit? I just want you. You're my wife. If I don't want you, who else do I want?" I know, please stop talking." Jiang Liu quickly covered Gu Chennian's mouth, thinking of Qi Wen who had left at some point. Why did that Wangzi leave without telling us? He has his own business, so we should just ignore him. This is how we brothers get along. Okay. Jiang Liu nodded. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse, but Gu Chennian actually carried Jiang Liu back to the gate of the community. Along the way, Jiang Liu said countless times that he wanted to get off and walk by himself, but Gu Chennian firmly refused. Only when they reached the gate of the community did Gu Chennian put Jiang Liu down. "Carrying you into the elevator is too conspicuous. If others see it, they will think you are abusing your husband. Thank you, husband. You must have worked hard on the journey. Let's go home and soak our feet and relax." Jiang Liu had been in a bad mood along the way, but now she is much more relaxed. The two bought lunch boxes on the road, returned to their own nest, turned on the live broadcast on their mobile phones, and prepared to enjoy the warm time in the evening. Gu Chennian's cell phone rang, and it was Qi Wang's voice on the other end. "Brother Gu, I have already registered the company, and I have arranged for the programmer to prepare the website overnight. It will be available tomorrow morning. Okay, speed up and invite Jiang Liu to sign the contract here. Brother Gu, should we still write your name as the legal representative of the company?" "Yes, mine. But if the Jiang family asks about it, won't your identity be exposed?" Qi Wang's tone was filled with worry. "I am just a boss of an agency under the website, not a legal person. What relationship can there be?" Brother Gu is wise, but I think Li Yarn seems to have some opinions. She said there is no need to go to such lengths for a woman. When Qi Wen was preparing, Li Yarn asked a few questions. After knowing the whole story, her attitude changed drastically and she was very opposed to this matter. What does this have to do with her? It's normal to open a new company for your wife. Gu Chennian said firmly, "You don't need to tell her about this kind of thing in the future. I'm the boss and she's the boss." But Li Yarn's father. Qi Wen wanted to say something. Gu Chennian interrupted him impatiently. "Even though her father saved my life, this is not a reason to coerce me. My life is decided by myself. You have to understand your position." "I understand, Brother Gu, I will definitely stand on your side." After the two communicated, they hung up the phone. Jiang Liu, on the other hand, received an invitation email.